always had tunnel vision of what I wanted to do in life, which is this. I mean, I'm really living my dream, but I'm very thankful and happy. Yeah.
You were saying as well earlier, weren't you? We're hanging on to someone in that song.
Yeah.
Right? It's really
upbeat.
Message just in. One of you would like to know how Zara is feeling now that her tour has been announced, which I think you put on your socials today.
Yeah, I put it today. Finally, people have been asking me for a long time. I haven't done a tour in a long time. You know, it's been COVID. I think that was the last time when I did my own shows. So it's so exciting. I mean, everybody who knows me knows that live is where it's at. Like, I love to write songs. I love to do videos, but being on stage is just, I want to perform. Like, I'm a performer, you know? So I think the shows...
You love the UK as well.
I do.
We know that.
I do love the UK.
And you like going up north as well?
I like going up north.
So stops in Manchester?
Yeah. The further up north, the more of a party it is. It really is. Yeah, it's so fun. But honestly, I think UK, just in general, has been so warm and welcoming to me throughout my whole career. A lot of people who are not from here think I'm British.
It's such good.
Thank you.
And you mentioned about an album as well.
Sorry?
You mentioned about an album.
Yes, my album is coming out as well, February 9th. So around that same time, you know, you get a couple of weeks to learn the lyrics to the new songs. And then
There you go.
And everyone's joining in.
What are you listening to when you're cooking at home?
Well, I'm
Say Zara Larsson right
it's not so much when I cook it, but just when I was in the restaurant. It's you know when somebody starts a song and then it gets into everybody's
Hello?
The person you're calling isn't available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished, simply hang up or press the hash key for more options.
Mum, you're going to watch EastEnders. EastEnders is about to start. I'll give you a call later.
Legends Duran Duran, Dorothy Shops, Jay Blades, comedian Jack Whitehall, and together at last Arnold Schwarzenegger and Dame Judi Dench. Friday at 10:40 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Welcome to a brand new series of Match of the Day Top 10 podcast. Vieira, come on, you've got him at 3. We have our experts.
Could tell through with the ability.
Rating and debating. Match of the Day Top 10. Listen only on BBC Sounds.
Well, one of our chefs is about to show off his muscles. MasterChef, the professionals, in half an hour. Well, on BBC One, we know there's been an accident. We don't know if Jay's okay.
Sorry, I don't understand. Are you trying to say that Jay's dead?
We can't discuss this with anyone but next of kin.
I've told you. Lola, his wife's just passed away.
I understand that, sir, but it doesn't make a difference. Seriously? You can't just say there's been an accident and then shut up shop. I mean, Carol, is you some wind up?
Really? What's happened? Who said that the police were banging on our
Don't
door?
tell us anything, when Jay's had an accident.
What? What sort of accident?
Don't understand. Right, they can't say.
Well, of course they can say.
I'm sorry, but we need to establish. Where was this accident? Because it can't have been far. We was with him 2 hours ago. I'm sorry, sir, but we need to establish next of kin. Do you know how we can make contact with them? Mother, father?
They're both dead. Okay, we are his family. She's telling the truth.
Yeah, so tell him what happened. Can you say if he's alive at least? Does he have any other relatives?
Who's Bert? Bert Atkinson, his grandfather.
I hasn't seen him in years. That may well be, but if he's next of kin... Next of kin? Are you serious? The guy hasn't got any family, all right? I'm like his brother, and Billy's as good as his dad.
Guys, you can see they're upset. Just put them out of their misery.
Please, mate. I'm begging you. Tell us where he is. We need to be with him.
I'm not allowed to say anything. But hospitals are public buildings. Anyone can walk into A&E. I'm sorry, that's all I can say. We need to go.
G? Whatever's happened to Jake, he's going to be okay.
You don't know that. And like you even care.
Of course I care.
You threatened to punch him.
It's because I was worried about you. I've never hurt him.
He didn't know that, did he? Have you ever seen yourself when you're angry? You're just as bad as that lot out there. They're hypocrites, the lot of them. And if he has crashed that car, you are all culpable.
He was driving.
I was on my way to meet him. I was going to drive him to Margate. I turned up and he was gone. And if you hadn't delayed me...
Seriously, you're going to put it on me when I was only trying to talk to you?
And chucking him out this morning, making him feel like dirt. You started him spiralling. That is on you. And if he is dead, I swear I will never forgive you.
You were in jail together, are they? No, they've just got close recently. Yeah, I thought so. She seemed really upset. And it brings back bad memories. What, something like this has happened before? Someone she used to know. Her boyfriend. But she wouldn't want me to talk about it.
Yeah, well done. Let's have a whiskey on us. Calm your nerves. It is terrible. You've been left with all this worry and no information.
It ain't entirely their fault. It is the law. Right, let's go.
And again.
What's the... Well, just what I didn't say. Well, we'll try more. We've only got fire. It'll either be at Wolford General or George Estate. We won't do Wolford General. Bill, they're not going to let you in unless you're next to kin. You need to contact Bert. Do you want me to drive? No, I'm okay. I need to be relaxed. He dies, can't.
Oh, my God. You're not family. Yeah, well, he's family. Don't give a damn.
Sorry?
You heard me. I was there when you Billy laid into him.
You sure what he did?
Yeah, and you made him pay for it. You said you wanted him gone. Well, now he's gone, and you got what you wanted.
I'll tell you.
I don't want you anywhere near me.
She don't mean it. She's just worried the poor boy's dead.
Don't sound good. Took a car.
Gina! Gina! I don't need this, okay? I don't need you telling me I'm overreacting. I'm trying to stop me.
I'm not trying to stop you, but it's going to take you about an hour to walk to the George Estate. I can drive you.
You love that, wouldn't you? Quality time, captive audience.
You really think I'm going to take advantage of this just to spend time with you?
But it doesn't matter. I hope Jay's okay, and I hope you find him. How long will it take you to get me there?
20 minutes. 15 if I put my foot down.
Well, put your foot down.
David, we need to work out what we're going to tell Lexi.
Thanks, Paddy. If you do find it, give me a bell, yeah?
Okay. Does he have Bert's number?
No, not his family. So he might have it written down somewhere. Where's his cab?
About 10 minutes away.
All right, let's go and flag one down on the high street.
Oh, well, we tried. What's happened? We saw police outside Pop's house.
Nothing. They're just doing some inquiries. No, right, Cal? Yeah. What are you watching?
Have you been crying?
No, of course not. Where are you going?
Trying to make sure Mum and Dad are all right.
They're fine.
Where are they?
They just had to go somewhere, all right? Why don't you just wait here until they come back?
No, something's happened, isn't it?
You really are better off just staying home.
No, because you're trying to hide something. Jan, come on. We're going home.
Will, Janet, please.
Where's Daddy?
Dad's fine.
It's about what happened to Mum's ashes.
No.
Because I don't want him to feel
I
bad.
just said it was nothing to do with that.
You didn't mean it. I just want him back.
Lexi, Jay is fine. Everybody's fine, okay? Can you just give me some space? Can you go to your room or something, please?
Excuse me, we need to find out if someone's been brought in. His name's Jay Brown.
We've been told that he's been involved in some kind of accident.
Yeah, did the police direct you to attend?
No.
Yeah, are you related to Mr. Brown at all?
Yeah, I'm his dad. Look, can you just find out if he's been brought in, please?
Can I see your ID?
Mate, we've just rushed down here, you know?
I appreciate that, but I just need to verify who you are. Thank you. Billy Mitchell.
Yeah. Different surname. So what?
Look, Jay's father is dead. I mean, Billy's the closest thing Jay has to a dad.
And he was married to my granddaughter, Lola.
Okay, is Lola available to speak to us?
She passed away recently.
I'm so sorry to hear that. So he's actually your grandson-in-law?
Well, like I said, he's more like a son. I mean, he's lived with Billy on and off since he was 13 years old.
But that doesn't make him the next king.
Okay, well, we've got a friend that's trying to contact Jay's granddad. Look, I know you can't let us see him, but could you at least tell us that he's here, please?
I can't disclose that. I'm so sorry.
This is ridiculous.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Thanks. We'll wait.
You tell me what the point of waiting here is when we don't even know if he's in.
His face gave it away, Billy.
Huh?
We are in the right place. Joe's here.
Right, thanks, mate. I really appreciate it, yeah? Let me know if you get anything else. There's been a couple of accidents this afternoon.
Do they have any name?
No.
Anyone dead?
You really want to ask me that question? There was a fatality, yeah.
But Jay's in the hospital, so that can't be him, right?
Take him to the hospital and he could have died there, Ben. It's just a possibility, all right? It could be a really minor injury. We need to stay positive.
Yeah, but I need to know what's happened. Gene said that he was absolutely devastated. So what if he's done this on purpose? What if it's because of what we said?
He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't leave Lexi. He wouldn't break his promise to Lola. Hey? Ben, he loves you. And he knows that you love him, all right? And deep down, he'll know that you didn't mean what you said. So come on, eh? Got to pull together for Lexi. We need to speak to her.
Say what?
Tell her the truth. She ain't stupid, Ben. She knows something's happened.
We don't know what's happened.
So that's exactly what we tell her.
No. Just wanted to hear your voice, that's all. Mum's prerogative. Oh, no. Don't want to make you late. Have a nice night. And don't drink too much. Yeah, no night sausage. Oh, and be careful. All right, promise me? Bye. Oh, just wanted to hear his voice. Johnny and Jay are the same age, just a few weeks between them. It was him out there on his own, no one by his side. Oh, that poor family. Everything they've been through.
We haven't heard anything yet. Chances are Jay will be fine.
If this had happened a year ago, I might have agreed with you. But now I'm not so sure.
Try sister.
10 minutes ago. No answer, you?
I'll pick up tonight.
Yeah. She's got mum with. Let's see. When Gina ran off, Mum went after her. She didn't come back, so. Sit down, okay?
Did you find him?
Receptionist wouldn't tell us anything. Gina kicked off. I had to stop them throttling her. I said to come here and calm down. I should just go home and throttle George.
Price of great life.
Yeah. So am I.
Hey, Callum,
Make us a couple, will you?
it's Gina. Have you heard anything? I just got back from the hospital. No, I don't know. They wouldn't tell me. No. Yeah, they threatened to call the police, so that was that. You just call me if you hear anything. You promise? Okay, thank you, Callum. Thanks, bye-bye. Bye.
But don't worry, Billy and Honey are probably with him now. I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Yeah, you're saying that because you mean it or because you've got nothing else to say?
There's no fault in you, is there? It's like when I told a stranger about Lucy and Stephen after they died. And they said, I'm sorry for your loss. But they didn't mean it. How could they?
That must have been hard for you.
Yeah, it was. And not just for the loss, because I hated myself. I thought they died because of me.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Not indirectly, but if I'd stayed here, everything would have been different, wouldn't it? So I have to work hard. Not to blame myself. You're a lot like me in that respect. Look, what happened to Jay, none of it is your fault. You have done nothing wrong, Gina.
Yes, I have.
Anna told me something like this has happened before. She didn't tell me too much. She's very loyal to your sister. Okay, look, I don't mean to cry. I'm sorry, let's just forget it, shall we? I'll go and get that.
His name was Antonio.
Babe. Hey. Sorry about earlier. Shouting.
It's
Can you sit with me?
It's alright. It's Jason again.
Yeah.
It's about what happened to Mum's ashes. Because I know he wouldn't have meant to do that. It must have been an accident. Because you really love Mum.
She did, darling. He loved your mum so much.
What's happened to him? Is he dead too?
I don't know. He's had an accident. We think it might be a car accident, but we're not sure of anything else apart from that.
If he had an accident, we should be with him.
No, Honey and Pops they're at the hospital right now. They're trying to find him. And when they do, they're going to call me and let me know.
Do you think this happened because he was sad?
No. What do you think, though?
He missed Mum. Maybe he hurt himself on purpose. Because he wants to be with her again.
No. He wouldn't do that, you know what? Then we'd be leaving you. And that he definitely wouldn't do because he loves you, you know that, right?
No, I don't think so.
Hell no, you do.
Have you found him?
Well, of course I won't confirm that he is here, but I'm pretty sure he is. Oh, that's brilliant, thank you. All right, see you in a bit. Sorry. Callum's on his way. You okay?
Mind you, young Jake, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a good kid. Bit cheeky, but no surprise there. Not after what he'd been through. Pushing through that post. He has no business turning out the way he has. Good kid. Good man. And a good husband. You know, after his dad died, I pulled him out of care. Sitting there one day, watching him. He's eating this massive bowl of cornflakes, right? Eating it. Like a ton of bricks, you know, like I'd taken on. And I was scared. I don't mind admitting it. I didn't know whether I was doing the right thing or not. Anyway, he picks up this massive bowl, sticks his head in it, starts licking the bowl clean. And he looks at me, you know, that stupid grin that he's got. And he said something, I don't know what it was, but anyway, that moment, I knew that he would be in my life forever. I knew I'd done the right thing.
You did do the right thing.
I didn't today. I said all those things to him. Kicked him out.
You were angry.
I told him you weren't my son. As soon as the words left my lips, I knew I shouldn't have said it. Because he is, no, I mean, not like Will is, you know, but in here, you know, it's my son. He's the son I chose.
What are you doing?
Oh, funny.
He's a looker. Older than you. He was 19 and I was 16.
I hope he didn't take advantage.
He's the one that introduced me to drugs. That's why Dad went mad when he found out Jay was using. I think he thought it was going to lead me down the wrong path. Like I haven't got brain in my head.
You can understand why you think that.
No, actually, because if he knew me, he'd know that I'm 6 years older. And I'm not as screwed up as I was back then. Yeah, and before you say it, that you're in the hospital a few months ago, that was a mistake.
Because of me. I'm sorry.
No. No, sorry. We'll stand this time.
So what happened to Antonio?
He died. He started hanging out with a new crowd. Older boys into motorbikes like him. And they found his body on the beach near Las Chapas. He'd been doing speedballs, cardiac arrest.
Gee, I'm so sorry.
There wasn't that many sorries back then. Not from my dad, not even from Anna. I think they were glad he was gone. They were scared he was pulling me away from them, so... Yeah, that was that. One minute he was the centre of my universe. And then he wasn't. I'm not blaming myself, I blame myself a lot.
You didn't make him do what he did.
No, but I turned a blind eye. And that's why I was so determined not to do it with Jay. But it didn't work. Then he's probably dead too.
Sir, I need you to take a seat.
Not until you tell us where he is, sir. No, don't sir me, all right? Tell us where he is so we can go and see him.
I tried to explain to you before.
Yes, slow down, Team Billy. All right, it's just the rule.
Yeah, well, the rules stink. Surely it's obvious how much he means to us, isn't it?
Thank you, Les.
Seriously?
I've asked them to leave, they're not leaving.
Don't touch me.
Billy, Billy.
Don't you touch
Okay, look, listen, they won't need to touch you. You can just make your way to the exit.
I ain't going anywhere.
Hey, that's enough. It's enough. DC Highway, I'm going to need you to step over there now.
Thanks.
It's late. We can get you ready for bed.
Jay's gonna be okay.
Yeah, I hope so.
I know so. I'll see Mum again.
Cal? Is he okay?
They said he fell straight into a tree. He's got swelling on the brain and they've had to put him into an induced coma. Yeah, I know. I'll call you when I know more, okay? Oh.
Thanks, Cal. He's still with him, though. You're not on your own anymore, Jay. Because we're here for you. We're all here for you.
Thanks for calling, Ben. They found him.
Oh, is he okay?
I don't know, but he's alive. He is. He's alive.
Oh. Did they say when you could see him?
Ben, he said he'd call again, but they don't know when.
And maybe you could wait here. I mean, you could stay the night if you wanted to. No, I think you should go home. Your dad, your sister, they'll be worried about you. Whatever's happened between me and your dad, he's a good man. He acts like an idiot sometimes. That's because he's scared. And he loves you very much. So give the idiot a break and go home. I promise you'll be happy to see you.
Thank you, Mum.
I don't know if you can hear me, Jay. I know you feel bad. I don't want you to feel bad. I just want you to come home, Jay. Please. Please come home, Jay.
Jay, it's Ben.
I don't know what to say.
You're my brother from another mother. Seriously, you're my brother. And I need you to know that I forgive you, but I need you to forgive me. For everything I've said and everything I've done. Because I didn't mean it. I need you to live, Jay, alright? I need you to wake up, mate, because I need you by my side. I need my brother.
I love you, bro.
I love you. You heard them all, right? He says, there's so much love for you here, Jay. So, wherever you are now, you have to come back. Right? You've got to fight. Because you have to live. Because you're my son. You're the son that I chose. So I'm begging you, son. Don't touch me. Please don't touch me.
Being yourself is a risk worth taking. Victor finds out what he wants. Press red for Love Victor on BBC iPlayer. Next year, you want to get nuts? Let's get nuts, including peanut butter sauce. It's MasterChef, The Professionals.
This is the most physically demanding and emotionally draining game on television.
God knows what's ahead.
Welcome to Survivor!
To get further into this game, we need a strong tribe. Do you think there is anyone I should be wary of?
Survivor's ready! Go! Our wits, our play, our laughs. Who gets to stay and who gets to go?
We'll find out.
The tribe has spoken. Survivor starts Saturday 8:25 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hi, I'm Kush Jumbo, and I'm thrilled to be a guest judge this week on RuPaul's Drag Race UK.
Tonight on BBC Three and iPlayer.
I could tell she'd had it tough. If hunger didn't keep her up, the cold did. Anger, it's all she ever knew. But that was before I found Carly and Outlet.
Heads, you in power.
With children who need support, project workers like me help turn young lives around. BBC Children in Need, we're there for you.
An exercise in exhaustion. The platoon feel the weight on their shoulders. Soldier in an hour. Now, on BBC One, this programme may contain nuts.
It's the professional MasterChef quarter-final. These 5 skillful chefs triumphed in their heats, and tonight they'll be judged on 2 tough challenges designed to test them even further.
I'm so pleased to be here, but obviously the more you're here, the more you want to keep coming back. The pressure will keep on increasing for sure.
Adrenaline's starting to pump a little bit, and I just really can't wait to start cooking. Yeah, I'm definitely bringing my A game.
You only get one chance to prove yourself, and if you mess it up that time, you're going to.
First, they will need to devise and cook a standout dish using a mystery ingredient.
You absolutely have smashed this brief to pieces.
Those that succeed will go on to cook for 3 of the country's most discerning food critics.
It is a dish full of great things cooked really, really nicely.
Only the very best will earn a place in Knockout Week.
They're going to have to take some risks. I want to see the wow factor.
Good cooking? We left that alone in the last round. We need to start touching on brilliance.
Chefs, welcome back. Welcome to your quarter-final. This is an invention test. You're going to have to think on your feet. Show us how good you really are.
On your bench, there is a box. Underneath that box is an ingredient. Would you please now reveal the ingredient? We literally want you to go nuts. Sweet or savoury, you choose whatever you want, but your dish must feature nuts. Have a look at the beautiful larder we have here. We're going to give you 10 minutes to come up and choose your ingredients. At the end of this, one of you will be leaving the competition. Come on, let's go nuts.
To create their dish, the chefs have a selection of hazelnuts, pistachios, peanuts, cashews, and walnuts, as well as flaked almonds and nut butters. They also have a variety of meat, fish, vegetables, fruits, herbs, and spices.
There's a whole array of other ingredients for our chefs to choose from, but nuts has to be the core of the dish.
I'm going down the sweet option today, and using as many nuts as I can.
I want them to use different combinations. They can use it in a paste, they could use it as a sauce, they can use it as a crumble or a crush, they could use it in a vinaigrette.
There is so much the chefs can do, but they're going to have to get creative, they're going to have to get imaginative.
Quite overwhelming, but I just try to pull things together, you know.
There are so many different varieties of nuts available. They all come with their unique flavour.
There's probably nuts on 90% of my menu and work. I feel nervous, but I'm feeling better now than I was when I walked in. So I just got to focus and hopefully nail the dishes.
Right, chefs, your 10 minutes are now up. 70 minutes to showcase nuts. Off you go.
"25-year-old head chef Cameron from the Scottish Highlands got off to a strong start, with ambitious classics demonstrating lots of technique, impressing all the judges.
You can't really practice for this round, you know. I would like to think I'm very good at thinking on the spot. It's what we do at work all the time. But we'll find out today.
Cameron, what nuts have you chosen and what's your dish?
So I've chosen hazelnuts, almonds, and the dry roasted peanuts. I'm doing a chocolate cremant, a hazelnut brittle, caramel and dry roasted peanut ice cream, and some toasted almonds, just to finish the cremant off for a bit of texture.
Oh, you love a pudding.
Yeah, and that actually sounds fantastic.
As soon as I seen the nuts, I just thought of chocolate, so I just go on with my instinct.
Cameron is making a chocolate cremant, which is a little bit like a chocolate mousse.
Needs to be beautiful and smooth, perfectly set. It's got dry roasted nuts in a caramel ice cream. They've got their own unique flavour, and that running through a caramel ice cream, that might be that little twist that takes this dessert to a whole new level.
He's also going to give us a brittle as well. I love the way that Cameron's choosing to showcase those nuts. 3 different types, 3 different textures, 3 different flavours.
Self-taught chef patron Rosie runs her own cafe restaurant in East Sussex. Although she got off to a shaky start in her skills test, she secured her quarter-final place with some adventurous combinations inspired by her travels.
I don't have a game plan for the invention test other than stick to what I know, make sure it tastes delicious, and don't overcomplicate it.
Rosie, are you used to cooking like this? Whatever ingredients turn up?
I did some cooking for a kind of fishing lodge in Russia, like up near the Arctic Circle. You didn't know what ingredients were going to come. You had to think on your feet and make something really delicious. But it was a totally different thing in a very relaxed environment. with people whose expectations weren't as high as yours.
So there's a difference between Drunk Fisherman and Marcus Waring.
There is a difference, yeah, 100%.
Rosie has decided to showcase the pistachio. Pistachio is a great flavour. It's oily. It's got quite a unique flavour, so it will stand out. We've got a frangipan tart. She's made a frangipan mix. Put some pistachios through that.
Come on, babies.
She's making a pistachio and cardamom ice cream. That's going to be big and full of flavour. The most important thing is the infusion of pistachio coming through in the milk before she makes the ice cream. We've also got a pistachio caramel twirl.
Ice cream, a twirl, and a tart. Now, timing is going to be massive here, absolutely massive. There is a lot to do.
Chefs, 25 minutes gone.
Come on.
24-year-old sous chef Dara saw his nerves get the better of him in the skills test, but impressed with his balance of flavours and creativity in the signature round.
I'm going to go in with a level head and an open mind, because if I don't, my nerves are going to take over again, and then I'll just start getting jolty, which is something I don't need today. I need to get the ground running and create something that's not just going to benefit me, but it's going to wow the judges.
How good are you at thinking on your feet, creating a dish?
I'm imaginative. I like to use ingredients that I don't want to get my hands on. So when I do have the chance to use something, I try and go for it. I try to give it my all. Something from nothing, make it amazing.
What nuts have you chosen, and what is your dish?
So I've chosen almonds, flaked almonds, hazelnuts, peanuts, and pistachios. So I'm going to do Paris Brest.
Oh.
With an orange and vanilla cream, strawberry, and I'm going to cover the Paris Brest in nuts as well. So as it rises, the nuts will cook into it.
Dara is making possibly one of my favourite desserts ever, and that's the Paris Brest. It's a beautiful thing. Light, but of course, a little bit of crust on the choux pastry.
Dara has got a few little crushed hazelnuts and some sliced almonds. He's putting those on top before they go in the oven.
But his choice of filling, I find unusual. Traditionally, it would be a coffee cream with almonds on the top. We've got orange cream with strawberries and nuts on the top. Now I ask you, nuts and strawberry? Nuts and orange?
I question whether he's got enough nuts running through this dish.
After an impressive first round,
I would go as far as to say this may be the best skills test I've ever seen.
head chef Charlie went on to wow the judges with his own twist on classic dishes.
Charlie, seriously, how do you feel about an invention test?
I've worked in some pretty fast-paced environment kitchens, so I've been looking forward to the invention test, believe it or not. We're all in the same boat, we've all got the same ingredients, and we've all got the same amount of time to think of a dish. You just literally go in and do what you can do. I'm using almond nuts in a frangipan tart, and then I've also got toasted pistachios going through the chantilly. And then I've also got a almond liqueur going throughout the whole dish as well to really make sure it's focused on nuts. I'm using a lot of apricots, so it's really important that I don't overkill the nuts with apricots.
Oh, Charlie's doing frangipan. Lovely. Got to keep it moist, not wet, but moist. Can't dry out. And we've got a chantilly cream that he's flavouring with almond liqueur. So he's keeping the nut theme going. He's also taking apricots. That almond liqueur is often made with apricot stones. So there's a really good link in there. That's classic combinations.
Love the sound of dessert, but I think you could have done a little bit more with the pistachios. Where's thinking out of the box? Right, chefs, you have got 15 minutes left. 15 minutes.
Somerset-based head chef Tommy won the judges over with his precise cookery and elegant, flavourful plates, seeing him sail through the heat.
Being chucked with random ingredient, that's not my forte. I like to be organised. I like to have my written lists. I like to know what I'm doing. Job, next job, you know. So today's just a completely different ball game.
You're the only chef in the room not doing a dessert.
Really? I just straight away went to nuts, the savoury.
What's your dish?
So it's essentially duck breast, a I've got some crispy duck.
Where are the nuts sitting in the dish? So the duck is just plain on its own?
Essentially, yeah. I've got some candied hazelnuts ready. It's going to be quite sweet and crunchy, obviously. Going to do a chestnut puree.
Duck is a strong meat. It can take other flavours. Duck and nut I've never had. So, bit of a question mark, but let's give it a go.
He's also braising the leg and the thigh to put through this dish as well. But the most important thing is, if you're going to be serving a crispy duck, this duck has to be crispy. Chestnut puree, it tends to be a little bit sweet. If it is sweet, it's fine because that'll work well with duck.
You want that smooth and very, very creamy. You don't want chunks in there.
It's going to be a bit of salad, some nice dressing, tasted pine nuts. I'm going to finish the sauce and maybe like a peanut butter, maybe some chopped herbs through that as well.
You look a little bit like you're out of your comfort zone.
I'm feeling confident that I can do this, but I'll definitely have my comfort zone.
Tommy's a bit concerned, but he's a chef that's really trying very hard to impress, and that's what an invention test is all about. That is exactly what we asked him to do.
Chefs, you have 5 minutes left.
Concentrate, hyping back.
Bring everything together now. I just want to get it as good as I possibly can.
Crema, where's the crema?
In the glass chiller, yeah.
Ice cream, okay?
Yes, in the freezer.
How long have we got left, please?
60 seconds. 60 seconds. Very, very last touches. Just seconds left. Time's up. Well done.
Fighting for a chance to face the critics, head chef Tommy has served pan-seared duck breast, braised and fried crispy duck leg, along with a salad of bitter leaves and toasted pine nuts, a chestnut puree, candied hazelnuts, and some pickled onion, with a duck and peanut butter sauce.
Your duck cookery is just perfect. I've got beautiful, lovely pink duck flesh with crispy skin. I've got a chestnut puree over here with candied sweet nuts. So that's bordering sweet. But you've got little slivers of pickled onion that give a bit of sharpness as a contrast.
You absolutely have smashed this brief to pieces. That is a cracking plate of food. The braised thigh and the leg, got it all crunchy and crispy. It's almost like it's been deep fried. A fabulous nut sauce. It's not overpowering. You've just got duck flavour, meaty flavour, and then you've got a little finish of the peanut butter. Brilliant. You pushed yourself, Tommy. There's no two ways about that. And that shows on the plate. And that's what I love about this dish.
Thank you. It's a challenge, definitely. Caught me by surprise, actually. I was not expecting the feedback I got. I feel really lucky. That was amazing to hear Marcus and Greg say such good comments. It means a lot.
For his nut dish, head chef Charlie has served a traditional almond frangipane tart, bruleed poached apricots with apricot puree, and a toasted pistachio and almond liqueur chantilly cream.
The frangipane is nice and gooey. I love the fact you've got a little bit of cooked apricot on the bottom. The almonds on top are delicious. The apricot puree, equally delicious. The pastry is beautiful and light and soft, but I'm not getting a substantial flavour of nuts. And I think you could have done so much more with this cream to bring the nut flavour into this dish.
It's a beautifully made dish, and I find it absolutely delicious. The question is, does it feature nuts enough? You would argue there that maybe an apricot dish and not a nut dish, but it's delicious.
Thank you. I feel like maybe I didn't go nuts as Greg would have liked. All in all, slightly disheartened, but hopefully because all the components on the dish were right, that's enough to get me through.
Scottish head chef Cameron has served a chocolate cremeux, hazelnut brittle with a chocolate and almond crumb and toasted almonds, along with a caramel and dry roasted peanut ice cream.
Nice clean presentation, Cameron. You've got the nut flavour of the almonds on the plate, you've got the hazelnuts, but the overpowering flavour, of course, is always going to be the crema. It's beautifully made, and I think if there's one area that you could have really injected the nut element of this challenge is into the crema itself.
You've got dry roasted nuts and caramel ice cream, which I've never had before, which is lovely, salty, nutty, and sweet. Really lovely chocolate dessert. I think we could have featured nuts more heavily in it, but it's really delicious. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
I maybe could have pushed it a bit further, but I decided to go with my first instinct, and yeah, hopefully it's enough.
Sous Chef Dara has made a Paris Brest, choux pastry coated in hazelnuts and almonds, with an orange and vanilla cream and strawberries, accompanied by caramelized dry roasted peanuts and pistachios.
The Paris Brest is an elegant little circle. This is a bit lumpy. It's big and it's not quite round. Orange flavoured cream, I like, with plenty of vanilla. There's a sharp sweetness to it. I like that. You put a little bit of the orange zest in there as well. Strawberries maybe a little bit too wet for a choux pastry. Nuts really only feature in the whole nuts that you've added on there. I'm not getting them at all from the top of your choux pastry. And it needs to be more refined than this, I think.
This is a test that's all about nuts. You've got a load of dry caramelized nuts and you've just put them all on top on the inside. It's not enough. It's a shame.
I'm devastated because like what I had in my head, I should have done more. I could have incorporated so much more into my dish, but instead I went for 4 nuts, and I just didn't execute it properly, which I really let myself down.
For her nut dish, Chef Patron Rosie has served an orange and pistachio frangipane tart with creme pâtissière and a pistachio caramel tuile alongside a pistachio ice cream.
The main tart itself is beautifully made. You've taken out the almonds and you put pistachios into it. It's nice and moist. There's a strong flavour of orange coming through, but there is a nutty background flavour of the pistachio. Love the creme pâtissière on the plate, and I love the fact that you've also incorporated the skill of making a caramel, adding nuts into that. It's absolutely singing the flavours that you want it to do. Good job.
That ice cream is superb. Absolutely superb. Sweet, pistachio, nutty, really delicious.
As soon as I saw it was nuts, I just knew immediately what I was going to do. I was pleased with what I put up, and the feedback was really great, actually. I really did luck out today.
I have to say, it's not an easy challenge, taking nuts and bringing it to the forefront of any dish.
Lots of good cookery, but not everybody managed to really feature the nuts.
There is one chef in here today that I thought absolutely nailed the brief, and that was Tommy. Tommy's duck dish was absolutely delicious.
Really good duck cookery. The peanuts in his duck sauce, which is fabulous. The bitter pine nuts in his bitter salad. The chestnut puree. The caramelised nutmeg. That was incredible.
Tommy is definitely going through to cook for our critics.
Tell you what, Rosie's cookery today I thought was fabulous. She decided to just feature the pistachio.
The tart was singing pistachio with a finished element of orange running through it. But the pistachio ice cream was full of colour, full of flavour, was absolutely delicious.
Now, Charlie, Dara and Cameron, good cooks, but did they actually properly feature those nuts?
Not in a way that would have featured them as the star of the dish.
Cameron gave us the lovely chocolate crema.
The crema was beautifully made, but he could have used nuts in a much more varied way, and he didn't do that. He didn't push this dessert as far as he could have done.
Dara showed a lot of courage and made a classic curry breast. But where were the nuts in this dessert?
The only nuts that we could taste were the ones that he just piled into the centre of the dish, and that just wasn't creative enough for my liking. Charlie's dessert was a frangipane tart, beautifully lined. The frangipane was perfectly cooked. The cream was beautifully made, nice and light, had nuts running through it.
But that could have been an apricot dish, as well as it could have been a nut dish. However, good pastry work, lovely looking tart. It was well made.
3 good chefs. This is not easy.
Which of them actually nailed the brief, and who was actually missing the point?
I would love to get through to the critics. Cooking for people of that caliber is extraordinarily scary. But it's a huge opportunity, you don't get to cook for these guys very often.
Hopefully, if I do go through, I'll be able to show that I'm capable of so much more.
There is some high competition in there. I'm not sat here confident that I am definitely getting through.
All 5 of you showcased your skill and your knowledge. Well done. You only have places for 4 of you in the next round to face the critics, I'm afraid. The chef leaving us is Dara. Dara, great to have met you. Really hope you've enjoyed the competition. Thank you so much.
I did showcase what I'm all about, which I'm disappointed in myself. There was 4 other great chefs inside the kitchen today, and I knew I was going up against some really good people. But at the end of the day, it's a good experience for me to have, and I'm proud.
Congratulations, you 4 are now cooking for our critics. Make sure you bring your A game. This is where the competition does get a little bit hot. Today, you're going to be cooking for 3 of the leading food critics in the country. Layla Kazim, Tracy McLeod, and Jay Rayner.
Wow those critics like you've wowed us. 1 hour and 15 minutes to deliver the most important 2 courses of your career. At the end of today, one of you, sadly, will be leaving. Off you go.
Right, concentrate.
Cameron, cooking for food critics, something you do on a regular basis?
We don't get critics of this level come anywhere near where I'm from.
Where are you from?
A small village called Mallock, which is west coast of Scotland, up in the Highlands.
What are you going to be cooking for our critics?
So for the starter, I'm doing some pan-fried mackerel with some crispy smoked mackerel roll, some pickled candied beetroot, some horseradish cream, and some nice sea herbs.
Okay. What's your main course?
Roasted monkfish tail, which I'm roasting on the bone, and doing some asparagus, some pickled broad beans, some tempura mussels, and I'm going to make a sauce from the mussels.
Okay.
We're so lucky back home to use the freshest fish, and I want to showcase that here today. But 8 plates of food in an hour and 15 minutes, it's a very big ask. So I really have to hit the ground running, and I've put my running shoes on today, so we'll better get moving.
You're head chef, aren't you?
Yes, chef.
Do you have someone running the shit when you're not there?
Yes, my mum's running the kitchen whilst I'm down here. So.
Your mum?
Yes.
Are you not worried she might let down your standards?
No, not at all.
Well said, Cameron. Well said. Well said. Well said.
Smoked and chopped mackerel inside like a tube of fried bread. Delicious. What a wonderful idea that is.
Pickled beetroot for acidity, horseradish cream for a little bit of heat and warmth. But I'm not too sure if there's any hidden surprises in this menu. His main course is roasting monkfish tail on the bone. From a flavour point of view, cooking fish on the bone is always a winner. Cameron is pickling his broad beans. Really important when you're pickling any vegetable, you remove all of the shell, all of the skins. That way, that pickle wraps around those beautiful flavoured beans. Charlie's first course is a tuna ceviche. Ceviche is about cutting the tuna all the same. You don't want any part of the tuna thick or thinner than any other.
Charlie's got really big Asian flavours for his tuna. He's got a ponzu dressing. It's like a Japanese citrus dressing.
We've got mango and yuzu. He's putting that into a liquidizer and he's going to be adding some oil into that to make it into an emulsion. These flavours will be very familiar to our critics. He has got to get it absolutely right.
I definitely feel that up until now I haven't been as ambitious as I could be. I don't want to be middle of the class. I want to be bringing some of the best dishes that they've tasted.
Charlie's got a whole roasted grill. Beautiful flat fish.
He's just cut it down the centre and almost cut it in portions while it's still on the bone, roasting that in the oven. Once it's almost cooked, he's just basting it with nut brown butter. He's then peeling back the skin, and then he's putting a little bit of lardo on top of each portion and putting it back in the oven.
He's got a verjus sauce. Through that is mustard and capers. So a little bit of heat and a little bit of sharpness. That's a lovely sounding sauce. You seem to be a little bit under pressure tonight.
Yeah. I just feel like I've got a lot to prove for myself. I don't want to walk out of this kitchen feeling like I could have done more.
Fighting talk?
Yeah.
Fighting talk?
Have you cooked for critics before, Tommy?
I have in places I've worked before, but I've not cooked my own dishes to any critic.
What are your two dishes?
So I'm doing a starter of sea bass, which is going to be cured in a ponzu dressing, watermelon salad with some pickled jalapenos, spiralized radish, and lots of different herbs to finish on top. I do think it's quite a controversial dish in the sense of, you know, you've got a ponzu Japanese ingredient, you've got Thai ingredients in the watermelon salad.
Have you done that on purpose to be different?
Yeah, I have.
No, it's a hybrid dish at this time.
Sure.
Timing has to be absolutely perfect.
Wait. The time frame is definitely something that I'm most worried about. But today, I know exactly what I need to do step by step. So it's very well organised and structured. But in that kitchen, anything could happen.
He's not going to cook his sea bass. He's just going to cure it with ponzu dressing. Some lovely flavours of citrus and sugar. I'm just a little troubled by sea bass and watermelon. It's almost a texture thing as well as a flavour thing.
We've got ginger, we've got chilies, we've got ponzu dressing. But what flavour is going to be at the forefront?
Main course?
Roast lamb cannon. To serve with pea puree, little pea salad with some spring onions and asparagus, some morel mushrooms, and then finish with a nice lamb sauce.
Why not continue the theme of your first course into your main course?
I want to showcase sort of different food I enjoy to eat and what I like to cook.
If Tommy's starter is unusual, then his main is completely classic. Cannon lamb, got to be careful, not a lot of fat running through it as well, so he's got to make sure it stays pink, he gets colour on it, but it doesn't dry out. And he's served with a lovely lamb salt.
We've got pea and wild garlic puree, a little bit of pea salad going on there as well. We've had this combination many times in the MasterChef kitchen, but when it's done well, it's always a knockout dish.
I wonder if he's got a couple of little tricks, something a little bit unusual with this dish that he's not telling us.
Smoking my lamb in spruce and hay, so the spruce gives like a nice floral woodland taste to it.
What are you cooking for us?
So I'm taking everyone to Mexico today. I love spice, and I also really like the combination of kind of meats with salads and fruits, which they do a lot there. But the most important thing for me is that the flavours are punchy and it still takes people there, trying to refine it without losing itself. I've always loved Mexican food, and when I was in Mexico, the food just blew me away. And just really, it's nothing too complicated.
hard-hitting truth is so much easier to deal with when it sounds that good. Revs like, I'm gonna make you dance to your toxic behaviour. XXX. A number ended in 3204 says, I love all the songs that you're playing so much, Maya. And a number ended in 566 says, I cannot wait to hear the Driver Era. Well, let's change up the energy then and have a little moment to de-stress, a bit of a decompression session. This is from the Driver Era and Ross Lynch, who you might know from that Troye Sivan video that is well steamy. It is giving ultimate zen. This is Rumours on Radio 1.
Doesn't matter what you say, I'm gonna do it anyway. And I ain't got a deeper case to you. Tomorrow comes another day. The sun is shining on my face. And all these things are fade away from you. This is true. I see it talking, keep it coming. Know you want it, cause you love it. See, I'll be dancing and you watching. Got you staring and I love it. Now she's in my room. These rumors are caught up in rumors. I bet you wish you knew the truth about the things I do. These rumors, it's all good news. Cause I'm on your tongue, and it's just what I want. I know you think it's complicated. That's just how some people make it. I got better things that I could do for you. I see you talking, keep it coming. Know you want it, cause you love it. I'll be dancing and you're watching. Got you staring and I love it. Now she's in my room. These rumors, you're caught up in rumors. I bet you wish you knew the truth about the things I do. These rumors, it's all good news. Cause I'm on your tongue, and it's just what I want.
Secrets and debts must be paid. The rules are simple. One of us, dear friends, will share a darker fate. Ready for another game? Revenge is coming. But for who?
Radio 1 Breakfast, Halloween morning. Revealed.
Future Pop.
BBC Radio 1.
Heart coming on my throat, hold my hair, it just might choke. My tongue is numb, I thought I was having fun. I just got here, but I'm leaving. Think I'm getting worse at breathing. I look for the bad impressions, dying come 7-11. Up and down the bodies. Am I making me happy? Am I trying so badly? Do you like it when I'm flying? Is it better if I'm crying? Is it part of surviving? Is my brain overfiring? I'll be selling if you're buying. I'll be drinking if you're driving. It hasn't rained 57 days out of space. I'm in the race, yeah, I even from a parking space. Oh, what a shame, didn't even think my heart could break. Are you okay? An uppercase. Am I making me happy? Am I trying so badly? Do you like it when I'm flying? Is it better if I'm crying? Is it better surviving? Is my brain overfiring? I'll be selling if you're buying. I'll be drinking if you're driving. I just got here, but I'm leaving. Think I'm getting worse at breathing. I'll avoid the bad impressions. I hear Coke 7-Eleven. I just got here, but I'm leaving. Think I'm getting worse at breathing. I'll avoid the bad impressions. I hear Coke 7-Eleven.
Oh, I'm just hopelessly in love with Emma. She released a Scatterbird EP last week, and if you like that song as much as me, then the whole thing is just gonna blow your mind. I really do recommend it to a friend. Oh, I love her so much. There goes 7-Eleven on Future Pop. My Beth, with you here till 10, and every time I play this next song, I get messages about how much people just adore it. So I'm gonna play it again for you now, just in case you haven't heard it yet. This is Arthur Hill with Bride and Gloom.
She was stood there 25, looking like the perfect bride, ready to give up on forever. And he was half cut by the door, looking like a son-in-law in the bad books of the mother. And ooh, it's the start of a car crash on a wonderful day. And ooh, the fair, I could tell she wants to run away. So please don't say I do, unless I'm looking at you. I'll give you something blue. There's nothing I can do. I'm raising glass to the past. It's the bride and the gloom. There's nothing I can do. It's just the bride and the gloom. You know the ring doesn't suit. It's just the bride and the gloom. Jesus stares at me, thinking about what could have been. Yes, we both had issues with the Father. I get wrapped up, daydreaming, thinking I was meant to be waiting for you there at the altar. And ooh, it's the start of a car crash on a wonderful day. And ooh, the fair, I can tell she wants to run away. So please don't say I do, unless I'm looking at you. I'll give you something blue. There's nothing I can do. I'm raising glass to the past. It's the bride and the gloom. There's nothing I can do. It's just the bride and the gloom. You know the ring doesn't suit. It's just the bride and the gloom. Do I do it now? Do I get or make a scene? Do I speak now or forever hold my peace? If I said it now, would you run away with me? So please don't say I do. Do I do it now? Do I get or make a scene? Do I speak now or forever hold my peace? If I said it now, would you run away with me? I'm raising glass to the past. It's the bride and the gloom. There's nothing I can do. It's just the bride and the gloom.
is
Radio 1's Future Pop.
He practiced times only yesterday. With the news and top of lover only half his age. He was broken, burning money like he owned the place. Where has he gone? Where has he gone? And there's a hole in every center of his alibi. Riding poses as a victim with a glass of wine. Getting cozy with somebody on the other side. On the other side. Who do you love? He's a ticket to midnight. Who do you trust at the end of the day? Yeah, you can tag your name, who got you ashamed, but who cares really wants you back? You're throwing it all away for a minute to play, and the games you can't win back. Quick goes, you know you're broken heart. You can just stop home, you know you got a choice. Yeah, you can tag your name, who got you ashamed, but Amsterdam won't fit. Someone trying to put a cheap in, and he's guilty, but he's living like he's cavalier. He's got his ears pierced, but pussy likes it. It's too loaded in a bad one line. Who do you love? He's a ticket to midnight. Who do you trust at the end of the day? Yeah, you can have your name, who got you ashamed, but who cares really wants you back? You're throwing it all away for a minute to play, and the games you can't win back. Quick deals, you know you're broken heart. You can just stop home, you know you got a choice. Say you can have your name, who got you ashamed, but Amsterdam won't fix that. You can just go home and know you got a choice. Yeah, you can tag your name through got a shame, but Amsterdam won't fix that.
Future Pop.
BBC Radio 1.
To the X, all the late girls get down with the X's. Fly with my girls to the party. We come to bother nobody. We just can't have a good time. Moving our body. See me get down on the floor. I walked into the show. I just learned to know this. Ask me how I do that. Stepping on the floor when I'm killing them. All the cute boys when I dance with me, I'm getting them. I just put my hands up on my hips and I do a little step on my feet like this. Don't you get it dizzy trying to keep up with me? I've been moving so fast, it's a flash, so go fast, your girlfriend. Yeah, we get it down with it, get down. If you don't know how to do it, I just learn to know this, know this, know this. I just learn to know this, know this, know this. I just learn to know this, know this, know this. I just learn to know this, know this. All the ladies get down with the X. I with my girls to the party. We come to bother nobody. We just gonna have a good time. Open nobody. See me get it down on the floor. I walked into the show. I just learned to know this. Ask me how I do that. First thing you gotta do if you're gonna do is slide to the left and the right now. The hip love, let me baby. Let me find out. You gotta do it, gotta move it to the music that get with it, feel the right sound. You wanna hold that go crazy. Yeah, you got it. I just learned to know this, know this, know this. I just learned to know this, know this, know this. I just learned to know this, know this, know this. I just learned to know this, know this. I think girls down with the X. I with my girls to the party. We come to bother nobody. We just can't have a good time. Moving our body. See me get it down on the floor. I walked into the show. I just learned to know this. Ask me how I do that. We just wanna dance all night. This beat has got me feeling alright. So take the step and turn around. Turn around, touch your head to your toes. As long as you're steady show you how it goes. Pop, pop, lock it, I drop it. I been on the move and I been not stopping. Never miss a beat, we got that hip hop. Ready for this moment, never gonna let it go. Turn up the music now. Get up, this is just fun. So here we go, let them know. I just learned a new dance, new dance, new dance. I just learned a new dance, new dance, new dance. I just learned a new dance, new dance, new dance. I just learned a new dance. All they go get down with the excited. Now when my girls to the party, we come to bother nobody. We just gonna have a good time. Open nobody, body. See me get it down on the floor. I walked into the show. I just learned a new dance. Ask me how I do that.
Future Pop. BBC Radio 1.
It's Mara Beth on Radio 1 with you tonight, and if you're new to Future Pop, then basically what I'm going to do is show you lots of new pop artists, some that you might not even have heard of yet, and hopefully you will fall in love with them just as much as me. And you know what, you've literally picked the perfect time to listen as well, because I've got first players on the way from artists like Evie and Valencia Grace, so when you go to work or school tomorrow, you're going to have loads of top tier pop to proper impress your mates with, and you can be like, OMG, I'm really into Emmeline at the moment. And if they go, oh, who's that? You can be like, oh, what? You've never heard Make Out with a Stranger? Listen to this.
Pretty boy, we've been here a while. Undefined love, good sex, no title. All of it makes me spiral. Adrenaline rush when we collide. Sit on your face to keep you silent. Hot enough, but I just decided I'm too tired, you're uninvited. Guess this means it's over, babe. It's tragic 'cause I had to say I'm sorry 'cause I'm not. I wanna make out with a stranger to get you out of my head. I'll be a player, baby, I'll learn from the best. Take her, kiss him, never miss them. Tell you just a stranger to me. I wanna make out with a stranger, somebody I can forget. Under the blanket, doing what you do with your ex. Touching, screaming, fighting, leaving. Tell you just a stranger to me. My heart broke, turned to a heartbreaker. The best decision that I ever made was see you later. 'Cause now I'm on my own, everybody wanna taste it. And you'll be someone I forgot. I guess this means it's over, babe. It's tragic 'cause I had to say I'm sorry 'cause I'm not. I wanna make out with a stranger to get you out of my head. I'll be a player, baby, I'll learn from the best. Take her, kiss him, never miss them. Tell you just a stranger to me. I wanna make out with a stranger, somebody I can forget. Under the blanket, doing what you do with your ex. Touching, screaming, fighting, leaving. And tell you just a stranger to me. Just a stranger to me. I'm so over it. I'm gonna go kiss some harder. Just the club, but it's not gonna be you. 'Cause you suck.
Future Pop. BBC Radio 1.
I always had a daydream in my head. You come back with your tail between your legs, begging me to get back into bed. But now I'm looking at you, looking at him. He can flick a light switch in your heart. We were just a deep dive in the dark. I don't know why it still tears me apart. Oh, looking at you, looking at him. And I know I said it's chopped now, and I'm over it for good. But the truth is I still feel now a little more than I should. Every time I look at you, look at him, I can feel my heartbeat crumbling. I'm slowly going on under my skin. Oh, looking at you, looking at him. I can fake a smile, I can pretend. Pretty little lies like I'm your friend. But honestly, I die and die again. Oh, looking at you, looking at him. And I know I said it's chill now, and I'm over it for good. But the truth is I still feel now a little more than I should. Every time I look at you, look at him, I can feel my heartbeat crumbling. I'm slowly going on under my skin. Oh, looking at you, looking at him. My happy ever after stepping out. I'm dying, but I can't turn back around. And I can see you all so happy now. Oh, looking at you, looking at him. Wish I could say that I was pleased for you. You both look so in love. Wish I could say that I wasn't for you. You both look so in love. Wish I could say that I was pleased for you. You both look so in love. Wish I could say that I was just for you. Wasn't for you, not into you. Every time I look at you, look at him, I can feel my heartbeat crumbling. I'm slowly going on under my skin. Oh, looking at you, looking at him. My happy ever after stepping out. I'm dying, but I can't turn back around. And I can see you all so happy now. Oh, looking at you, looking at him. 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 Looking at you, looking at him.
I'm not crying, you're crying. How can they take a song that I usually bop about to and just make it like earth-shatteringly moving? Only the poets have simply done it again. Looking at you, sad piano version on Future Pop. Abby says, I am so excited for Cat Penkin. That is just a couple of songs away, Abby, so not long to wait. But in the meantime, tell me what you think of this. This next song is just effortlessly cool. It comes from Siobhan Winifred, who you might remember from her track This House, which I played my first ever time presenting Future Pop, and I've just been a huge fan of her ever since. I have been singing the chorus for her new track all day, but you know what? Siobhan sounds so much better than me, so I'll let her sing it instead. This is Killers.
I've never met someone like you. You suck the life out of every room you're in, and I wanna leave, but I don't have the guts to, so I'll just make excuses for you. I wanna tear myself apart. Your bite hurts just as badly as your bark, and I wanna leave, but I don't have the guts to, so I'll just make excuses for you. I'll just make excuses like, baby, you like those kids, but don't know why they did it. Just had the urge had to indulge it. Baby, I can forgive you, but I don't know what it says about me. Don't know what it says if I do. I am giving up, I'm giving up. My spine is your apologies, and know they're wearing thin. You don't wanna leave, 'cause I've had every chance to, but I still make excuses for you. I still make excuses like, baby, you're like those kids, don't know why they did it. Just had the urge. did I forget you never wrong? So I'll just bite my tongue and tell myself that none of it's your fault. And that maybe you like this kiss. Don't know what they did. Just like the urge to indulge. Maybe I could forgive you. And I don't know what it says, but we don't know what it says. If
Teacher Pop. BBC Radio 1.
I scrunch my nose and my eyes go wide. Notice the people around me and I start to hide. Hunched over bed with the neck in the neck. This so delicate to be love for the hell of it. I'm so close I can feel the glow heating up my heart and my soul. Maybe that's why I love the cold. Is it all physical? With your electric lightning, am I delusional to call you myself and I? Is it all physical? With your electric lightning, am I delusional to call you myself and I? Holding a drink on my fingers alone, a comfort feeling of not knowing where I'll end up. My cheeks go red from the first sip I take. Nothing ever feels, no, nothing ever feels like a mistake. I'm so close I can feel the glow heating up my heart and my soul. Maybe that's why I love the cold. Is it all physical? With your electric lightning, am I delusional to call you myself and I? Is it all physical? With your electric lightning, am I delusional to call you myself and I? Oh, what you Is it all physical? With your electric lightning, am I delusional to call you myself and I? Is it all physical? With your electric lightning, am I delusional to call you myself and I?
There is something just so pure about Mercy Mercy's voice. Silver Lining sounding beautiful on Teacher Pop. You're listening to Radio 1, I'm Maya Beth, and you know what? I always keep me pinky promises. I said at the start of the show that I'd play you songs you can't listen to anywhere else. So here's another. It comes from Dorset's very own Valencia Grace. She has been subtly teasing this to us on TikTok for ages, and is finally releasing this song tomorrow. But because she loves us, we are getting to listen to it early before anybody else. I feel very special and important. This is Roses.
How could I stop forgiving you? All you've done is hurt and bother me. You never take responsibility. When will you stop and listen? I love you, but it's getting hard. Can't turn away, you mean too much. And I still want to fall in your arms. Hold me, help me breathe.
care of me, and you are my dream come true. My pain caused from your love, but is that enough for you? How could I stop loving you? All the roses that you give, all the dancing that we do. Oh, when will I notice how long this is? I love you, but it's getting hard. Can't run away, I mean too much. And I still want to fall in your arms. Hold me, help me breathe. Please take care of me. And you are my dream come true. My pain comes from your love, but is that enough? I know that you don't want to let me down. You're always trying to lift me off the ground. Can you take a step back and hear me out? I'm feeling happier now. Are you ever gonna understand? Just be there to hold my hand. And I still want to fall in your arms. Hold me, help me breathe. Please take care of me. How my dream come true? My pain comes from your love, but is that enough for you?
Future Pop, BBC Radio 1.
There's no way, you're at it again. Pull the wool and then say when play your fold. You just bluffed with gold, and it's hard to say where we stand. I'm caught up and you guys stand. It looks like you're taking it so hard while I'm trying just to stay afloat. I fall asleep to text you all. I'm reading up, hoping I can read your minds. So I've been working out games, buying loose ends, finding a Wi-Fi, hoping it says you've been buying electrics, calling us friends to act like a nice guy. Don't make a mess, you change up. You're sorry for you said we were nothing anyway. You're sorry for is it cause you can't stop today? You're sorry for I guess I gotta learn. Wait, no way. You hit me for sex. Crashed and I felt like a ton of bricks. It gets old trying to break this mold than this. Such a shame that you let me slide. Waste my breath asking you why I should know by now. There's only one of us that's gonna let the other one down. So I've been trying to distract myself with the same with someone else. I'm learning now, even my takes time. So I've been working out, buying loose ends, finding a Wi-Fi, hoping it says you've been buying drinks, holding us friends to act like a nice guy. Don't make a mess, you take up. You're sorry for you said we were nothing anyway. You're sorry for is it cause you can't stop today? You're sorry for I guess I gotta learn.
enough to see Kat Benkin earlier this year, and I am so glad that she's finally released that. She got everyone dancing then, she got me dancing now. What You Sorry For on Future Pop. Let's get into some Benedict Cork now. When this next song kicks in, it is like a proper stand up from the chair moment. You can imagine it filling a whole stadium full of twinkly little phone lights. This is Soulmates.
I sometimes wonder will this go by? How many soulmates have I left behind? I sometimes question to all of the bodies of touch was I ever reckless, hearts running out of time. But boy, you were different. Yeah, you never mind. Do you know you could have been one of the soulmates before you go? Just promise me you'll always be there for us this way. Oh, this will life be just so lonely. Do you know you could have been one of the soulmates? I sometimes wonder why if we collide, so remember you keep the peace of mind. Do you know you could have been one of the soulmates before you go? Just promise me you'll always be there for us this way. Oh, this will life be just so lonely now. Do you know you could have been one of the soulmates? Oh, you could have been one of the soulmates before you go. Just promise me you'll always be there for us this way. Oh, this will life be just so lonely now. Do you know you could have been one of the soulmates? Oh, boy, you were different. Yeah, you never mind. Yeah. Oh, I could love you if you let me say, love you for the life. You know, you could have been one of the soulmates before you go. Just promise me you'll always be there for us this way. Oh, this will love be just so lonely. You know, you could have been one of the soulmates. Oh.
It's Jordan and Molly in for Greg this week.
Tomorrow is the final of the quiz with Lost Food Orders, or however you say it.
Yes, we've got Caleb Spade taking on his mate Ryan.
Listen from 7:15.
Future Pop.
BBC Radio 1.
Why spending all day and night vicariously live through outside? And now the girls feel like they can't be loved cause their faces aren't tuned enough, and it's causing all our breaks throughout. Online is all we've got. Wake up, shit away from daylight, cause now your smoothie
I'm a fan, Jackson, this is a fan, and now I bet you are a fan too. Abby Ozod, absolutely shining on days like these. You're listening to Future Pop on Radio 1. I'm my Beth here until 10, playing you future hit like stadium headliners while you still can go see them for proper cheap. Like Debbie, who is heading on her first ever headline tour next month. If you're listening in Glasgow, Manchester, or London, then you can head down, and if you're a little bit further away, then you've got weeks to plan your trip and to learn all the words to this as well. The latest from Debbie, It's Undifferent.
My head don't slow down to my back, it always stands on end. My mini skirt don't fit over my big fat barriers. And I like eating, so my six pack hasn't come through yet. Sometimes the mirror scares me. I always stare at magazines and wonder what it's like to be desired by the world. I guess it must be nice. I'll admit these silly things get to me every night, but I don't want to say it. You see, me and my body, we've been through quite a crisis. I've been down so low, just trying to find out where the high is. I don't have the answers, but there's one thing I can promise. I wouldn't want to change, no way, cause I'm different, own it with confidence. I'm different, cause that's how I got here. I'm different, ain't no girl in this world like me. I'm different, hopefully one day I'll see. Change up my opinion every single second. Think it's just a symptom of a war that's never rested. Maybe if I'm still, I finally learn a simple lesson. Without my flaws, I'm still beautiful. No. You see, me and my body, we've been through quite a crisis. I've been down so low, just trying to find out where the high is. I don't have the answers, but there's one thing I can promise. I wouldn't want to change, no way, cause I'm different, own it with confidence. I'm different, cause that's how I got here. I'm different, ain't no girl in this world like me. I'm different, hopefully one day I'll see. Look straight into the mirror, tell her I'm loving that fever. Tell her you're something special, that you want in a million. Say it a little bit louder, drown out all the doubters. No one will ever love you more than I do. No one will ever love you more than I do. Yeah. I'm different, own it with confidence. I'm different, cause that's how I got here. I'm different, ain't no girl in this world like me. I'm different, hopefully one day I'll see.
Future Pop. BBC Radio 1. I don't remember the time when we were better than alright. Under the weather for years at a time, getting by to get by, yeah. I couldn't see, we were blind, we were walking different roads, yeah, going nowhere. We feel the same, what a shame, we really went for something, but got nothing. You started with my heart in your hands, oh I can't believe the memories we try to forget. Just letting go of all the things that made us connect. Feels like forever. I'm stuck and I will never see both sides. I wish I could tell you where it all went wrong down the line. Should have seen through, I'm fine, but I couldn't hear so many times. I was deaf to all your problems. Now I wish I could solve them. You started with my heart in your hands. Oh, I can't believe the memories we're trying to forget. Just let it go of all the things that made us connect. We got it all the strings that tied us from within. We learned from the places and the people we met. Cause we know we'll find each other and we'll do this again. It's like we're in a race, but there ain't never an end. A love without a wing is falling out the finish line. Finish line. Standing with my heart in your hands. Oh, I can't believe the memories we're trying to forget. Just letting go of all the things that made us connect. We got it all the strings that tied us from within. We learned it from the places and the people we met. Cause we know we'll find each other and we'll do this again. It's like we're in a race, but there ain't ever an end. A love without a wing is falling out the finish line. The finish line. We found it at the finish line.
Billy Locket's vocals are something else. That was Finish Line on Future Pop. Mish and Helen are sitting in a caravan in Breen, loving the tunes. They say the caravan is small, but they're enjoying a little smooch. Oh, as you should, man. Alright, I'm going to get some Love on for you. This is a breakup, but don't let that bring the moment. It is told in the most beautiful way. And Love, she has the most velvet, dulcet tones. And I think this song is kind of like a reminder of the power that good music can have. So lush from Love. This is Lovesick.
Floorboards creaking in my home, deathly silence when alone. Oh, I wish that you were here right now. So unlike me, somehow I fell in love in just 3 nights. Those November days still haunting me. When the gold rays fell on your skin and my hair got caught in the wind, the choir sang on melancholy hymn. In the morning, you will be gone, I'll be mourning, trying to hold on to the memory of your lips. God, I'm so sick. What have you done to me? Let me in your atmosphere, inching closer, but I fear that I'll love so much you'll slip away. Getting twisted in my head, dreams are nightmares in my bed. Since the last night that I spent with you, when the cold rays fell on your skin and my hair got caught in the wind, the choir sang a melancholy hymn. In
Future Pop.
BBC Radio 1.
My innocence, oh my sleeping, my warm essence, hold down your night. You are here by yourself. My verses feel as good as this. Close to watch strange sin. Sorry, say I'm your same. Darling, you torture me, give me a taste. You are here by my summers. My bruises feel as good as this. Close to what stranger said. I'm finding heaven in your skin. You're everything that I adore. Y tu cuerpo es divino. Quédate mi cariño. You are by your summers. Bruises feel as good as this. Close to what stranger said.
Giving vampire realness on bite marks. There goes Ari Abdul on Future Pop. Okay, another first player for you now. I was stalking Evie's Insta earlier, as you do, and it is so wholesome seeing all her friends, family, and fans getting really excited about her new track being played tonight. So I will not waste a second longer. I cannot get enough of this. Just type it out at midnight tonight, but here's a sneak peek before then.
This ain't a playground. Why you trying to play around with all of my emotions? Told you in my head's at, made me second guess, start stirring up commotion. Do you hope that I'm sitting at home, spending hours on my phone, going through all your photos? Cause I am, that's not the point though. Why you got me feeling so desperate to be chosen? Cause I'm not the jealous type, and you make me feel like I wanna get with all your friends just to get your attention. I wanna disappear for days just to taste your affection. I hate the way that you make me behave, so childish and I'm so ashamed. But I'll do it 'cause you do the same. Who am I kidding, pretending that I'm different, like I got all the power? In reality, I know that I'd break a couple bones just so you could buy me flowers. 'Cause I'm not the jealous type, and you make me feel like I wanna get with all your friends just to get your attention. I wanna disappear for days just to test your affection. I hate the way that you make me behave, so childish and I'm so
Much of our planet still remains unexplored. In this new series of Planet Earth, we travel to the most astonishing wild places and reveal breathtaking animal dramas. Here, life is forced to do things differently.
Enter the new wild. Planet Earth 3. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This is
Radio 1's Future Pop.
Rock the whiskey's gonna ease my mind. Beach town dress on the drying line. Do I remind you of your daddy in his 84? Labrador hanging out the passenger door. The sand from your hair is growing in my eyes. Blame it on the beach, grown men don't cry. Do you remember that beat down basement couch? I sing you my love songs and you tell me about how your mama ran off in Ponderain. I remember everything. A cold shoulder, closing time, you begging me to stay till the sun rose. Strange words come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mind's broke. Pictures and past the time, you only smile like that when you're drinking. I wish I didn't, but I do. Remember every moment on the nights with
You're drinking everything to ease your mind. But when the hell are you gonna ease mine? You're like concrete feet in the summer heat. The birds like hell when two souls meet. You know you'll never be the man that you always swore. But I remember you singing in '84. A cold shoulder, closing time. You were begging me to stay till the sun rose. Strange words come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mind's broke. Pictures and passing time, you only smile like that when you're drinking. I wish I didn't, but I do. Remember every moment on the nights with you.
cold shoulder, closing time, you begging me to stay till the sun rose. Strange words come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mind's broke. Pictures and passing time, you only smile like that when you're drinking. I wish I didn't, but I do. Remember every moment on the nights with you. Rock the whiskey's gonna ease my mind. Face down, dress on the drying line. Do I remind you of your daddy in my '88 Ford? Labrador hanging out the passenger door.
Future Pop.
BBC Radio 1.
Can I get a yeehaw? Oh, some gorgeous country pop from Zach Bryan and Casey Musgraves there. That was I Remember Everything on Future Pop. Now, on last week's show, Katie Gregson McLeod was here chatting all about her new EP, Big Red, and I just had to get her latest single on again. This is September by Katie Gregson McLeod.
I was in a daydream thinking of you, baby, replaced by Minecraft. Took a little time, a quarter of a white night.
Diamond big red and top 3. We were loving like stupid kids. You were everything I had until I had everything. You were everything I wanted, but now I want him. Without September, stay just where it is. Gotta stop living for forever. Gotta put it into this. That's September. I never know love again. But we could never be together. And you can never love like this. We felt so soft. I started off, but the view from your window changed. By the riverside and dry your eyes, you told me I'm the one to blame. I know now that you were right when you let me know that I had changed. I know now that it was wrong in the first place. But that's September, we'll stay just where it is. Gotta stop living for forever. Gotta put it into this. That's September. I never know love like it. But we could never be together. And you could never love like this. I know good comes alive. You find good in everyone. And also it's so standing apart. I don't think that I believe in anyone. But last September, stay just where it is. Gotta stop living for forever. Gotta put it into this. Last September, I never knew love like it. But we could never be together. And you could never love like this.
This is Radio 1's Future Pop.
Could you roll? I blocked your number and then could you roll? I stole your thunder, you've had too much attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete. Just a minute. Deep in a conversation, deep in my tongue and bite. Deep in a combination, deep in a bottle of wine. I lost my mind. Finally, it's composure, something about the nights. Every head she left me, gaslit, so pessimistic, but worried to the power, let's say. I lost my mind. You're so bad for me. Still, I censor every feeling of profanity. Your fragility could never take the fall. This was inevitable. Cut you. I blocked your number and I cut you. I saw your thunder, you went too much attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete. I cut you. I blocked your number and I cut you. I saw your thunder, let it rain on my life like a ready. Don't call me or text me. I warned you, don't test me. I keep it turning so from something you can't deny. My vision's vivid and livid. I see it plain on a hooky line. I lost my mind. I don't want to put on me, don't trigger your anger and you live mine. You remember to a professional what happened to tell your lies. Let me leave before I know that is right for me. Still I like that it's like was of a bad, you see. Your fragility could never take a fall. You're so immature. I blocked your number and I cut smoke through it at the wall. Cause you called one too many times. What you do that for? Now I'm lying on the floor, racking up a debt. Now I'm anxious and I'm phoneless. What a mess. Never used to believe in that. Till you stole all my money, in fact. Wasted energy backing you. Now it's something I have to do. I got you number and I got you. That's why I'm under the rain. No lies and crazy.
Chinchilla, we've cut you off on Radio 1.
This is Radio 1's Future Pop.
I feel bad for myself again. I keep sleeping until dark out. I got issues in my head. Wrong cups of coffee, nearly 4 a.m. Staring at my body. I can't help it, ain't no one on me. Eating, starting to feel like a chore. Hair is falling all over the bathroom floor. 19 so overrated. Maybe I'm just so impatient. Everyone in this club is depressed. We're only drinking to fit in. Can't count the bottles on my desk. How do I stop? I'm spinning out of control. I'm out of my comfort zone. Think I'm social. Maybe I get bored way too early. Right on my phone, yeah, be alone. I don't wanna wish I could go back to the start of September. I know I get too excited for change. Don't know what to do, I'm so stuck. Push through this push, I'm out of energy for you and me. Everyone in this club is depressed. We're only drinking to fit in. Can't count the bottles on my desk. How do I stop? I'm spinning out of control. I'm out of my comfort zone. Think I'm social. Maybe I get bored way too early. Right on my phone, yeah, be alone. I don't wanna know what's wrong. Where is it you are? Where did I see you calling? I don't
Sophia Varaz with Social Battery on Radio 1. This has been Future Pop. I have been Maya Beth. Thank you so much for listening. Jack is on the way in just a moment. But to sing you out, it's Cut Me Down by Blue Tiger and Mora.
It's sad, but it's funny. You keep on trying.
Wait up. So strong I can't even see you. If you thought I would defeat you, still you think that I need you. Still you think that I need you. Let's get it out in the open. You're holding on to emotions. I'm not the one who's broken. You're not the one who. I saw the sun in your dark eyes. Thought we were one of a new kind, but you project your own life online and act like it's alright. Let's get it out in the open. You're holding on to emotions. I'm not the one who's broken. You're not the one. Yeah, I wonder who you think you are. Call me on a superstar. Yeah, I know I'm shining bright. Didn't know you like to talk. But when you on this universe, you're freaking out when I'm out of breath. All the best one in the world. Tear it up and start again. I don't know what I've got to do to receive some love from you. I got it so sabotaged. Kind of love is just a mirage. Try to make me smile cause that's how you feel. Cut me down when I'm wearing heels. I'm laughing at it with all my friends. How much I'm tired. Baby, cut me down. I know you get on. And you got me out of work right now. It's sad but it's funny. You keep on trying. You keep on trying. Every time you call me down, I just got it off. You let you got me out of work. I've got all the money.
Radio 1 Dance.
Still thrive.
This is where it starts with new electronic music. This is BBC introducing on Radio 1 Sound with Jaguar.
Oh yeah, Jaguar. Yes, hello. It's Jaguar here. And if you're a new music fiend and you want to hear the best of emerging underground dance music, then look no further. This is the show for you. We're going to kick off with Elka, a former Introducing Dance Artist of the Year. From her new EP on Ninja Tune, I actually played with her at Phonica Records in London recently, and this sounded so good live. Flexing her vocals on this one, it's Elka with Babe on Radio 1.
BBC introducing on Radio 1 Dance.
breaking every promise. I told myself I'm forced to be sunny. When you reach out for me, and you pull me closer, I lose all composure. When you reach out for me. When you reach out for me, every time I lose my mind, it's myself I sacrifice. When you reach out for me, every time I lose my mind, it's myself I sacrifice. When you reach out for me. Why am I addicted by your touch? When you reach out for me, every time I lose my mind, it's myself I sacrifice. When you reach out for me, every time I lose my mind, it's myself I sacrifice. When you reach out for me.
So good. It's introducing dance. Ghost and Lauren Lamont. Reach out. Two powerhouses teaming up on that one from across the line, introducing and Beds, Hearts and Bucks. You'll know Ghost for his Spice Girls tune, Spicy, and Lauren for her vocals and her production actually as 1111. Both artists started their journeys on this show with BBC Introducing, and it's great to see them being supported now across Radio 1 Dance. I know Sarah, Danny and Ariel are big fans. And you know what, guys? I was actually in Brazil last week. I played at Tomorrowland Festival near Sao Paulo. I couldn't believe I was there. And I actually played that tune. And safe to say, the Brazilians are fans. This is Jaguar, this is Introducing Dance. If you make music and you're listening to this thinking, how can I get my music on Radio 1? bbc.co.uk/introducing. That is how we pick all the tracks for this radio show. And you're going to hear some great ones tonight. Music from Nina, Mandy Dextrous, 1-800 Girls. Going to be jumping in the mix. And we've got a dance floor moment from an artist called Florice. But let's get into last week's dance floor moment now. Big fan of this record. It's fun, it's trancey, and it's a collaboration from two Scottish artists, Ronnie Pasiti and Christian Rogers. This is Complicated on Radio 1.
Radio 1 Dance. BBC introducing on Radio 1 Dance. This is BBC introducing
On Radio 1 Dance.
with Joshua.
this. I was like, what is going on? And let me tell you, it's Meg Ward, a real glitchy pelter from hers called Troubles. Meg, a previous introducing dance graduate, which is something we do from time to time, shining a spotlight on an artist that we've been supporting, who's on to the next level. And recently, Kimmy is our latest graduate. You can check out that graduation on last week's show, BBC Sounds. Jackie O is introducing dance. Let's get into this. 1-800 Girls, Looking Back.
Your arm around my shoulder. It's only for the night. I called you polite, and now I just want you one more night. Your arm around my shoulders. It's only for the night. I called you polite, and now I just want you one more time. Your arm around my shoulders. It's only for the night. I called you polite, and now I just want you one more night. One more night.
BBC introducing on Radio 1 Dance. Dance.
Nothing ever changes. And I'm listening to old tunes from when I was younger. Never thought I'd have to suffer hiding under fake covers. And he said, I wanna hug myself, I wanna do it with me. So you can feel my own feeling. I'm so tired today, make it go away. Try to simmer down, cause it's just summer in the rain. Yeah.
The latest from Nina with Two Eyes, Summer in the Rain. This one, it's about making peace with the fact that some bad situations and bad feelings don't just go away overnight. It features a voice note from Nina's voice from going back to when they're in a dark place in their life. But now, they've been DJing, they've been releasing incredible music. You can check Nina out on Instagram. Nina is brand new. Really excited to see her behind the decks more, flexing those muscles, not just a producer. Really excited to see. Alright, it's Jaguar introducing dance. We've got the dance floor moment on the way, but let's get into this from Bev's Hearts and Bucks, from Ryusi, second track on her Kishi They EP, which I'm a big fan of. It's called Nostalgia.
That will do nicely. Yeah. I went outside and I had to cool down because I was so hot and I was tired and I was like, oh my God. So it was terrible. I actually fell asleep when EastEnders was on. It pissed me off. I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh no. That's crazy. Holly Jane, she looked for a picture. She's in Australia. She's nowhere near me. Nowhere near me. Nowhere near me. Oh, wow. What am I going to do then? I don't know. Coffee. Oh, yeah.
it. Scarlett O'Malley, the track is called Hey Party People. Taken from the upcoming Asylum of Love EP. It's out on vinyl only. So good. Big fan of Scarlett on this show. Alright, it's Jaguar. Time for one of these.
Dance floor moment.
Do it every week on the show. Something. Spotlighting a gorgeous tune that sounds great in the clubs, even better on the radio, something that you're going to be hooked on. Someone I'm really excited about. His name is Florice. And this tune is proper soulful, so good with his bass lines. If you like Mel Brown, if you like Channel Trez, if you like Carrie Chandler, then listen up, you're going to like Florice. The track's called Love Go Higher. Here he is to tell us more about the tune.
The dance floor moment with Jaguar.
Hey Jaguar, thanks for picking my track as the dance floor moment. So the track's about like hypothetical loss with one flame, realizing that's worth the act, hence the line, pretty funny. It was inspired by Kindness, Christine Queens, and even with Kirk Franklin track, Melodies from Heaven. So here it is, Love Go Higher by me.
News is on. Hang on.
The landlady, jailed for holding a vulnerable woman as an unpaid slave for 7 years, has now been ordered to pay her victim almost £200,000. It's to cover unpaid wages and stolen welfare benefits. Fazana Khalsa took control of her victim's finances, cut her off from her family, and forced her to cook, clean, and care for her children. As Sean Killick reports.
I've come that close to killing myself because I just can't take anymore. It's the hurt that woman's put me through, ruining my life for God knows how long, not being able to do anything.
For 7 years, this vulnerable woman was kept as a servant against her will. Fazana Khalsa forced the 62-year-old to look after her children, cook, clean, and carry out various other chores at her properties across Sussex and London. Police say that in total, the woman was physically and psychologically abused for 16 years. Khalsa denied her access to her bank accounts and locked away her passport and other documents, didn't pay her or allow her to visit doctors on her own, and she was separated from her own family.
When I lost my mother, I found out 2 weeks later that she'd gone through a friend of my brother's, and I never even got the chance to say goodbye to her.
Slowly, more and more abuse and exploitation was layered on top of this. One form of this exploitation would be siphoning the benefits that are due to a victim, taking them away and using them for themselves, and in even using their identity to create accounts and to get benefits.
The woman was freed after a nanny raised the alarm, but soon after that, she disappeared, eventually writing the police this letter saying all the allegations had been fabricated and Khalsa was nothing but an innocent family friend who'd been helping her. But Khalsa had forced the woman to write the letter to cover up the crime. The woman was traced to an address in London and brought back to a safe house in Sussex.
The presiding judge summed it up quite well. These aren't chains, they're invisible bonds formed over years of exploitation. And that really is the nature of this crime, where more and more control is placed over the victim by the suspect, to a point where the victim feels that they can't move away.
I've got to start having a life. I can't be cooped up indoors all the time, not being able to go out, not being able to go to a shop and buy myself something without being told off.
Sean Killick, BBC South Today, Worthing.
The leader of the Isle of Wight Council has called for an urgent review after admitting that the response to some of the flooding on the island has been inadequate. It comes as a growing number of questions are being asked about what measures were taken to protect homes and businesses and whether flood defences such as Simeon Street Recreation Ground and Ride were used effectively.
They haven't put the flood defences on. That Simeon Rec is supposed to have flood defences. There. We came down to see that it was coming in. We tried to stop it, and then I just thought, well, I need to document it because it's coming in now. And you could see that the flood defences weren't in. None of the defences were in.
We would have expected them to be out and closed so that the water was retained. It's my understanding that they weren't. And I've called for a review today urgently to see how and why the response wasn't met as we would have expected.
We did operate the scheme, the pumps were working, we did put slats in, and we will review the effectiveness of that scheme as part of the wider review of this flood incident.
Why are you not able to tell me why the slats weren't put in, Michael?
We did operate the scheme and the pumps were working, and we will have to review how effective that scheme was.
A man has received life-threatening injuries after being stabbed in Southampton this evening. Police were called to reports of an assault in Laburnum Road at around 6 o'clock. Additional stop and search powers have been put in place overnight in the Daisy Dip area. A food sharing project in Berkshire, which started out as a small grub club during the pandemic, has grown into a huge food charity with more than a dozen spin-off community pantries. Share Wokingham now supports up to 2,000 people each week, distributing 10 tonnes of groceries. Food, which would otherwise go to waste, is donated by catering companies, local supermarkets, bakeries and garden centres. If it does go out of date and isn't used, it's given away to feed local farm animals.
During COVID, we expected that time would pass and that the need would decrease. Sadly, we've probably found the opposite of that, and now we have grown from just being at Norreys and the one site you had here to 15 sites across Wokingham and Berkshire.
Great scheme. Now on to sport, and in football, Brighton were in Europa League action tonight, and a terrific night for the Seagulls fans as Brighton won 2-0 at home to Ajax. A great result there. Okay, time to have a look at the weather with the forecast for us. It's David Brain.
Thanks very much. Good evening. The weather's fairly uncomplicated at the moment. Tonight and tomorrow, there's a chance or the risk of showers, but also some sunshine, especially tomorrow morning. But there's always going to be the risk of a shower right through, and also increasingly windy conditions, particularly towards the end of the day. This is the reason an area of low pressure. The focus of the showers certainly tomorrow will be along the south coast around the Isle of Wight. Inland, I think few, if any, showers overnight tonight. And it'll turn a bit misty in places here too, with 6 or 7 the minimum temperature. Tomorrow's forecast then has most of the showers in the morning in the south, but I think a possible shower anywhere for our region by the end of the afternoon. Brisk southwest winds developing, particularly through the English Channel, and 14 or 15 degrees will be our maximum temperature. More widespread, more persistent rain on Saturday. There is a Met Office warning about that. And then turning showery as we go into Sunday, and staying with the winds from the southwest, so staying relatively mild. Bye for now.
That's it from me for now. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye.
The BBC and the Open University. I want to open your eyes. A unique partnership with limitless opportunities.
Know you how different my world was. This is Wild Isles. To have the king commission a portrait of me.
This is actually realising you still completely disagree. You're not going to kill each other.
In the system, get 5 results, you get 2 results.
It's amazing when you've got fire in your belly what you can do. The BBC and the Open University, bringing learning to life.
I'm not that. What you see is what you get.
We'll be in touch.
He's our man. He was one of the biggest manipulators of people to rise to the status that he did.
The investigation found no evidence to justify the allegations.
And you consider that to be the end of the matter?
He groomed the whole nation.
There are rumours, but there's another side to you.
What rumours might those be?
He gets away with it because no one else sees it. It's a violation. As old as I am now, I would have danced on his grave.
The Reckoning. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Every journey below the surface can reveal something extraordinary. Life has evolved in the most surprising ways. Planet Earth 3
Continues Sunday at 6:20 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hello from the newscast studio.
So, what stories are we going to talk about today?
That is a chunky one. We need a guest who can really dig into this.
Hello, I'll go see who's covering it for us in the newsroom.
I've got an interview with Whoa, save it for the podcast. Join us for daily news chats with our friends in the know.
To get you ready for today's conversations. Newscast. Listen every day on BBC Sounds.
And tonight they're chatting AI with Professor Hannah Fry. That's in an hour. First on BBC One to West Yorkshire, where we join Fiona Bruce.
It's nearly 3 weeks since the horrific Hamas attacks on Israeli civilians. And as Israel prepares for a ground war in Gaza, there are increasing calls for a ceasefire or a humanitarian pause. There's division in Parliament. What will our audience here have to say about it? Tonight we are in Bradford in West Yorkshire. The city's 3 central constituencies are all Labour, while those 2 on the outskirts are Conservative held. But our audience here, as always, is reflective of the overall electoral picture of the country. And they also want to talk about domestic issues too. Should we be bringing bankers' bonuses back? And is it time for a general election? Welcome to Question Time. Lee Rowley, who's a minister in the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities. In winning the North East Derbyshire seat in 2017, he became the first Conservative MP there in nearly a century. He's previously been deputy chairman of the party. From Labour, Jonathan Reynolds is a shadow secretary for business and trade, elected to the Commons in 2010. He also chairs the parliamentary group Christians on the Left. Alan Smith is one of 43 Scottish National Party MPs at Westminster. Having spent much of this century as an MEP, he was elected to the Commons in 2019. He speaks for his party on European affairs. Baroness Saeed Abbasi is the first Muslim woman to ever serve in cabinet and was also co-chair of the Conservative Party. After 4 years as a minister, she resigned from David Cameron's government over his support for Israel during a previous Israeli-Gaza conflict in 2014. And the award-winning journalist Gabriel Pogrund is Whitehall editor at the Sunday Times. In 2020, he co-wrote a book called Left Out, the inside story of Labour under Corbyn. Welcome to our panelists, welcome to our audience here in Bradford. Great to see you. Welcome to you at home, of course. You can listen to the programme on BBC Sounds after the programme, and also there's always a lively discussion on social media as well. And I want to say tonight, and I've said it before, I'm going to say it again tonight, passions are running high, and I want to make sure that we have a respectful conversation where everyone's views are heard and we're not shouting over each other. So let's go for that this evening. And let's take our first question from Brendan Fletcher.
Is it possible for Israel to defend itself and root out Hamas while avoiding regional conflict and humanitarian catastrophe?
Is it possible? Lee?
The situation in the Middle East is extremely challenging, but it starts from a place on October the 7th where 1,400 people were brutally executed by a terrorist organisation. And we have to start there, and I'm afraid for me, we have to stop there. There's no nuance to that, there's no context, there's no explanation. There is the reality that 1,400 people are no longer with us in this world due to terrorism. And what we've all got to try and do is we've got to try and get through this very difficult period where Israel does absolutely have the right to defend itself.
But Brendan's question in terms of avoiding regional conflict and humanitarian catastrophe, how can that circle be squared, if at all?
Well, Israel has to have the ability to be able to defend itself and to prevent this happening again. And the UK said that we're very clear that we will stand in support of Israel doing that. And what we also have to do at the same time is ensure that the humanitarian challenges which we're all seeing and we all dislike very much, and we all want to start. That's one of the reasons why the Rafah crossing is starting to be opened, why dozens and dozens of goods have been able to get through there, and why the Prime Minister has talked about humanitarian pauses. But you have to go back.
And what does that mean? Can I just ask you, what does he mean by humanitarian?
To try and ensure that there is enough support within Gaza and wherever else it is needed to support civilians. Because
and for how long are you?
That ultimately will be down to people being willing to do that on the ground and whatever is necessary on the ground. And I hope that is possible. But ultimately, we have to accept that this is a state of war, and it was caused by what happened on October the 7th.
Saida.
I would urge everybody to go out and inform themselves about the Israel-Palestine conflict. It didn't start on the 7th of October. My heart goes out to those families who lost their loved ones and those that continue to wait for their loved ones to be returned because they're being held as hostages. But the only way that we ensure Israel's long-term security is by ensuring that Israel ends the occupation. And the way we end the occupation is by ensuring that we have a political deal on the table and that we end up taking both Israel and Palestine to where it was always intended, a two-state solution.
To answer Brandon's question, I think the answer has to be yes. Any conflict has to be conducted in accordance with international law. That should always be what we believe and reinforce should happen. I think the scale of the human tragedy here, the suffering on both sides, means we all want to see that come to an end. I don't think you can. I think many of us probably have struggled to sleep this week, but the things we've seen, the things we've heard, the scale of that, you've always got to bring it back to human suffering, and every civilian life is of equal value. There's been a lot of talk about a ceasefire this week. I think if that was something which meant that Israel could not try and get those hostages back or left the same threat in place, I don't think that would be allowing Israel to defend itself, and I don't think that would be possible. I do think it's clear right now on the humanitarian question, Brandon, to answer your specific point, that not enough aid is getting into Gaza to meet the needs that are there, and that's why I think the move for a humanitarian pause has been put forward at the UN. That would be the right thing to do to get that aid.
So that's a brief cessation of hostilities before they resume again.
Well, I think that has to be, given the scale of the challenges in Gaza and again the human suffering there, that has to be something that is promoted now. It's a shame that the UN didn't go through, but that, yes, I think that is essential at this stage. But I also agree with Saida. I think the only way we can not just end this stage of what has been a long-running conflict is to get a political process back up and running. No matter how hard that is, it's certainly not going to be easy. But a two-state solution, that is security for Israel and prosperity and dignity and security for Palestinians as well. That has got to be what we fight for. And it cannot be, no matter how hard
we had a lot of questions on this, and there's a lot of hands up, so I'm going to come around to quite a few of you. Yes, the woman there.
I just think the really passive language being used by the government is quite disgusting. This isn't a humanitarian crisis. This isn't something passive. This is a brutal bombardment of a civilian population that is half children. And I think it's time that someone start to find a backbone and start saying that this isn't okay. Everybody's condemning the attacks that Hamas conducted. Nobody in their right mind would say that that was okay. But when do we start condemning the murder of children from the sky? When do we start condemning bombing mosques and churches and apartment buildings? When do we start condemning that?
Who do you make a ceasefire with? This is a terrorist organisation which has executed babies, which has uploaded murders to Facebook. Hamas is an organisation that needs to be taken out of the Palestinian area. There is absolutely zero ability to negotiate. They're putting.
How many Palestinian lives?
They are putting rockets next to civilian populations. They are using the Palestinian people as humanitarian shields. There is absolutely no way we can negotiate them. If you want to free Palestine, if you want a peaceful Middle East, Hamas need to be removed.
It's not Hamas being killed. It's not Hamas we're seeing blown to bits on social media, is it? We're seeing children, women, old people, even, the men as well, poor fathers with their children in bags.
Hamas are embedding themselves.
As a Mr. Abbas, what's the
in
exchange rate for an Israeli life to a Palestinian life? What does the death toll have to get to before this ledger becomes equal? What is it?
Okay.
Because it's thousands.
Let me come round some more of the audience, please. The man back there with the white shirt, further back in the glasses. Yeah.
I absolutely agree that it's horrific that there are so many casualties on both sides. I have to say that I completely disagree. It did start on October the 7th. Whatever happened before is completely separate. This is a war that was started deliberately by Hamas on October the 7th. And I'd just like to ask one question. What do we really think Hamas expected? They knew exactly what they were doing, and they have made the Palestinians the victims just as much as the Israelis. And the last thing I'd like to say is, Palestinians aren't the Israelis' enemies. There's this fixation that there'll never be peace. There will be peace, but you give me, as an Israeli, as a Brit, you give me somebody who I can talk to who's not going to tell me on the flip side, actually, I want to exterminate you and I want to kill all your family.
Let's hear from the man in the glasses there. Yes.
I think there is a peaceful side to 2 points. You've got the West Bank where you've got Mahmoud Abbas who's prepared to talk dialogue, but it's not going nowhere. And then you've got those that are in Gaza, open air prison. We hear a lot of rhetoric from the United Nations, and the United Nations is, as far as I'm concerned, puppets.
Puppets of who?
Puppets of the 1%. The 1%, the elite, whoever they may be. However, the United Nations, I mean, the General Secretary made a statement and the backlash he faced. And so, it's difficult to be in a position and be opinionated, especially in the United Nations, who are meant to be seen to be quite equal to everybody. The other point is the conflict did start a long time ago, and I think the perpetrators should be held to account. Britain and France have the biggest accountability to account for in terms of the beginning of this conflict. They were the ones that signed over the agreement to say that Jews were allowed to have a piece of Palestine. Historically, we need to look at it with a clear narrative rather than looking at it from the 7th of October.
David.
I mean, look, I would challenge your suggestion that the UN is in any way representative of Israel's interests. I mean, let it not be forgotten that a minister of the Israeli state today called on his general secretary to resign in light of what Israel claimed were comments contextualizing what happened. You talked about Jews being given a piece of land. I mean, there are clearly people in the audience tonight who object to the circumstances in which Israel came to exist in 1948. We have to deal with the reality as it exists right now, and that reality is that Israel does exist, and its principal goal as a state is to safeguard the interests and safety of the Jewish people and all of the inhabitants within its borders. So let's just recognize that reality and consider, where do we actually go from here? There are two possible solutions. There's a potential military solution, and there is a diplomatic one. And anybody who talks about a ceasefire has to state in detail what the diplomatic solution looks like. There's been the inevitable condemnation of Israel's response. And candidly, I'll try to be intellectually humble. I have no idea if in the context of asymmetric warfare, there is any way of avoiding civilian casualties, although the numbers are horrific and disgusting and heartbreaking. So if you want to avoid more of that, you have to have specific, detailed ideas. And I will say, I find it extraordinary, and it's easy to forget, Turkey is a member of NATO. Qatar owns half the real estate in London. They have for 2 decades hosted large proportions of Hamas's leadership. We have to use not only the West, but our allies in the Middle East and their diplomatic resource to ensure Hamas. The only way this ends is if Israel can look its population in the eye and say, after this status quo shattering event, the biggest murder of Jews since the Holocaust, they have to, Bibi Netanyahu, whatever one happens to think of the man, I do not think either side are well served by their leaders, he has to be able to look his public in the eye and say, I've extracted security guarantees. The only way that happens is if Hamas's leadership either leaves or there are massive diplomatically negotiated changes to the reality on the ground, which has been there since 2005.
Sadie, you want to come back?
Yeah. I agree with a lot of what Gabriel has said, because I think at the moment what we don't have in Israel and Palestine between Hamas and Netanyahu is that either party is a partner for peace. I want to read something to you. This quote: "Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support the bolstering of Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. This is part of our strategy to isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank." That was Prime Minister Netanyahu in 2019, supporting Hamas, because he knows that as long as Hamas remains there, he can always argue that there is no partner for peace. During our lifetime, there have been two moments when peace could have happened. One was in the early 90s with the Oslo Accords, which were negotiated by Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat, and both of them were awarded a Nobel Peace Prize for that. Tragically, 2 years after those accords, a right-wing Israeli settler assassinated Yitzhak Rabin, and after the end of that, the peace process came to an end. The second moment came not so long ago in 2016, when John Kerry, as Secretary of State, put forward a peace proposal. That proposal was accepted by the Palestinian Authority, and it was rejected by a one Netanyahu. So I think it's really important. I do believe, Gabriel, that there is an opportunity for peace. It's the only way that Israel will secure its long-term future. And I genuinely believe that what we should be saying to our politicians is that you've got to stop using language which actually in the real world makes no sense. It sounds like...
Are you including your Conservative?
I'm including the Conservatives and actually the
colleagues
leader
here?
of the opposition. In the real world, it sounds insensitive. It sounds like it's one-sided. It sounds hypocritical. And it sounds like you do not understand the depth of this issue. And it goes no way towards actually resolving the issue. All you do is embolden Netanyahu, a man who is mired in allegations of corruption, who actually in his cabinet has a minister who has been convicted of terrorism, another minister who is a self-confessed fascist, and who are governing on the basis of a coalition agreement which denies the very right of the Palestinian state to exist.
Well, firstly, I'd say I very strongly agree with Saida in everything she said tonight. I think anyone who thinks that history started a week past Saturday is part of the problem with this discussion. We must look at this in the right. I deplore anti-Semitism, I deplore Islamophobia, I deplore any death of any innocent civilian anywhere. And the SNP, you'll be aware we take this quite personally because our First Minister, our leader, Hamza Yousaf, has got close relatives, close loved ones in Gaza right now. I grew up in the Middle East. We've got all sorts of connections to the wider region. And in the Middle East, everything is connected to everything else. And I really agree with Gabriel's point that the leadership of the Palestinian sides and the Israeli sides are not well served by their leaders right now. And it's not just two sides.
But in terms of Brandon's question, is it possible for Israel to defend itself and also root out Hamas while avoiding conflict and humanitarian catastrophe? What's the answer to that question?
Well, first off, there has to be a ceasefire in order to allow humanitarian aid in and talk.
And do you think Hamas will go along with that ceasefire?
I think Hamas is now in a position where they're going to have to go along with that. There's already rumours just in the past 24 hours that Hamas themselves are proposing their evacuation to Lebanon or perhaps another third country.
You think they should?
I think they should get out of the equation, absolutely, and that's where there would be agreement on this panel. Hamas is part of the problem. I carry no torch for anybody in this discussion. Because I'm a gay man. I would far rather live in Tel Aviv than Ramallah. Hamas throws people like me off high buildings. I carry no torch for anybody in this. And none of us should be partisan. So war has rules. International humanitarian law has to be the basis of any negotiated settlement. Every single conflict in human history has ended with a piece of paper and a treaty. There has to be negotiation, however tough, however hard. There has to be peace. And the way that you can actually get to a peace is by talks. So there has to be a ceasefire. There has to be a talks-based settlement based on international law. And we need to see that actually taken forward right now because too many people are hurting on all sides.
And here in the black shirt.
Israel is killing babies and the elderly on a daily basis. Thousands are dying. They're not committing to the international laws. Why is the world standing by while Israel continues to break every law there is
And
and
what,
continue with the murders?
and what do you think Israel should do about Hamas?
Israel should have dialogue with Hamas. They should have a ceasefire straight away. So it works. It works. We did have talks with the IRA. It works, and that's going to be the solution.
All right. There's a woman there in the middle. I think you've got a grey sweater on with dark hair. Yeah.
First of all, we'd never, ever in Israel sit down to people who don't recognise our existence. And I totally agree. There is no way that Israel will ever back down to terrorism or negotiate with terrorism. And I wanted to share something personally. That music festival, a very close friend was there. He's 26 years old. He was 26 years old. He went to a music festival. I've got children. Lots of people have probably got children who could go to Glastonbury, have a nice time. This guy went to have a lovely time. He went the year before and loved it. He went this year and was shot dead. His parents are absolutely crushed. They're heartbroken. And this is not negotiable. Israel has a responsibility to its people and everybody who's there to protect them. They didn't start it. They are going in with a heavy heart because they do not want this.
Okay, thank you. The man behind you, the man further back with the green shirt on there. Green short sleeve shirt, yes.
First of all, I want to condemn Hamas's attack on Israelis. I think the lady's point here about the person that was killed in the music festival is abhorrent. But I also want to make this point clear. Hamas broke international laws. But does two wrongs make a right? Does that still give Israel the right to break international law? And I'm going to have to Mr. Rowley, you know, I completely disagree with this kind of rhetoric the Conservative government's coming out with, because, you know, you're almost justifying, just because Hamas did something wrong, you're giving the green light for Israel to commit wrong. And to Mr. Reynolds as well, the Labour Party's position on this has been absolutely appalling. Keir Starmer on LBC clearly said that they have the right to stop water, electricity and aid. And then all of a sudden, he backtracks a week later. Mr. Flip-Flop, as always, he changes his mind, and the Labour Party here in Bradford is collapsing. People are resigning on tap, and there was a report today to say there was going to be 1.5 million votes being lost. And that's really because Labour don't stand for anything anymore. So my big point.
Okay, go on, sorry.
And I also want to speak for the Palestinian children, just as the lady said about the Israeli citizen. I want to talk about a young girl called Habiba. Habiba was 8 years old. She loved babies, and she wanted to be a doctor. And she wanted to learn English so she could tell about the Gaza situation and what's happening in Gaza. She unfortunately was killed in her home while she was sleeping. And I just want to make sure that if Habiba's family is watching, you know, she did have a chance to tell her story here to the British public. You know, we hear her. And this is about children. I don't care, this is not about religion. Stop killing children from each side. There has to be a different alternative. There must be.
Lee, I'll let you both answer.
Two extremely powerful stories from different sides of the divide. And we all want peace. We all want this to end. We all didn't want this to happen in the first place. And to your point, sir, about two wrongs not making a right, you're absolutely right. That's not why I have said what I've said tonight. I've said what I've said tonight because Israel, just like the United Kingdom, has a duty to ensure its citizens, just like you, can go about their day, can ensure they get up the next morning, can make sure the kind of things that you've described don't happen here in the UK, just like they shouldn't have happened in Israel. And when that is not possible, when they can't defend that, when they're unable to do when they're unable to do that, it is absolutely legitimate. It is absolutely legitimate for Israel to ensure.
Hang on, don't chat out. I'll put your point. The man is saying, does that justify war?
Well, I disagree with the concept that that's what's happening. But what Israel is doing is it's self-defense. And if somebody can,
I know you disagree, but let him make his point.
If somebody can tell me how Israel, how its citizens can defend themselves tomorrow, next month, next year from Hamas, who will come through that barrier again, who will kill again, and that's why Hamas have to be removed.
Okay, let Jonathan come. I'll let Jonathan answer because you also made some points about the Labour Party. So the Labour Party is in some difficulty over this. We've got a shadow frontbencher already saying that Labour should be calling for a ceasefire, which it isn't, and you've had a number of resignations, councillors. Dozens of MPs, Labour MPs, have signed an early day motion for a ceasefire. What is the Labour position now?
The Labour position has been the same from the beginning, which is that Israel has that right to defend itself, as I said in my opening answer.
But in terms of a ceasefire or a pause, what's Labour's position on that? Because that seems to resolve.
Ceasefire. We do believe a humanitarian pause is necessary to get aid in, and the position has always been, sir, Israel has to have that right to defend itself. I said that clearly at the start. That must be done in conjunction with international law. That's not negotiable, but that must be done with aid getting into Gaza, whether that's food, fuel, and medicine. And language is important at all times. It's particularly important in a time like this, where there's been a query. We've clarified that. I think that is the right thing to do.
And do you think you're convincing your own party, given you've got a shadow frontbencher?
Yes, I think the position.
That person's clearly not convinced.
I think the position is clear. I think this is incredibly difficult. It's a difficult time for any of us to be representing any community. And I think I wouldn't criticise any person trying to express the views of their constituents in a way which will be challenging, and I think, frankly, it's not really about the internal workings of British political parties. We're trying to get that position. Could I just say one thing, because there was a comparison made earlier between the peace process in Northern Ireland and the IRA and Hamas. I think it is very, very important to understand that the IRA were terrorists, but they were nationalists. That there was a process that ultimately we could go under. You cannot think of Hamas in the same way. The difference between the Palestinian nationalist movement, Fatah, the Palestinian Authority, and Hamas is very, very different, sir.
Hang on, let him answer.
I just think it's very important to say, you can say, go and talk to them. They would not want to talk to Israel. They would not be interested in a peace process. What they are interested in is the kind of brutal surprise attack that took place on October 7th. And we just have to acknowledge that is the reality.
Gabriel, you want to come back in?
Baroness Barsley had something she wanted to read out, and I've scribbled something in my bio as well. It's as follows: the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "O Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill him." Those words are contained in the founding charter of Hamas. Hamas, in instigating this war, would have been alive to the inevitable consequences.
Hamas is not Palestine.
I'm glad that you've said Hamas is not Palestine, because before you interrupted me, I was going to say precisely that. The Palestinian people deserve self-determination and dignity, but you cannot negotiate with people who are avowedly annihilationists when it comes to the Jewish state and the Jewish people, of which I am one, and they don't make any distinction about Jews or Israelis.
Please don't shout out, otherwise we won't be able to hear what people are saying.
There are two options. If there's any universe in which Hamas, by the way, in previous contexts, Hamas does negotiate with Israel, often in down hotel corridors in Egypt. There are indirect conversations, but this attack has put a bomb under the status quo. And if there is to be any way out of it, number one, they have to, whether it's off their own volition or pressure from their allies, as I mentioned before, Doha currently houses Ismail Haniyeh, the Hamas chief, in an air-conditioned suite in their capital. If there's going to be any way out of this, they have to announce that their avowedly annihilationist, genocidal beliefs. And furthermore, we have to find a way to bring in the rest of the Palestinian leadership, including the Palestinian Authority. And I think, Alan, you talked about Hamas throwing gay people off buildings. They also threw Fatah activists and politicians off buildings when taking over the Gaza Strip. They're not realistic interlocutors for achieving an end goal that sees Israel and Palestinians seeing peace and security side by side.
The woman here with her hand up.
But ultimately, there is going to have to be dialogue, because people can't just carry on killing each other until the whole of the Gaza Strip has been flattened and there's no one left alive. People do need to talk to each other, and surely the intelligence services and the allies of Hamas know who the leaders are. They know where they are. Those conversations need to start, and a ceasefire has got to be the starting point.
Okay. Woman there in the glasses, yeah.
I think we should remember what Golda Meir said. Perhaps change the word from Arabs to Hamas. She said, there will never be peace in Israel until Hamas learn to love their children more than they hate the Jews.
Okay. Let me ask the woman there just with the leather jacket on, I think. Yes.
So we're talking about the diplomatic and the military situation happening in the Middle East. And as somebody who has a background in journalism and political science and who has worked at a short period in the White House and has been at the UN, I'm a huge advocate of free speech. But what happens when free speech becomes hate speech? And where are the limits? What can be done because of what's happening? We're talking about, a whole organization who wants to annihilate, and the things that are happening not only here on campuses and on the cities, but across the United States, the protests that are happening in tremendous, outlandish numbers. What can we do now?
Okay. That's a big question. Not quite what Branda's question was. Half an hour has elapsed. And I'm thinking I'm going to take another question. You want to wait one more point before I do? All right, go on then.
I think one thing that is being missed altogether in this conversation, and politicians everywhere, is who is behind this. And I saw BBC TV, an Arabic presentation with a respondent who, it was with subtitles, and he said, why are you talking like this? This is Iran. Iran came into Syria and destroying Syria. Iran came into the Yemen with the Houthi rebels. They're destroying Yemen. Iran came into Lebanon. Lebanon is mostly destroyed. And now Iran is in Gaza. And Hamas is supplied by Iran, and it's also told what to do. And at the moment, there was about to have Saudi Arabia in the Abraham Accords was going to sign some kind of peace arrangement with Israel. It was a momentous act of peace. And this whole area of the Arab world was making peace and prosperity with Israel. And Iran could not accept that. And that's when they said to Hamas, now is the time. And unless we face Iran head on and tell them to stop meddling, stop interfering with the Arab world, you're not Arabs, and you're ruining the Arab world. And they've got to back out. We've got to confront them.
Well, we will revisit this subject, I am absolutely sure of, in the coming weeks. Brenda, thank you for your question. I'm going to take another question. There's a lot of you asked about this. Obviously, most of you want to talk about this, and that's why I've given it half the programme. But in order to do justice to your other questions, I'm going to move on now. Before I do, I'm just going to say, tell you where we are next week, which is Chipping Campden in Gloucestershire. And the week after that, we're in Llandudno on the North Wales coast. If you'd like to come and go to either of those programmes, Chipping Campden or Llandudno, go to our website and you can follow the instructions there. And instead, if you want to have a picture of your town here, you may laugh, Saida, but we like having these pictures here. You can go to the website and follow the instructions there, and it gives us some sense of as we're moving around the country, which we like to do. Okay, we're going to take another question now from Abby Turton.
Is the scrapping of the cap on bankers' bonuses an insult to working people struggling in a cost of living crisis?
Right, so this is happening on Tuesday. Okay.
I mean, I think people seeing this story, there'll be disbelief that this is an announcement during what is a really hard cost of living crisis and still the dominant problem for many people in this country. The truth is, this policy never really worked as it was supposed to. The banks essentially just put the money into the basic pay, and there's been better ways to manage the risk in terms of the responsibilities and the capital the banks keep. But what I do think it speaks to, that what that insult speaks to, is that we need an economy that is fairer for people, a fairer economy and a fairer society that goes with it. And that's why in the Labour Party we said, for instance, we'll scrap the non-dom tax regime, the tax regime will see rich, put that money into the NHS. That's why we said we'll tax private education differently, put the money into state education that most people use, tax private equity more, give people more employment rights in the care sector and the gig economy. I think that's the real substance of this. But I know looking at the headline, people will think, I just can't believe this is the state of the country at this time. But there are better and real meaningful ways, I think, to improve the economy as it works for people. That's exactly what the Labour Party wants to do.
Lee, was this a good move?
Well, there are certain decisions taken by politicians and there are certain decisions taken by regulators, and this was a decision this week that was taken by a regulator. I'm not sure.
So this was, hang on.
I'm not sure
this
I
was
would have
promised by a former Conservative Chancellor, although very briefly, Kwasi Kwarteng.
active on the former.
Yeah, so hang on, so it didn't come out of nowhere. This came from within
You're
the
absolutely right. It didn't come out of nowhere. I'm not sure I would have chosen this week to do it. But
so the timing is bad, but the decision is good. Is that what you're saying?
But what I'm saying is there are independent regulatory processes, and we have to honour those. Where I do agree with Jonathan is that if you stand back and look at this process, it wasn't working very well. But when I'm going home tonight to Derbyshire, I absolutely know that there is a significant challenge with cost of living. There is an absolute challenge of making sure that people can live and can prosper and can get up in the mornings. And we have to try and help there. The government's put an awful lot of help in over the last year where it's able to do so. But the key thing we have to do is get inflation down. The key thing.
Is that going to help with inflation? This is something that was suggested by the government. You're here representing the government. Why is this a good idea?
And the decision has been made by the regulator now.
I know, but the government suggested, why do you think it's a good idea?
And what the government is focusing on is trying to get inflation down. So everybody,
but hang on.
everybody's wages.
In fairness, Lee, you're here representing the government. This was something that was introduced by a Conservative Chancellor. Presumably thought it was a good idea. The current Chancellor has not again said it and has let it go ahead. Why do you think it's a good idea?
Well, as Jonathan indicates, there is a challenge with how this was all structured. But ultimately, you can do those kind of policies, and the regulator has made the decision this week it's going to do that policy. But what I'm trying to indicate, trying to dodge the question, what I'm trying to indicate is there's a broader set of things which the government is trying to do, recognising exactly the point that the cost of living crisis and the cost of living challenges have been here over the last year. They're getting somewhat better. But what we have to try and do is ensure that they continue and that we help where we can, and we can get people back to where we want them to be post-COVID.
One of the reasons I want Scotland to be independent, and a substantial amount of people in Scotland want us to be independent as well, is because I think we do this stuff differently. I get emails from pensioners who can see the Brazedoon wind farm just outside Stirling, and they're wondering why on earth, in the name of the wee man, are our energy costs going up as much as they are when Scotland produces as much energy as it does. People are struggling with their mortgages, they're struggling with their rents, they're struggling with precarious employment, they're struggling with all sorts of economic consequences of COVID and Brexit. And the UK government wants to implement not only the current government's policies, but Liz Truss's government's policies and capping bankers' bonuses. It's absurd. So, where the Scottish government has had power, we promised a freeze on council tax for the next year. Now, that's going to be tough, but we're going to work with local government to make that happen, because that's going to help keep money in people's pockets at a time that's really tough. The winter is going to be really tough for a lot of people, which is why we need to see renewed action on energy costs, because the UK has delivered a broken energy market to all of us, not least in Scotland. We need to see action in the King's speech that's actually going to help working people through this cost of living crisis. And the idea that bankers need to have more freedom to make bigger bonuses for themselves is entirely wrong with what's wrong with Westminster.
Thank you. The scrapping of the cap on bankers' bonuses was described as one of the freedoms of Brexit that we now have. Am I to believe, as someone who lives in a relatively impoverished part of Britain, am I to believe that these benefits of Brexit involve the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer?
There you go.
Okay. Abby, you asked this question and you've got your hand up again. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I mean, I feel as though all you've really said there, Lee, is, oh yeah, the timing's not great, but it's kind of been done now. And I feel as though, as I'm a trainee English teacher, I'm only 22, literally started it this September, and I'm going into this off the back of all the strikes this year. I mean, call me crazy with the state of it, you know, but I love it. It's a passion of mine. And I just feel as though I am not valued by this government. I'm seeing this is absolutely enraging. You know, you see all these strikes, and all we're asking for and all we've fought for tooth and nail is a pay that's in line with inflation, that's not a real term cut. And yet you see this, and reading headlines like this is absolutely infuriating. And I just wondered, do you understand what this does for the optics of the party? And I guess more importantly for you, how people will react to this, because it's not good.
Of course I understand. Of course I understand the challenges. And I see it because in my constituency, where I'm from, where I was born, where I grew up, where I went to state school, I absolutely understand the challenges of how we make society fair and how we make society work. But in order to do that, the honesty that I need to tell you is that there are trade-offs in politics. Politics is the art of infinite and very, very worthy demands with very, very finite resources, and that's the job of politics. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we can support not just education, but also the huge challenges we've got post-COVID in the NHS and many other areas. And the reality, any politician that tells you that all of this can be done to the place where everybody wants it is a politician that isn't telling you the truth. And what the government is trying to do after an extremely difficult time post-COVID is balance all of these different things in order to get through and bring inflation down so that we can have a brighter tomorrow.
Do you agree with that, Saida?
No, I don't. Because I'll tell you what, because this particular cap was brought in after the 2008 financial crash, when banks were seen to be working in a way which was like casino banking, and bankers were taking huge risks with people's money, which eventually resulted in the financial crash, and countries all across the world had to bail out banks with taxpayers' money. And off the back of that, it was felt appropriate within the European Union to say that these bankers should not be getting these excessive bonuses, and therefore we should cap them. And let's not forget what was agreed. These bonuses are capped at 100% of the banker's salary. So if a banker is on 50,000, he can get an extra 50,000 in his pay packet. I think if we said to any worker in this country that your bonus is capped at 800, 2 times if you had shareholders' permission. So there was even a possibility to have it 2 times your salary as long as the shareholders agreed to it. I think if you said to anybody in this country that you can have a bonus which is your salary all over again, they would think they were quidsing. And so that and so we have to therefore say, why did the government do this? And I find it really shockingly at a time when the Prime Minister is saying to public sector workers, we cannot increase your salaries because we're trying to get our first priority of getting inflation under control. So we can't put more money into nurses' pockets because we think that will have an inflationary pressure, but we can put more money into really rich bankers' pockets because that won't affect inflation. It's a complete...
I think there are 2 questions. I mean, the first is this policy. I think we've used the word optics, how it looks, how it feels, and I don't want to discount how people feel, especially I think in a week when there was 4 million people in the country facing destitution. How people feel is not irrelevant. But actually, if you look at the letter of the policy, as Jonathan alluded to, it just happened not to work. If the effect of it was that banks just hyped up people's pay, then I get the catharsis of, I get the emotional appeal of capping it, but it didn't work. So I think this policy, candidly, is just a recognition of reality. The broader, kind of more interesting political tension is absolutely this, idea that people expected there to be a different kind of economy post-Brexit, and they were promised that. And then there's this kind of divergence between the people who've been in power within the Conservative Party, many of whom favour deregulation, taking the fetters off business, allowing a free market, and on the other hand, what people want, which it seemed as a more interventionist state, helping them and in a more proactive way. I think that's a much more complicated, thorny, and actually important question than whether this one policy is right or not. I get why it's so offensive to public sector workers, but it doesn't mean that bringing it back would actually solve the issue at hand.
Okay. I'm going to try and get through 2 more questions before we get to the end of the programme. Might not succeed, but I'm going to give it a go. Charlotte Moore, where are you, Charlotte?
So the Conservatives have now lost 4 by-elections. When will Rishi Sunak give what the population wants, which is a general election?
Well, it's whether it's what the population want, don't know, but it's clearly what you want, Charlotte.
Quite a lot, but at the same time, there's also been a petition that's been signed by over 260,000 people asking for a debate on a general election, and they turned around, they won't even debate it in Parliament. Why not?
Saida.
Well, I don't speak for the government anymore, but there was a
So what's
poll
your
that-
opinion?
My opinion is that Maureen Coleman did a research piece, a polling piece, in which they said that actually 3/4 of the public do want a general election by May of next year. And there's some suggestion, actually, from what the Prime Minister said recently, that we may have a general election in about 12 months' time from now, which would be autumn of next year. My instinct is that he's been in power, the Prime Minister's been in power for a year. He's laid out 5 of his priorities, and it will be those 5 priorities that the public will judge the Conservative Party against. And I therefore believe that the best time to have a general election would be around autumn of next year.
Okay, David?
Look, I think that there are a lot of people, including the Labour Party, who are whispering that Sunak's going to spring an early election on the public. I get the political imperative for the Labour Party to say that they have to look like they're not being, they have to look like they're preparing for all scenarios. I think it is, a law of political gravity that prime ministers like being prime minister as long as possible. And the by-election last week confirmed what we've known for a while, which is that people at the ballot box are behaving in line with what they say when asked by pollsters for their opinion. The polls are calcified, but now the polls are leading to actual results and seats changing hands. And I just cannot personally, maybe these words are a hostage to fortune. I can't conceive of a universe in which Rishi Sunak, with the country, continually delivering double-digit poll deficits, is going to go to the country anything earlier than the 11th hour.
Woman there in the glasses.
Somebody, I don't know who, once said it doesn't matter which political party gets into power, the government are always in power, meaning they're all as bad as each other, basically.
So would you or would you not welcome the general election soon?
I wouldn't welcome one because I don't know who to vote for. The Conservatives. The Conservatives are getting more sleazy every day, and Labour haven't got a proper policy. And when they do say something and flip-flop on any decision, it's frightening. If they get in power as well, never mind non-doms leaving the country because you're going to tax them to death. I might leave the country.
Well, you clearly both got your work cut out. It's the man here.
Yes, I voted for Conservatives since 1978, and if my math is right, as Rushy wants me to do, that's 45 years. Never again. The Conservative Party have treated the country with contempt. They've treated me with contempt, and it's about time the country had a chance to vote to put the Conservatives on the opposition benches for a few years so they can reflect on what they've done, the damage they've done to this country.
Let's kick off with you then. You've got to persuade that woman there, and also you've lost this money. How do you get it back?
Yeah, so there's absolutely no doubt the Conservative Party has made mistakes last year. Absolutely no doubt.
Which ones would you single out in particular? Which ones would you single out in particular?
And the reality is that there are 2 big challenges which the Rishi is trying to deal with, which the Prime Minister is trying to deal with. One, a whole heap of large-scale challenges, many of which other democracies around the world are going through. Inflation, challenges with regards to foreign policy. I won't go through them all now. All of those things a responsible government is trying to go through, but it's taking time. And some of those are things which we wish didn't happen, but they have happened, particularly after COVID. So we're trying to work through those on a steps basis. And we want to be able to have the opportunity to be able to show you next year that we've been able to make progress. And then secondly, to be frank, As I say, the Conservative Party has made mistakes. And so the second challenge the Prime Minister is trying to do is he's tried to stabilise the situation over the last year. And now over the next year, having done a number of things like Windsor Framework, trade deals, trying to make progress on the 5 priorities, he's going to try and show you about what he wants to do over the next 5 years if you re-elect us. Now, I know a lot of you are cynical. I know many of you feel that the Conservatives have not done well in the last few years. And the job of the Conservative Party now is to try to show you that centre-right policy, sensible centre-right policy. The reason I became a Conservative in the first place, not from a political family, not from a background in politics, are the way in which we make our country better for long term. And I still believe that we can do that.
Right, your pitch to what's your name? Pardon? Your pitch to Diane.
Well, let me say first of all to Charlotte, we do need a general election, but I don't say that because Labour's winning elections. I say it because there are big decisions being taken and there's no mandate for those decisions and they have huge consequences for people. I think people want to have a say in that. I mean, if you think about the Prime Minister's pitch, which is he's making long-term decisions, I mean, cancelling infrastructure projects, making short-term changes, those aren't big long-term decisions, and he should have a mandate. I mean, I just looked up on the way.
Diane thinks you're a fit.
Well, I'm going to come to that point. Let me just say on the long-term decisions, right? Boris Johnson promised this town, so the city, sorry, Bradford, a new station. Boris Johnson then cancelled that. Liz Truss then promised a new station for Bradford. Rishi Sunak then cancelled that as Chancellor, only for Rishi Sunak to promise that again as Prime Minister. I mean, you need a say in this, right? What we say hasn't got policies. We've got policies to build more homes, to put more money into the NHS, to put more money into the state education system, to have a clean energy system so we're not dependent on these dictators and the oil price flying up and the gas price flying up, so you've got to pay higher energy bills. Plans for more police. And look, you might not be with us yet, Diane, but the fact that we are winning those by-elections from Rutherglen to Mid-Bedfordshire to Tamworth, you know, places we haven't had an easy time in recent years. We've been able to do that because we've changed, because we've listened, and people can look to us as a proper vehicle to get rid of this government and get you one that starts delivering on the things that you really care about.
Do you want a general election sooner rather than later?
We're ready for it when it happens. We actually literally today just confirmed all of our candidates for the Westminster election. I'll be candidate for Stirling and Strathallan. But I have to say, and I'm conscious I'm speaking to an English audience, that I think the change that the UK needs, and the UK is on the skids, and I think the change that is necessary for the UK goes beyond a change of leadership at number 10. There is big structural changes that need to happen in the UK's electoral system, in the way that the UK manages power, in the way that the UK interacts with the wider world. Now, Lee talks about the Windsor Framework and the trade deals that have been done. All of that was trying to fix the mess that Brexit created, which his party did. And the Labour Party was posted missing upon.
Which the British people did.
Well, the
British people did. And until it changes, we are in a union of the United Kingdom, and the Union of the United Kingdom made that decision, and it was absolutely incumbent upon the government of the day to make sure that decision was implemented. Otherwise, we would have a whole heap of additional problems right now with people being even more cynical.
Well, we've already talked about one of the biggest benefits of Brexit, which is for both bankers' bonuses to go through the roof.
That's not serious.
So I think that the UK needs significant change. We're ready for it from my party's perspective whenever it happens.
Even though you lost the last ballot?
Well, we lost the last by-election, and that was sore, and I wouldn't pretend it wasn't. I spent a lot of time campaigning for a great candidate in Rutherglen, Katie Loudon. But I've met the Labour candidate who won and shaken his hand, and that's democracy. But the lady talks about all politicians are the same. I really think, and I sound a wee bit anarchy when I say this, but structures matter. The Scottish Parliament is elected by a proportional system where there's a greater plurality of voices. We're in a government partnership with the Greens, which means that politicians have to negotiate with each other to get anything done. In order to get anything through the Parliament, there needs to be a consensus. We need to get away from the Punch and Judy stuff that the UK has been bedeviled by for so long, and actually get longer-term consensus amongst our politicians.
Diane, let me come back to you. Has anything you've heard here informed now how you might actually vote at general election?
No. Luckily, the Assembly are not standing here, because if everybody in England's government's the same, SNP is a car crash for Scotland, if you read the news. Wheeling out the chestnut of Brexit, I've just been to Arizona. They've got high inflation. They've got high interest rates, maybe not as high as ours. Talk about inflation. You go into a supermarket in Arizona and you're paying £6 for a dozen eggs. You walk past shops, you walk past bars, everybody's hiring. And I said to my husband, well, Brexit struck in America as well, hasn't it? You know, you can't keep wheeling it out. You need to get on with it.
Okay. All right, Diane, you've had your say and we'd be glad to hear. I'm going to just fit in this last question in about 3 or 4 minutes. Let's change the mood for a moment. Sandy Firth, where are you, Sandy?
I'm here.
Go on then.
Should employees own up to any sexual, romantic, or even platonic relationships with a colleague?
Right. So the reason this has come up is because ITV has set out new rules following the issues with Philip Schofield, obliging its employees to disclose relationships with other members of staff, and not just familial or marital or quasi-marital, but even just friendships, shorter or longer term. Alan, what do you think about that?
Goodness. Can we not go back to bankers' bonuses? How on earth do you regulate for people's private lives? People are complicated beasts, and and we see this at Westminster, where I've seen some really pretty awful behaviours. And what's appropriate in the workplace is different in your family life. And there needs to be a common sense approach to this sort of stuff, that if you're in a certain situation, some things are appropriate. If you're not, you're not. And I think what ITV has tried to do is to create a piece of paper that's going to try and protect them rather than actually do anything that's useful.
Okay. Yeah. The TV3, for example, have done a survey saying 1 in 5 people met their partner in work, 1 in 3 have a relationship with a colleague. I mean, it's tricky, say that.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. This is a document which will basically protect their back off the back of the scandal that they had.
But do you think they're making a serious point? Or do you
I
think it's just impossible?
If your relationship is above board, then everybody's going to know about it anyway. And if your relationship is illicit, the chances are you're not going to declare it. So I don't understand how this document's going to work.
Did anyone here meet their partners at work?
I work with my wife.
Oh, you work with your wife? Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. The man there in the check shirt.
I no interest really whether the soundman's having a relationship with the cameraman over there. Absolutely no interest. The nub of this is power and power imbalance, and that goes into every single question we've talked about tonight. The banker with the bonus has more power than the worker that's on the breadline, and it's inappropriate power. The last question, all about a general election. My personal view is it'll make no difference, because every single answer was about how can we grasp hold of power, and it's not. I didn't hear any answers there about how they were going to change my life.
Okay.
And that's why I'll be spoiling my vote. And
Okay. Gabriel. You've only got a couple of minutes, so you have to be pretty quick. Should employees own up to any sexual, romantic, or even platonic relationship with a colleague? As much as that go on in the old Sunday Times?
Wow. I mean, I know my editor's watching, so I'm going to be very careful with what I say. I'm going to elegantly, foxtrot away from that and address the question. I think you put it beautifully. This is actually about what did Philip Schofield tell us? It was essentially that people at the apex of these big organisations have power and play by different rules to everybody else. So really, this deranged idea that junior producer on Question Time or cop reporter on the Sunday Times should be filling out an Excel spreadsheet saying, I chatted to somebody in the canteen the other day. What does that mean? I mean, it means nothing. It's an arse covering exercise. I also love that, after all my very sober points on Israel-Palestine, the one thing that gets me applause is this. So, I'll tell you what I can, but I do think the bigger question in politics,
You have to be quick, so I'm going to get to one quick thing.
and indeed in television, it's actually how you manage the people at the very, very top.
Jonathan.
Well, I work with my wife in this role, which I do declare. Actually, when I was a trainee solicitor, you had to do this. You had to declare any...
But even friendship?
No, that would have been as embarrassing as it sounds. So, as the gentleman there said, look, good workplaces, good workplace culture, it's about a lot more than this. It's about independent representation, union rights in a workplace, about access to justice, good management, whistleblowing. That's what I would like to see all employees focus on serious stuff.
Well, we've spoken today about politicians punching Judy and things like that, and I think actually Alan said it very, very well. Difficulty regulating private lives, but ultimately there is a balance to be struck, and there are some things where it is obviously clear that disclosure should be necessary, and some things where it seems relatively ludicrous that that's the kind of thing which should. So I think for once we'll agree.
There we are. Look, our hour is
Oh,
up. We've done the whole gamut of human emotion from the start to the end of this programme. That's it for us. Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you very much to all of you here for coming along here tonight in Bradford. And thank you, of course, to you at home for watching. And remember, if you can't stay up late, you don't want to watch us after 10 o'clock news, we are live on iPlayer at 8 o'clock every week. And I just want to say thank you to Darren Speck, who's here in the audience somewhere. Darren, there you are, for these photographs here. Thank you very much indeed. For the special time for next week. Bye-bye.
This your first time in prison?
Yeah.
You've been inside before?
Yeah, twice.
I don't know. You're pregnant?
Gotta be wrong because there's no way that I could be.
They were always taking the kids.
How do I get them back?
I know who you killed.
Will you seek revenge, Abby?
You release Helen Swanson.
What am I gonna do?
Love you lot. If you loved us, you wouldn't be in jail.
Time. That's Sunday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Discover unique stories. How close did our political system come to falling apart?
We became a laughingstock.
If you went back to the Northern Conquest in 1066 and saved £1 million a year, you still wouldn't be a billionaire today.
Picasso was not a faithful man. He had wives, mistresses, lovers.
Only on the BBC. Watch on iPlayer, listen on Sounds.
Well, it's worth pointing out that at 19 minutes to 12, there's still a live human voice talking to you on BBC One. Nothing artificial there. Well, I say that.
Hello, we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence in this episode of Newscast. I'm going to be talking about it with Alex Forsyth. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
What AI, well, you know what would make me even better? You tell me which AI tool would make your job or life easier.
Ooh. God, okay, suppose for the job, I would like an AI tool which texted every MP in the House of Commons the same question when I was trying to find something out.
I knew you were going to say, because I was thinking the same thing, because we spend so much of our lives phoning up, going, how are you going to vote? What do you think about this?
Yeah.
Have you sent an AI tool that talks up how many letters of no confidence have been sent to the chairman of the 1922 committee to get rid of the Prime Minister?
That's
great.
an excellent AI tool. But in my life, I would still like them to find an AI tool that makes a decent cup of tea in the morning so I don't have to myself. Because, you know, they're not the teas made of old, but like it would be game changing in my life if I could have a cup of tea in bed without having to make it.
One that came up with really good, amazing puns for titles of newscast episodes. That'd be pretty
Oh,
good.
you don't need that. Your
Actually,
team is so good.
Human touch, actually, nothing will replace that.
Nothing.
Exactly. Right, but we'll talk about this issue slightly more seriously than that on this episode of Newscast.
Newscast.
Newscast from the BBC.
Hello, it's Adam in the studio.
Hello, it's Alex in the studio.
So, Alex, we had a weird thing today where there's going to be this massive summit next week about artificial intelligence, hosted in the UK by Rishi Sunak.
Have you heard that it's at Bletchley Park, by the way?
It's at Bletchley Park, famous for coding and computing and all that stuff. It's almost like I'm bored of saying it already. No, but he did a weird sort of trailer today. He did like a speech about the summit that he's going to have next week.
Yeah, it was a bit weird because there was a bit of a rumour that this might happen, and then there was no news out of Number 10, and then on Wednesday it was Sunday, oh yeah, there's a speech, you should go. So it was a sort of preview of what's going to be 2 days of coverage of AI from Rishi Sunak. Where he basically, my takeaway, and I'm no expert, maybe we'll talk to some, but my takeaway was that it's really, really scary in some aspects, but you know, there's some potential opportunities here too.
I'm glad you mentioned the E word, experts, because we're joined by a pair of them now. Professor Hannah Fry, podcasting legend, scientist, author, all things. Congrats on Uncharted.
Thank you very much.
Top of the charts on BBC Sounds.
Yes, it is.
And also here is Professor Gina Neff, who is the boss of the Minderoo Centre for Technology and Democracy at the University of Cambridge, which sounds like a delivery service if you need an academic. Call up a Mindaroo.
That's what you call it, right?
Yeah.
That's what that you call an expert.
So before we get into what might happen at the summit next week and some of the stuff that was in the speech today, I find the whole AI debate really fascinating, but quite intangible. So can you give me some just examples that would just make it really clear what actually we're talking about here?
When you say what we're talking about, because I think that there's like looseness and hand waving in every possible direction. I mean, even the term AI, I think actually there's quite a lot of fluff around that.
Can I just say that I was presenting my other show, Any Questions? So one of the audience members came up to me and said, "Can you stop saying AI to my generation? That means artificial insemination." And I was like,
all the
fans. Good point.
You know what? Let's try and narrow it down, because today they were talking about frontier AI quite a lot. What's that?
Okay. Frontier is at literally the frontier of our technology and the frontier of our research. So at the frontier, there are risks of things we don't know. How will AI develop? How will people and companies develop AI? We are expecting the unexpected. To date, so far, in some of these models, they've shown great capability very quickly, much quicker than was expected. So that when they're talking about a frontier AI, they're talking about things that go beyond where we are today. There's another word, foundational model, and that's another term for thinking about, what are the technologies that other companies are going to build on? And I think those are kind of the two terms that get bandied about.
I think I still need some examples, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a science writer called Ted Chiang, really amazing science fiction writer, and he talks about how he was once in a Twitter exchange where someone said, "How do you define, or what is AI?" And the response was a bad choice of words in the 1950s, right? Which I think is actually a really good point. Because up until this point in time, really, maybe a little bit of time ago, I think it would be better to describe what we've been through as a revolution in computational statistics, right, than intelligence, which is admittedly a lot less sexy, depending on how you feel about statistics.
I was going to say.
Well, I mean, we have the expert.
But I think that is fair to say. I think that it's about manipulating data. It's about constructing things based on numbers, right? At the heart of these things, they are just numbers.
Well, yeah, because ChatGPT has basically just scanned every word on the internet and then used that to create its model, as you were saying, to then create more words, new combinations of all words.
Exactly. But I think the key point that Gina has made there is that we are at this moment where actually those things can perform much better than expected. So even though I think it's still a bit of an open question as to whether these algorithms can have ever demonstrated a conceptual understanding of what they're actually doing, I think that's still, I don't think we're quite there yet.
And the research, the consensus in the research field is that we may actually never get to that space. We're not
actually genuinely smart.
A genuinely smart computer with, what's called general intelligence, artificial general intelligence. We may never get there. So the idea that we're worried about robots taking over our world and our planet, that's pretty far out in terms of where the expertise, the consensus of expertise is.
Yeah, this isn't a humans versus AI question. Right? You can't think of one as a direct replacement for the other. But all of that said, there are tools that we have created over time that have proved to be phenomenally powerful. Like spreadsheets, for example, right? I mean, I think of AI as like spreadsheets. And spreadsheets are not by themselves good or evil, right? But they can be used for good things. And they also, in terms of like some really dark stuff of accounting for people, of situations of genocide, actually they can be really used in negative ways. And I think that is, that sort of analogy there works, right? You've got to think of this as a tool that we have created that is fundamentally about statistics, but can be used in extraordinarily good ways, but potentially in extraordinarily harmful ways.
So that's really interesting, because I think there is a perception, and I would say I'd acknowledge myself in this, that I sometimes think that some of the fear around AI comes from the perception that it's going to run away, that it's not just what you can use it for, it's what it will then go on to do itself without any kind of element of control behind it. But are you saying that that's not at the moment something we should be too concerned about?
Well, no.
That's a very low probability, and it's not a zero probability. And so in today's speech, the Prime Minister said, those really low probability things are things government should have on their radar. And honestly, we should scan the horizon to see how people are assessing that, what kinds of frameworks they have in place, how they're thinking about models, how they're thinking about those risks. Can we get some joined up thinking and, in his words, shared understanding about what those risks are? That doesn't seem crazy or irresponsible. In fact, it is a role of
And that's
government
why
to do.
his big centerpiece today of his speech was announcing this safety institute based here in the UK that will do all of that stuff. So that's a good idea.
Do you want me to give you an example?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So let's say that you have got, this doesn't exist at the moment, but let's say that you've got some kind of AI, some agent that is capable of doing more than one thing, right? So it's not just a language model, it's something that can browse the internet, it's sort of stitch things together. And you say to it, okay, you know what? Your objective is, I love postage stamps, right? And I want you,
You're not wrong,
to, hey, who doesn't?
I mean, they're very expensive now. They're a luxury.
This is true. But I want you to go and collect stamps for me. Okay, I want you to use the internet. I want you to collect stamps. So the algorithm starts off and it's like right on eBay, and it's sort of buying loads of stamps. And then it realizes, well, okay, the limiting factor here is that I need is money. So actually, if I just start investing in the stock market, make more money, I can buy all of the stamps that are ever listed on eBay. And then it's like, well, hang on a second, why am I waiting for them to be listed on eBay? Why don't I, or other auction sites are available, why don't I start manufacturing them? So sort of commandeers some factories, starts harvesting forests for wood to get the paper, and eventually, I mean, as we say, this is very low probability stuff, but eventually it's like, what else is a good source of carbon? Humans. And so all the time, because it doesn't understand the world in the same way as we do, because it doesn't understand context, it doesn't understand nuance, if you set it an objective and say, this is what we want you to do, this is your sole purpose.
right? It won't have the same limiting factors to stop it doing that, like things like morality or what's just sensible.
And let's talk about the capabilities of the AI systems we have in place today, right? So, this is a far-reaching, low probability thing, but we have tools at hand right now that could basically mimic this podcast. And instead of bringing in Gina and Hannah to talk to you, you would just use a set of voices that sound like reasonably like ours. And these are real choices being made in newsrooms right now. Should they have their reporters being read by AI? So it sounds like one of the journalists, but it's actually not their voice. What does that do to trust in society? What does that do to trust in news? We're going to have 90 elections around the world in the next 18 to 24 months. We're going to see an enormous amount of synthetic media that's going to come out. Now, that's a kind of risk that's not on the table for the AI Summit next week, but it's a risk that a lot of people care about.
So you think the agenda for this summit at Bletchley Park next week is too narrow?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the agenda is an agenda for an international summit. So there are a lot of risks to AI that people really care about. I think these technical risks and what the risks that the AI and AI Safety Institute is going to take on board, those risks are really, it is a very focused look at a very particular sliver of AI. But what about people's jobs? What about our schools? What about our skills? What about our readiness? What about our regulators? Let's get really boring. Do regulators have the staff and the tools that they need in order to make really reasonable decisions in this country? Those are not questions for an international summit. You don't want the US and China there in the room when you debate, what are we doing about British jobs? So to bring actors together, to bring states and companies together right now to talk, you really are going to focus on those, focused risks rather than what I call the kumbaya.
So the focus risks are the things that Rishi Sunak was talking about, like cyber attacks, these kind of big tangible things that might happen if AI kind of spiraled out of control. That's going to be the focus of the summit. But what you're saying is there should be a parallel process to look at the day-to-day stuff that might just really seep in and affect the way that we live in society.
If we think about the UK as, in the world of producing AI, we are third behind the US and China in terms of the amount of investment, in terms of the research, in terms of the capability we have now. If you take a slightly more narrow focus on responsible, trustworthy, and safe AI. In the research and the innovation that's happening in this country, we are punching above our weight in that field. So it's completely, sensible that the UK takes this global leadership, because we are a global leading place for doing
Really,
responsible and ethical research.
So it's realistic that the UK will end up being like the world's policeman for this.
Well, so some politicians have told me that the online safety bill.
This piece of legislation that has taken years, or beyonks to use a technical phrase.
Let's be clear. They have called it the first AI legislation, the first piece of legislation about AI, because it's creating, quote unquote, the safest place in the world to be on the internet. Lots of debate over this bill, which became law today. We really do not have to rehash that here, but it shows a trajectory of a British approach to that legislation.
You mentioned China. Liz Truss, who was Prime Minister until 1 year and 1 day ago, has put out a pretty punchy statement saying that China shouldn't have been invited to this thing next week, and you only want your friends and allies and people who aren't trying to subvert democracy there. Does she have a point?
Listen, it's in some ways it's not our summit to plan, but if you're going to have a summit on the frontier of research in AI, the really tip of the edge, and you want to do that horizon scanning, it doesn't make sense to have number 2 not in the room. Now, she's not wrong. Did I just say that in a podcast? I didn't say that. There's different conversations you have with friends and allies. And as we know, last week, Five Eyes made a joint announcement of the
so the five countries who are kind of team up when it comes to intelligence sharing, like the US, Canada, us, Australia, New Zealand.
Exactly. They came together and said the amount of espionage that is happening, that China is doing, is extraordinary. And they briefed Silicon Valley companies to show how compromised their systems are. So she's not wrong that you have different kinds of conversations with your allies. But from where I stand, anything in this geopolitical context that brings the US and China together to talk and thaw just a little bit is probably a good thing.
And Hannah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I think in general that you sort of have to think of this summit as though it's really talking about the one part of AI safety, which has to be a global agreement, right? This is the equivalent of thinking about the risks of future pandemics, right, or of nuclear safety. This is the kind of thing that they're talking about, right? The AI equivalent of that. And for that, it doesn't make sense, exactly as Gina says, to not have everybody around the table. So I think China has to be invited. But I sort of wonder why the decision wasn't made a bit earlier. I thought there was a bit, I think it should have been a bit more.
Smoother.
We don't even know they're definitely coming yet, do we? Haven't we heard that they've accepted the invitation, but TBC if they turn up?
Also, it's true of Germany as well.
It's true of Germany. Yeah.
But Hannah, I was going to just end with you, and as somebody who's made documentaries about inventions over the last 200 years, what is a useful kind of comparison to make with this era? Because you hear people say, "Oh, it's a bit like the invention of electricity." Then you have other people say, "No, it's like inventing cars," and then think how many car accidents there are now. You sort of just talked about nuclear proliferation there. What's the best one, or actually? Is that not a useful tool?
I mean, I think it sort of is in a way. I do think the invention of electricity is probably the most similar, in the sense that you have, electricity on its own actually isn't that, it's not that interesting, right? It's the number of different ways in which it can be used, the number of tasks that it can end up affecting, and also the development of it over time, like how you kind of layer technology on technology on technology. So I think that that's the closest. But I also think that actually, I do think that we are standing at this very interesting moment in history where we are at the brink of really advanced technology. I think that if you look at the acceleration of technology over the last 100 years even, it's really crazy. If the hundreds and hundreds of years before that, and then how things have changed very quickly in the last century, I think that acceleration is set to continue. And I do think that that's one really good thing about how Britain is placed in this. And at this moment, this is an exponential curve that's only going in one direction. And I think that the sooner that you get on board with it, the better placed you are as time goes forward.
Hannah and Gina, thank you very much. Right, now for something completely different. Alex, I've got a little treat for you. Here is a sneak preview of episode 3 of Planet Earth.
Amazing.
3. This is some maned wolves in the wild, and this was very hard to film, as we're about to discover.
The maned wolves, odd though it may seem, are in effect the gardeners of these unique plains. The dense grass in turn provides this female with a comfortable home and somewhere to hide her 3 puppies, just 1 month old. She is so rare that she's been fitted with a radio collar so that scientists can study her continuously. And our remotely controlled den camera reveals a mother only comes here for a few hours a day to suckle her pups.
And the director of that episode is here. It's Kiri Gishel. Hello, and congratulations. on
Thank
that
you
great
for having me.
And also sitting next to her is Dan Smith from Bastille, who's done lots of the music. Hello.
You have to justify that because otherwise it just sounds insane. He's just turned up at our studio. Totally unannounced. Yeah, just a fan of the podcast. Just wandered in.
See your microphone, can't resist. So makes a change from selling out stadiums. It's like a nature documentary.
It's been great. I've been just getting to talk about how much I love her.
Were you a fan before?
I wasn't a fan, but I feel like I've really interrupted you were about to talk about.
Well, yeah, we'll come
to the person who produced and directed produced and directed the entire episode.
Yeah. So how hard is it to track down a maned wolf?
Maned wolves in particular are so elusive. I mean, you're working in a place where the habitat is grass, which is a metre high, and you have. Do you guys know what a maned wolf looks like? Yeah. So. Sort of like
I didn't until that.
Yes, sort of like a fox on stilts. So even though they're really big and really tall, they're super shy, super elusive, and almost impossible to see. So we took on the challenge of trying to film them, and through using new technologies, we're able to uncover so much about their lives. And they're a threatened species, so it's really important that we could first of all capture a sequence that was engaging and.
Donna said I'm going to ask her to marry me.
What?
Yeah. Decided.
No.
Yeah, definitely.
No.
She's the one, man.
No.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
No. I don't
Think
have
about
to. No, I've thought about it. I've been meaning to tell you.
Sleep
I
on
want
it.
you to be the best man. Will you be my best man?
Let's leave
Yes,
it
say
for
yes.
another day.
Come on, you've got to be my best man. Yes?
Okay. I'll think about it overnight. Maybe you should think about it.
No.
Don't do it.
No, do it now. No, she'll never expect it now. She'll never expect it. And she's like, will you just... I'm asking her to marry me. Hey, baby, it's me. I know, I'm sorry. I know it's close to alarm time. But I just wanted to call you and say that I am totally committed to you and you're the one for me. And will you marry me? Gwenny?
Oh,
Darling, I've never even seen Rigoletti.
Seen it. You were
I've
sitting
never
next to
seen it.
Rigoletti.
Darling,
It's
it was
Rigoletto.
La Traviata.
No,
I've
darling.
never seen it in my
I have
life.
never seen La Traviata.
La Traviata.
Le Traviata. Oh, you're giving me lessons now on how to speak. Brexit.
Traviata.
Oh, Le
Traviata.
Traviata. Lovely accent, darling.
Darling, if you want to keep arguing about this, that is fine with me.
Oh, it's completely.
Fine with me.
Oh, it's completely fine with me.
Oh,
darling. I could do this all day.
I could do this all year. You don't know how much I love doing this.
I love that you don't know how much I love doing this. You have no idea how much I love this.
Darling, I love that you think you love this more than I do because you will never even know how much I love this.
Really, I will never
Really?
know how much you love this. Well, you will never know how much I love you. And I love that you will never know it because I would never, ever show it.
Oh, you'll never show it? Darling, I have so much love for you. You've got no idea.
Darling, you have only just seen the tip of the iceberg of the love I have for you. I have got so much love buried so deep inside, and you will never see it. You will never see it, and it would make you so happy. That's the funny part about all this. It would make you so happy, and you're never going to see it.
If you knew the enormity of the love I have for you, you would beg me to show it. But you won't. And even if you did, it wouldn't matter because I would never show you. Not in a million years. I'd rather you die not knowing how much I love you. That is how much I love not showing you how much I actually love you.
What's going on with that package, boss? Fucking package isn't what I ordered. Not happy.
Mate, wake up. Okay. This is a bullshit deal. This don't smell right. This is all wrong. You know me, mate, I got a nose for it. Listen up. Here's how it runs. The little prick downstairs. Got his gold Amex card. Here's the plan, right? Let's half untie him, okay? Who cares? They'll be away in a couple of days. We'll leave him some bananas, some tucker, something like that to eat, right? His gold Amex card, I've got the pin, everything's flush. Probably about 20 grand we could pull from that thing in a minute.
Yeah, right.
You like it?
Yeah, very
Is it
good.
sounding good?
Very good.
Now, here's my idea. A food truck. Right?
What's a food truck?
Truck with food in it.
Sounds like an art cafe on wheels.
No, not an art cafe.
I don't want to do any more baking. I'm sick of the croissants and the scrolls and danishes. You know the trouble that got us into last time.
No
I
bacon.
don't-
No bacon. More food.
What?
More food.
You mean like carrots?
Easy shit. Like spirulina balls, you know. Nut bars, you know. Yeah, chowa rolls, pumpkin seed things, and just don't have to cook it. It's easy shit. Easy shit. We could also pick up a potential double job. Let's say we do a kidnapping in Brisbane. Think about this, we're driving up the coast. Oh, Port Macquarie. Boom, 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 boom. Pull in on the beach. Lots of people on the beach. Nice summer's day. Oh, they're all hungry. All of a sudden, truck opens up. Oh, like a smoothie, like a juice, like a little kale salad, or, you know, kale soup, or a, you know, kale wasabi roll, you know. A lot of kale. What do you think? Just, there's no one I'd want to do it with.
Yep. Well, I don't agree. I don't think he would have gone near your thermos. So, okay, fine. Yep. Have a good life.
Everything okay?
That was Bo. We're not, he's moving out. He just thinks Lockie's done something to his thermos. Something. I mean, he wanted me to choose between him and Lockie. What sort of a man does that? He just... Anyway, so... It's done.
Sorry, Carol.
Yeah.
I got you something. I was going to wait, but...
Are they for me?
No.
Oh.
They're for Corolla.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. That's very generous.
Oh, it's secondhand.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Linda
Yeah.
did it back. Nick as well.
Oh, so she's out.
Yeah.
So you're down one.
Oh, we've got some reserves.
I'm happy to.
You come to training.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll bring Lockie to training. He'll love it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But can you tell Susanna, the tall blonde one, just to not look anywhere near him? Oh, that's great. Thank you.
No worries.
Why'd you let me do that? You know how grumpy she gets when she gets woken up? Why didn't you remind me of all that? She's so angry. It was never going to go well. Who proposes on the phone?
No one.
No one.
Bad idea.
I'd like an apology.
Well deserved, I'd say.
From you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you. I'll still be your best man when it happens.
Thanks. You know what? I think she's in there.
Betty.
Betty. That gunpoint. And she's tied up, and you and I are the ones to go in there and bust her out.
No, you even said yourself, Gavin from intelligence.
No, Gavin from intelligence.
Not very.
Come on.
Only
I've got a
30% hunches. You tell me don't trust my
Don't
hunches.
trust your hunches.
Yeah.
Trust my hunches. And I've got a hunch that she's in there waiting to be rescued.
Show me the way.
You know what? And I'm sick of just waiting and sitting around because you know something? We need a win.
Well, we need a warrant.
That's loser talk.
That's legal.
And you know what? Dispatch, this is car 72. We have activity and are moving in.
No, car 72, don't move in.
Now that's done.
That did happen.
Okay? How do you feel about this?
I feel scared.
Yeah, you should feel scared because you should feel different because now we're winners. We're no longer losers.
No, I don't mind being down the bottom of the
We've
run.
been down the bottom far too long. And now it's our time to go out there and to shine. To
Come on. If we screw this up, we are done. Security guards at McDonald's.
Okay, but if we get it right, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?
I don't know.
We're going to go in there and Betty is going to look up at you and go, oh my God, are you Stokes from Tinder?
You haven't even had a date.
This will be your first date. You know what this is?
What?
This is a legacy.
This is my dynasty, is
This
it?
is your dynasty.
This is where I start my own family tree.
Yeah, this is the moment.
Spread my seed and create my own army.
Shoot your seed in a whole generation.
The throats of the generation.
Come over the mountaintop like Sean Connery.
I'm
Yeah.
Sean Connery. Let's do it.
Are you ready? With me or you without me?
I don't like being without you.
Okay. Good. Get your gun.
Now, just to clarify,
Yeah.
it's not about Gwen.
No, not about Gwen. It's
Right?
about you and me.
It's about us.
Okay, get your gun. All right. Ready? Let's do it.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Andy? Yeah. I'm glad she said no, mate. Yeah, I know. You're worth more than that. Thank you. If I was a single girl.
No, a single girl.
Andy? Yeah. Andy, just one thing. Yeah. You know that night we had that fondue party? Yeah. And you went to the bathroom? Yes. I think Gwen tried to hit on me. No, she didn't. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. No, she sure. Okay. I'm not. Okay. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. I'm not angry. Thank you. It's not about Aiden. No, it's not about fucking Aiden. It's about you and me, right? It's about us. No. Someone else. And if she kicks you out, maybe we can check up. No. What? There you go. I'll hold your gun. No. Come on. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. It's clear. There's no one here. It's clear.
lovely, isn't it? Is that Betty? Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just like cheating.
Well, it's not cheating, mate. I think that's her husband.
Still hurts.
Well, that's modern dating. I can live with it.
Fuck. So, I guess we're both single.
Looks like it, yeah.
Couple of bachelors.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
We're not gonna let you go.
Oh, come
I'm
on.
moving in.
Think of the money we
No,
took.
I've thought about it. That's all right.
We could couple.
Our life is a couple. Our life is a couple.
When we got home, we wouldn't make each other up.
Yeah. Could you hurry up in there, please? Trial basis.
Flatties?
Trial flatties. Don't smile.
Sorry. Great eggs, Benny. No, I'm better than that.
Assume nothing except that this new podcast is practically perfect in every way. One for the true crime heads. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
How could she even consider such a thing? This is Button House. It needs to stay in the family. Family.
Although, to be fair, also money.
ABBA.
Ghosts. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
I offer for your journalistic pleasures my life story.
So, how long have you been dead?
Let me introduce you to Lestat de Liancourt.
I can give you a dark gift. Are you hungry, Lord? Increase what you are! I'm a vampire.
Interview with a Vampire. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer. A late night emotional purge. Perfect. Digging deep into the old DNA.
Many of us have questions about who we really are.
It feels like a mystery that we're trying to solve.
There's a part of me missing.
Night and day, questioning, who am I?
Wouldn't it be amazing at my age to find out?
Now, amazing advances in DNA technology means questions can be answered for the very first time.
So with any luck, somebody will have taken a DNA test.
A wrong was done to her. It is my duty to make right what she could.
This is the perfect time for the secret to end.
Working with leading geneticists and genealogists, we're going to help people unlock life-changing secrets.
So DNA is really the only way that we can go.
Through the power of a DNA test.
The things you can do now.
Our DNA doesn't lie.
So we have your results back.
But are we ready for the truth? 40% of children on the adoption register have a disability or special need and take on average twice as long to be adopted. 38-year-old Laura was adopted in the 1980s and now wants to use DNA to find out more about her biological family.
Hey Laura, how are you? You're right.
Yeah, good, thank you.
It's so lovely to meet you.
You too. How are you feeling? Excited, but a bit apprehensive. All over the place, really.
Yeah. Talk me through what it is that you're hoping to find out.
So I guess this is unveiling the truth about my biological family, whatever that is.
So what do you know, Laura?
I know that I was adopted and given up in the hospital from birth. I went into foster care for
a period of around sort of 6 months, I think it was, and then was adopted by my family.
And all the information that you do have, that's come from your adoptive mother, your mother.
Yes, so that's come from my mum, who, you know, got that from social workers mainly.
So you were born with a condition.
Basically, when I was born, I had different disabilities. So I had my hand, which didn't grow and develop properly. I had quite a disfigured face. Doesn't look like it does now. So I've had a lot of reconstructive surgery.
Have you?
I was told that alcohol, which was consumed throughout the pregnancy, might have been the reason that I was born with these disabilities and differences.
Got you.
But that was kind of ruled out.
How does it sit with you? How does it make you feel?
I think there's moments where you sit back and think, I was on a trajectory for quite a different life. I genuinely believe probably one of the kindest things she did was give me up for adoption. Just always felt really lucky to be in the family that I was in. I would say my parents went totally the extra mile to be like, no matter what, you can do what other people can do. I always loved music, and I think the decision was made that I would do the violin. They had to adapt the bow so that I was able to hold it, so that I could play the violin. I don't remember being different. Until more recently, I've never really been that interested about finding out lots about myself. I just thought, you know, I've been adopted by this family. I've had every opportunity you could wish for growing up.
Talk to me about the possibility of having siblings. How much do you know?
So my mum had certain information when she adopted me from the social worker. So there was a half sibling, I believe, before me,
right,
that was also given up for adoption. And apparently there was a brother that came after me.
So there's every possibility that you've got two siblings you've never met.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to find things out about my birth family.
There's so much uncertainty. There's so much that you don't know.
I feel apprehensive. I think I've probably grown up with that kind of, you know, let sleeping dogs lie, don't open Pandora's box. But now I think having my own family and my own children, it's also about where they come from as well in a way.
Because of their ancestry as well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's bits of a puzzle. And the more sort of I unpick certain bits, I'm left with more questions. But you just want to know, for good or bad, like what the reality is, I think.
Laura has come to the University of Leicester to meet Professor Churi King in the hope she can use DNA to find out more about her biological family. Churi works alongside intermediaries who specialise in adoption cases and can guide Laura through the process.
Come on in, come sit down. It's lovely to meet you.
You too.
So how can I help you?
So, I'm adopted and I want to seek out information, I guess, about my birth family.
So is it something where you feel have you got support on this?
Yeah, definitely. I've got lots of friends, family, and so I feel like I've got as much support as I'm ever going to have. So I think it's time to take the step.
And what do you know about your family that you would like to confirm?
Keen to track down if I've got siblings, how many, half siblings. Yeah, all of it really.
Okay.
A lot.
No.
So I've only ever heard what was passed on from the social workers for my mum at the time of my adoption. I don't know if my biological dad had children or how many. I've heard that there might have been a couple there, but again, I don't know. With my biological mother's side, I believe that I had a half sibling that was older than me that was also put up for adoption. So I'd love to know if that's the case. And I believe I also had a sibling that came after me as well, who I think is my full sibling.
So it sounds like you're coming for a bit of clarity, really.
Yes. So I've been told things throughout my life. We've got no reason to doubt it. So just getting clarity on that would be, really big actually.
Mm-hmm. Are you interested in anything to do with ancestry generally?
Yes. Yeah. So I believe I'm British and that's my ancestry, but to find out whether that's definitely the case or not would be great. And I want to find out more about my background, my heritage. Yeah, I guess having that confirmed or not would be really helpful.
So what we're going to do is we're going to work with an intermediary through this entire process.
Mm-hmm.
But what we will also do is take your DNA and we will upload it to databases around the world. But what we're looking for is people who you share large segments of DNA that suggest to us that this is a half sibling or cousins and things like that. Hopefully it'll give you some clarity and some concrete answers as we go through this process.
I only have sort of that third-hand information to date, so anything more than that would be amazing.
It's estimated that 1 in 10 people who take a commercial DNA test discover a full or half sibling. In the aftermath of World War II, around 400,000 children were fathered by Allied soldiers in occupied Germany. Siblings Anthony, Karen, and Sally believed their father might have had a child that they never knew about while he was stationed there.
Hello, how are you? All right? Nice to see you.
Nice to see
I'm
you as
Stacey.
well. Come on, Stacey, come on in.
Thank you ever so much for having me.
Hey, sister, my sister Sally.
Hey, Sally, how are you? Stacey. Nice to see you. How's things? Likewise. Hello. Are you all right? I'm spot on. Are you okay?
Yes, fine.
Wow, no.
My favourite presenter.
Is that right?
Honestly, and I
Sally,
say
give me
that.
five.
I say that from my heart.
I shouldn't balls this up then. Anthony, why do you want to take a DNA test?
Just after the Second World War in about 1946, years before he met my mother, my father was stationed in Germany. He had a relationship, and we think he had another daughter.
Wow. After the end of the war, roughly 800,000 British troops were based in northwest Germany.
My dad loved his time in Germany. He was an MP, military police, were looking after the local people and, of course, the Allied soldiers that were still based there, making sure that everything started to get back to some sort of normality. He had a relationship with a young lady. The story is that he had a daughter with her. A British soldier, a German young lady. I don't know how well that would have gone down. Then, of course, he came back. But as soon as he met my mum, I mean, that was it.
What would you say about his girlfriend?
Yes. He always used to love talking about Germany. And he often used to talk about his German girlfriend. And on this one occasion...
And you're an adult when you're having this conversation?
Yes, I was in my 40s, yeah. And Dad said, yes, he said, she had a little girl. And he went, oh, he said, she was sweet. So I said, what was her name? I said, what was the little girl's name? And he said, Lola. So I said, oh, that's sweet. It's sweet. I could see the affection. And I thought, this isn't just a girlfriend's child. This is his. Several years passed, Dad grew ill, and my partner of 13 years, we were together a long time, Dad liked him very much, and he told me, but Dad told Jim, I've got a daughter in Germany, you know.
Wow.
But I think he was embarrassed to tell me.
What does that feel like?
It's sad because I think there's somebody out there that's of me.
So there's of course an enormous connection, but it's so distant.
He must have toyed with the idea of telling your mum.
We think Mum knew.
Do ya?
And I think that was one of the reasons why Dad didn't want to talk about it in front of her, because of his love and respect for her.
And I understand that because, you know, families are often complicated and there are so many other people's feelings to take into consideration.
There'd been a few comments made when Mum and Dad were first married by our grandmother, and Dad had two favourite songs. One was It Had to Be You for Mum and Secret Love by Doris Day. So we sort of thought between us that the song for Mum was It Had to Be You, and this Secret Love could well be his German girlfriend.
Quite literally.
Quite literally.
Have you got photos?
We have.
I'm desperate to see what he looks like.
That of their wedding.
God, your mum's glamorous, isn't she?
Mum was very glamorous.
So that's my dad on the very far left.
From your point of view, best case scenario, how would you like this to play out?
That she's still alive, that she's pleased we've made the effort to find her.
This is a great opportunity to find out what happened and try to put it right if there was anything that was wrong, and say that we just didn't know.
Anthony, Karen and Sally have come to the University of Leicester to see if testing their DNA can reveal anything about the half-sister they believe their dad fathered during World War II.
It's lovely to meet you.
Really lovely to meet you too.
So, siblings?
Yeah, we certainly are. I'm the big one. This is the medium one. And this is a baby.
Oh, lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So how can I help you?
Well, we believe we have a half-sister in Germany.
Okay.
And we would like to know if she is still alive, if she actually is our sister. And it'd be great if she'd like to meet us.
Okay. So what information do you have? Do you have a name, a date?
I asked my dad what the name of the little girl was, and he said it was Lola. And when Dad knew he was dying, he said, I've got a love child in Germany. And he said, I did my best, did my very best. He said, I looked after her. He said, I sent money for her to get through schooling and this, that and the other, and he did all he could.
Do we have a date?
Dad went over to Germany in 46. I would say it is probable 47, 48.
And should be, what, 73, Lola would be
73,
73.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So we know a rough age as well.
Yeah.
And we know that the area was Bad Harzburg.
Okay. So you know this. This is after the war, and Germany is completely devastated.
Sure.
18 million people killed, 4% of the world population. And obviously the Allies take over Germany, it's divided up, and the British, we've got the northwest part of it, including Brunswick and Bad Harzburg.
Yes.
And they're helping to rebuild the country with the Germans. So that completely fits in. The soldiers were not allowed to fraternize, but of course they did.
Yeah.
They would have been working alongside people. People would have gotten to know one another. It's going to have happened, and clearly it sounds like it happened here. And we know that it was incredibly difficult for people to marry. DNA, I can tell you it's going to be a long shot for a few reasons. Genetic testing in Germany is not as popular as it is here. I mean, it's huge here, it's huge in the US. It's actually still illegal in France to do DNA testing like we do for this. So, yeah. The other difficulties are that in Germany's birth records, you can't access them publicly for 110 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gosh.
in order to be able to find this DNA match, it has to be either her or a very close relative, like a child or a grandchild who is on the database, which will allow us to see that genetic match. So this is going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah.
But now is the time to do it, definitely, because the databases are so huge and they're growing all the time. We've now got this new tool that's available to us. So now is absolutely the time to do it.
I just feel as though I'd like to reach out and say, look, you know, we're here. And if you would like to be part of our family, we would love you to be so.
There's so many different ways it could go. I mean, we've been through just about every avenue that we can think of that could happen.
And I think we're prepared for anything, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know, we're just wanting to try it, trying to give it a go, just to see if we can reach out for it.
Yeah.
The years are passing by, and if we don't do it now, you know, it's probably one of those things that we'd never do. So, and we couldn't have done this by ourselves. So it's only with your help and everybody here that we would have any sort of chance.
Yeah. We just want to know her from the sounds of it.
Yeah.
So to start this process, I'm going to need a nominee to give a DNA sample.
I'll put myself forward for that.
Excellent. Okay. So what I need you to do is spit into that.
Okay. Right.
Yep.
Here goes.
We won't look. Lovely. Thank you. Let's see what we can do to find her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura took a DNA test in the hope of finding out more about her biological family.
Why am I doing this? I think the turning point for me was becoming a mum myself. I want to find out my background. I guess what I'm going to pass on to my kids, my family. But I'm also terrified as to what I might find.
She and her husband Hendrik are keen to find out what Churi has discovered.
I just realised after nearly 40 years of not knowing where you're from, you're this close to finding out.
It's just such a huge leap to go from not even knowing who these people are to then having clarity on who is that, like how many siblings have I got, like all of this stuff. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, but it's ultimately a positive thing having that information, which I agree at. And it's just a lot to try and hold most of that in mind and worry about not upsetting anyone in the process.
You're so brave, mate. You are. This is a big journey. I'm so proud of you, babe. Really am. Give it up. Such a big step.
It feels like you want to say in some ways DNA doesn't matter. Like what matters is the people you have a relationship with. It's all about people that love you, the people that have been there for you. And yet there is a pullback to DNA and who you're biologically related to, for good or for bad. I don't even know what that pull is, but it is there.
Come on in. Come sit down. It's lovely to see you again.
Okay.
Okay. So when you first came to us, it was to find out more information about your biological family, and that was because you were adopted. So what we did with your DNA was we're taking your DNA and we are uploading it to databases around the world, and there's over 30 million people on these databases now. And we can actually use DNA to sort of tell you a little bit about each side of your family tree. So on your mum's side, we're getting a lot of matches in Lancashire, so northwest England, up into Scotland, and you've also got family down in London.
Wow.
And on your dad's side, we're also getting matches up in northwest England, but also Ireland. So he definitely has Irish in his family tree. So the Irish matches that you're getting seem to come from your biological father's side.
It's really surreal just to have, because thinking you're British or from the UK or that's your ancestry is one thing, but even hearing that is, it's bizarre. It makes it really real.
Once we can do the ancestry side, we can start to look at who you're getting matches with. And you were getting matches with over 300 people at fourth cousin or closer. So with that information, we were able to build out your family tree. And on your mum's side, going back to the sort of mid 1800s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I can tell you that on your mum's side, you have got your grandfather and grandmother. They are Cecil and Ada. So we can see that they had 3 children.
Okay.
They brought them up in London. Your biological mother is the youngest of those 3. So I'm going to stay with biological mum's side for now, because I know one of the questions that you had was whether or not you had any half siblings. So from our research, we can see that on your biological mother's side, you have a half sister. And she was born 13 years before you. You've also got a younger brother.
Okay.
So then started having a look at your biological father's side and the matches. You have another half sister.
Wow.
Through your biological father's side.
Is different from what I was expecting to have. My biological dad's side does not match up at all. Gosh, it's not potentially one of 3 sisters or half sisters and a brother. I can't go again.
It's very personal, isn't it? It's about your ancestry, which you've had nothing up until now.
Yeah. Hearing the specifics and from both sides of the family, it makes it really, it's real. And then it's bizarre to think you don't know that because most people know all of that about themselves. So yeah, it's really bizarre.
How's that for a morning?
Yeah. Cry again. Hi.
All right.
Yeah.
Laura, How you feeling?
Yeah, okay. Just getting my head around lots of information.
Yeah. Were you surprised about the geography?
Yeah, completely. Just knowing geographically where both sides of my family came from, just like within the UK, but then the specific roots, quite a bit up north, and Irish, is just bizarre.
It's a lot to process.
Yeah.
You've got siblings. We know that one of them may be a full sibling.
Yeah, I think this was just definitely the first step of like who exists and doesn't exist, because I didn't know for sure. There's another half sister that my biological dad had.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm gonna go again.
It's so massive. And I think you're so used to being so level-headed, you're very rational.
Yeah.
And this is enormous. Don't underestimate how taxing this has probably been for you emotionally. It's my tissue. I'm totally unprepared. Look.
Thanks. Yeah, it's just weird knowing. Like in a good way.
Yeah.
It's like you didn't realise how much. Yeah, you didn't know.
Right. I'm delighted that you were able to find out for sure you have siblings. We can carry on the conversation when you feel ready. We'll just stay in touch and be led by you. Laura decided she did want to make contact with family members, revealed by testing her DNA. And now, after 3 months, the team has some news. Laura!
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah,
Right.
not too bad.
Nice to see you. Oh, thank you. So, we haven't seen each other in a while. It's been a good few months. So, you gave the intermediary permission to reach out to your biological family members. I know she wrote to your birth mum.
The social worker, she was saying that they've had a letter returned, but no comments on it.
Okay. You've done everything you can do on your side. And then you gave us permission to reach out to your siblings, which is exactly what the intermediary did. And actually, we've had a response from your older sibling, your older half-sister. And she was super positive. You okay?
She was the one I always wanted to find because she'd also been put up for adoption.
She didn't know that you existed. Now she does. She was delighted to hear that she has a half-sister.
That's big.
Yeah. She'd really be quite keen to have a conversation with you, and she's asked us to share her contact details, her phone number today. Yeah.
It's a bit nuts.
It's a bit nuts. Like your half-sister, what? Like...
Yeah, that is, the more you say it, I haven't really taken it in. I'm just going, yeah. But yeah, it's going to be the most bizarre thing ever.
Great. Amazing. Thank you.
No, thank you again. Honestly. It kind of blows my mind to think that I'm part of this other family and putting to rest a lot of these questions that I had.
$1.7 million people in England and Wales are of mixed heritage. 53-year-old Julie is one of them. Adopted as a baby, she's never known her biological parents and is hoping DNA can reveal details about her father's side of the family.
Hello, Julie.
Hi.
How are you feeling?
I'm all right, thank
Yeah.
you.
Good. Do you feel nervous or do you feel okay?
A little bit nervous.
you
'cause
will?
yeah.
That's totally to be expected. So, Julie, what is it that you want to find out about your DNA?
So I've always known from when I was very young, so maybe 2 or 3, I knew I was adopted. Now I must have been weeks or months old. I was told that my birth mother was white, British. She had an affair with a Pakistani man, got pregnant, and gave the baby up. But I don't know if that's true or not.
Wow.
So
Okay.
all my life, I've been led to believe that my father was Pakistani, and perhaps he isn't. That might be just an assumption. So I'm incredibly curious. Something I've thought about all my life. I was born in 69, 70s England. It's a very different place. Growing up, my adopted family were white. There were 6 of us. I didn't look like one of my siblings. And at school, I was the only dark child. But I had a lot of racism, which I don't think my family understood because they didn't really get it. So I felt ashamed of my skin colour. I longed to be white. I mean, I can't imagine how I love my skin.
This is my fave. I think you look so cute here. I think you look adorable. But you never felt it as a kid.
No.
Isn't that heartbreaking?
I felt like a little brown child.
Your little 70s outfit as well.
I know. Actually, I did like that blouse. My sister had matching. And I think my mother probably knitted the tank top.
She did a good job. So have you ever tried to find your biological mum?
Around 2015, I did finally get hold of my adoption records, and I found out her name, and I contacted her, and she said, please don't contact me again. So that's upsetting, of course.
Hard, yeah.
Yeah.
So the main goal is to have a degree of certainty about your own identity instead of speculating.
Yeah. But you know, it's not just about my identity, it's my daughter's as well.
How old's your girl?
She's 20 now.
Is
actually.
she?
Yeah.
And I mean, have there been moments where she's had questions that you haven't been able to answer?
She knows where she comes from because she comes from me, and her father's actually Malay. But that next step or that sort of lineage biologically, there's nothing. It just stops with me. So it kind of affects her as well in that sense. You know, there's just that little bit missing that I don't know. I think I know, but I don't, do I? I don't know.
You deserve to know, don't you? Because it's who you are. It's half of you.
Yeah. To me, it's the biology of it that's important to find out. I'm not from Pakistan, but I don't know if my genetics are. To actually find out the exact ancestry would be just incredible.
Julie is travelling to the University of Leicester to meet Professor Chury King. She's hoping a DNA test can reveal clues to her ancestry.
Hello.
Hello. Come on in.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you. So how can I help you?
Well, what I'm wanting to find out is the DNA line on my father's side, because I was adopted as a baby.
Okay.
And according to my adoption records, my mother was white British and my father was Pakistani.
Okay.
So that's what I've assumed all my life. When I tell people that I'm half Pakistani, quite a lot of the time they're surprised because they think I'm Italian or Spanish because of my olive skin. So perhaps I could be from anywhere, I don't know.
Have you thought about the possibility that people just put down that he was Pakistani because that was kind of what people assumed, and it's, you know, quite a broad group, but you may actually have ancestry from somewhere else?
I mean, yes, that is a possibility. It's not something I thought about growing up. It's only recently. And I just thought because of the area, there are a lot of Pakistani families. Perhaps I'm related to some of them, or maybe I'm not. So I'd like to find out if indeed I am.
And this is where DNA can actually be really, really helpful, because it's probably the only way in this case to be able to give you some sort of answers as to where your ancestry is coming from, and with any luck, find some relatives that might give us an indication as to sort of who your biological father was. One of the really interesting things about your potential ancestry is that this is a really interesting period in social history in this country. So it's after the war, and the government is putting out a call for help to help rebuild the country after the war.
The Pakistani-born population more than quadrupled during the 1960s, from around 31,000 to 136,000.
You've got people coming over from India, Pakistan, post-separation in 1947. And obviously you've got Asian populations are really starting to sort of settle around sort of Bradford, Leeds, York, Huddersfield, Dewsbury, where you were born.
That's where I was born,
Yeah, many of the Pakistanis were from the Mirpur region.
So we know in the 1960s,
the Pakistani government is building the Mangla Dam, displacing thousands of people.
The British government granted permission for many of those people to come and work, particularly in the Midlands and the north of England.
So your father could have been one of the Pakistanis that came over at that time. So it could well be that that is where your ancestry comes from. So what we do in this case is we take your DNA and we upload it to databases around the world, and there's over 30 million people on these databases now. With your mum being British, we will almost certainly find matches, could be quite distant, albeit, with people on your biological mum's side. If we do find family members on that side, how do you feel about that?
I'm interested in that as well. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm pretty confident we're going to be able to say something about where your biological father's ancestry is from. What DNA can do is it can give you a region. Issues with that are that people from India and Pakistan don't necessarily take these sorts of tests, so they're more popular in particular groups than in others, so that could make it a particular issue.
I think even if you can just pinpoint where my ancestry is from, I may have some new knowledge at least.
Shuri will now take Judy's DNA and upload it to the worldwide databases in the hope of finding a match. It's been 5 months since siblings Anthony, Sally and Karen took a DNA test to try and trace an older half-sibling from Germany.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Cheers.
It sounds brought us closer together, hasn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
We're all in it together.
I never thought anything like this would happen to us in our family.
I'm really happy that we're doing it. I think it's important for us. I think it's only fair for us, actually.
But what would they think?
I'm not sure. Sometimes I'm thinking, would Mum be going, oh, no, or, you know, or would Dad go, oh, no, you know, or would they say, yes, go on, go ahead?
It gives you butterflies in it, doesn't it?
Yes, it does a bit.
It could go so many different ways. So many different ways.
True. Yeah. I believe somewhere in Germany there is a half-sister that belonged to Karen, Anthony and myself. Definitely. We want to meet her and we want to embrace her into our family. And we have actually put ourselves out there to be found.
I think if this happens, our life is going to change massively, really, because it's just a completely new section of our family, which 15 years ago we didn't even know existed.
I think I'm just sort of somewhere between nervous and excited.
Well, I know in my heart what I want the answer to be, but it's an incredible long shot.
The siblings have returned to Leicester to see if Churi has been able to unlock the secrets of their father's past.
Hello, Churi.
Hello, it's so
Hi.
good to see you again.
Yes, good to see
Good
you.
to see you too, yeah.
Okay, so when you came the first time, you had very little information to go on.
Hardly anything.
Yeah.
A first name, Lola, the little girl that your father had with a German girlfriend over in Germany after World War II.
Yes. Yeah.
That's exactly it.
So we knew that this was going to be really difficult. DNA testing is just not that popular in Germany. And I can tell you that we weren't lucky in this case.
Okay.
There were no matches at the level that we were looking for. Nothing. But one thing I do say to people is that we may not be able to answer your question here, but 6 months, a year, 2 years, by putting yourself on these databases, if in the future somebody from her family does take a DNA test, you're there and ready to be contacted.
It is a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So these
I can
see how difficult it was. It was a long shot, right from the word go.
I mean, we've done all we can do.
You have.
And
You've
yeah,
done
we
it.
came to the decision, do we do something about it or not? In our lifetime, we thought we would.
Yeah.
And the fact that we've not been successful, but at least we've done as much as we possibly could.
You have, and I think don't underestimate that, because you have put yourselves out there to be found.
Yes.
If this person wants to find you, there's a way of doing it.
It's a positive step.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. It's lovely to meet you. Bless you.
Hey,
Hi.
how's things?
Oh, hi.
Oh, lovely to see you again.
Good to see you
great.
too, yeah.
How are we feeling? Talk to me.
We're okay.
Yeah, we went in with it with such open eyes, thinking, we know this person exists, but it's just so difficult.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed and I'm sad.
Yeah.
We had so little to go on.
Right. The truth is, when we start these journeys, we've absolutely no idea, genuinely,
Exactly.
what's going to happen.
Yeah. No.
But the fact that you guys have now sort of offered your DNA and you now exist in those databases, if, your half-sister did have questions, actually it's a very generous thing of you to do, because she could think, actually I do have matches, and it would be much easier for her to locate you guys further down the line.
Yeah.
I think it's fair
As long as
to
they don't
say.
leave it too long, because I'm not,
Don't be talking like that.
But we are saying, aren't we? We are saying, hey, we're here. Here's our information.
Yeah.
Hey, we're here.
Yeah.
We're there. We're waiting.
Julie will be receiving her results with her 21-year-old daughter, Ebony.
I'd like to find out exactly where I'm from, so I can say to my daughter, okay, so this is your genetic history. she's the only person that I know 100% that I'm related to biologically.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. What would you say is the best case scenario you'd find out from results related to landed gentry?
We're from like the old Mughal Empire, and I was a princess. That would be fabulous. I doubt that very much. Are you a little bit excited then about it?
No, of course I am. I was one of the people who was like pushing you to go on this journey, actually.
Yeah, you did.
Because it would mean a lot for me, you know, for you to get some answers, because I have seen throughout my life how it has always been that underlying burning question that has not ever had answers. And I think you've also yourself kind of put it off for years. It did seem to bother you. It's like an emotional subject for you, clearly, like your whole adoption, your childhood.
It's almost like this history has been built that we haven't seen it yet. Your history stops with me. And how much of that story can we find out?
I've never met anyone in person, well, neither of you, that we're, apart from me, that we're blood related to.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's not the only thing that family is, but it would be nice because I feel like both of us might have a new kind of sense of belonging.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
It will be an emotional process for her, whatever they find out. Being able to let go of all the stress of the wondering, having a newfound sense of self and peace. I can see how it could benefit her.
After decades of questioning her own ancestry, Julie's returning to the University of Leicester with daughter Ebony, hoping to get some answers.
Come on in. It's lovely to see you again.
And you?
And nice to meet you. Okay, so when you first came, your question was around your ancestry. And I remember you saying that you kind of wanted to know now for certain.
Just having that confirmation and assurance of kind of in ourselves who we are.
I want to get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we're doing this, what we do is we take your DNA and we upload it to various databases around the world. And the databases are made up of kind of two different groups of people. So there are people who've already taken DNA tests, and then they've got reference populations from particular parts of the world. On your birth and adoption records, there was no hint as to who your biological father was. So we're looking to see whether or not we can find any DNA matches which might give us an indication as to what your heritage is on your biological father's side. You've got a couple sort of second, third cousin matches. So that's going to be people who you would be sharing possibly a great grandparent or a great great grandparent with. But the issue with matching people on these databases is there's not the sort of birth, marriage, and death records that we can use that are available, like in this country, that we can use to build family trees. So we're not able to build a family tree with those matches to be able to home in on who your biological father is.
Okay. So really, it's going to be almost impossible to find out who he was or is.
At the moment, one of the things I do say is that while this is not popular in people with these backgrounds at the moment, it's becoming much more so. And that's because as people came over here, their descendants quite often are the ones who are taking the DNA tests because they want to know about their ancestry and they want to see if they can find relatives. And so give it a few months, a year or two, you might have people popping up on the database that then can lead to finding who your biological father is.
And it's quite comforting in the sense of knowing that it's not a dead end, that there's possibilities that we might eventually, actually find out about a named relative.
Yeah, sometimes this bit is actually just the start of the journey. So the next thing we're doing is that we're looking to see your ancestry. So I know you were adopted, and your mum, you knew she's white, English. Okay, so let's start with mum's side. So you know she's white, British, and that's definitely what's coming back on that side. So you're getting, your matches are about 45% English, Northwest Europe. You've got a little bit of Swedish, bit of Danish, tiny bit of Scottish in there as well. And that's completely with what we were expecting, given what you knew so far. You were getting a concentration around West Yorkshire. And we can see that that family is really concentrated around Dewsbury. So does that fit?
Definitely.
I know that you thought that your dad was going to be from Southeast Asia. And that's exactly what we were finding. There was enough information on the databases to be able to give you some actually fairly detailed information about your ancestry. So your matches are all coming around in this region here, into northern India and up into Afghanistan and Pakistan and the Punjab region. Surnames that are likely to be in your biological father's tree are Hashmi and Hanan, both Pakistan names that we're getting from there.
Okay.
When you first came, there was some doubt in there. Does it feel good to finally get it kind of pinned down?
I've always known, but I haven't. But now I do, I suppose. At least, yes, like you say, I know 100%. Thank you, Turi.
You're welcome.
Hey, how are you? It's nice to see you,
And
Julie.
you.
Get comfy. We haven't met.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Stacey.
Yeah,
Likewise, it's so nice. I've heard so much about you. Nice to see you. All right.
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. I wasn't 100%, of course, but I am now. It makes a difference just knowing where I come from. We definitely know now, don't we?
And how do you feel? Because I suppose this is something that obviously also affects you. And
it just feels like a relief in the sense just to be 100% certain. So now when people ask me what is your heritage, I can say, yeah, definitely, it's definitely this.
Because I'm half Pakistani, of course. So she's a quarter English, and then half Malaysian.
that's why you're so beautiful. I imagine it's hard not to be slightly disheartened that we weren't able to give you a name. But we have had situations in the past where people have gone away and the DNA registers and the databases have evolved.
Yeah.
And we've gone back to that person and said, actually, there's been a development.
That would be fabulous. It would be fabulous.
What is true now isn't necessarily going to be the case in a couple of months, a couple of years' time. Who knows?
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank
for your
you,
time.
Stacey.
No, total pleasure.
I said, what's my mother's secret? And he said she had a child during the war and it was adopted. A wrong was done to her and I want to put it right.
What do you know about your dad? Do you know anything?
Fragments of information I have is not enough. This isn't about closure, this is about expansion. So this will make my life expand, won't it?
My mum never told me who my dad was. I don't know a name, I don't know anything about him.
And she's done something that she wanted to do. Her mum would be proud of her.
We have traced him.
For details of organisations which offer support with adoption or missing persons, do go online to the BBC Action Line website.
Investigating organised crime is inherently more dangerous as a cop.
Fear is what we do.
Good lads, I've got kids dealing for them.
I found out where I live and will seek retribution.
This month's organised crime group, we've got 7 of the exceptions. This type of work isn't for every officer.
Brand new, The Detectives starts Monday at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Billy called her London. She's on her way here.
Galen Quinn witnessed the murder of one of your informants. We need to find her before Cassidy or his people do.
Brand new Shetland starts Wednesday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Once more for the cheap seats in the back and with repetitive flashing images now in the sign zone, last week's Strictly Come Dancing.
Monday is overwhelming.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 2, 6.
Slow. Tuesday is a day of expansion.
That's it. Big glide.
Wednesday makes me feel optimistic.
You blink and it's already Thursday.
Friday is deadline day.
Let's go.
Good.
The weeks are definitely getting harder. Saturday makes me feel
Exhilarating.
Unpredictable.
Exciting showtime.
It's now or never.
Yeah.
From the BBC, this is Strictly Come Dancing. Please welcome Jess Daly and Claudia Winkleman.
Welcome to Strictly Come Dancing. It's week 5 of the competition.
Everyone wants to be here for next week's Halloween special. They are all really hoping to impress.
We've had 2 10s so far this series. Will these 4 be using those paddles again tonight?
Fingers crossed. Please welcome the judges.
Craig Revel forward.
Shirley Fallon.
Moxie Mabuse. And Anton Dubek.
Very sparkly. Congratulations, everyone. We have wiped the slate clean, another week. The top spot is there for the taking. It's time to welcome our Strictly stars.
Broadcaster Kristen Guru Murphy is partner Lauren Oakley. From EastEnders, Bobby Bracey is partner Diane Mercer. TV presenter Angela Scanlon is a partner Thomas Booth. Actor Adam Thomas and his partner Luca Western. Documentary maker Zara McDermott and her partner Graziano Di. Former tennis champion Annabelle Croft and her partner Johannes Radebe. Actor Leighton Williams and his partner Nikita Kurtzman. Broadcaster Angela Ribbon and her partner Kai Whittington. Actor Eddie Leach and her partner Vito Coppola. Comedian and radio host Eddie Caddy and his partner Karen Howard. And finally, actor Nigel Harman and his partner Katya Jones.
Now, as you may have noticed, Amanda and Giovanni are missing from the lineup. Due to medical reasons, Amanda is unable to perform this week.
As per the rules of the competition, she's been given a bye, and all being well, will return to the ballroom next weekend.
Amanda, we are all sending you so much love.
Lots of love to you. And now, on with the show, and dancing first tonight with the Charleston, it's Annabelle and Johannes.
This week, I'm doing the Charleston. The Charleston was perhaps the most famous dance in the 1920s, characterized by the frenetic and animated movements. I have no idea about any of the techniques, but it does look fun. The Charleston has evolved throughout the decades, but there's certain moves that you'll always find in this dance. The step and tap. Now, this is a common step that you find in a Charleston, where you kick your legs forward and back. I think it's all about the fun element of the steps, so it's more about personality, bringing a bit of smile. The swivel is a rotation on the ball of your feet while you keep your heels elevated. I am going to really focus on trying to get the swivel right. I know it's a really important part of the Charleston, and Johannes has been drumming it into me that I've got to try and get that swivel. The Charleston has a looseness of the body using the movements of the joints. And this makes sure that every kick and every move pops. The Charleston requires enormous amounts of energy, so it's got a kind of a loose feel to it. Quite enjoying being quirky, trying to be cheeky, trying to be smiley. The Charleston is such an iconic dance, and there is so much to learn, but I just want to go out there, show Johannes that I can do it, and really have some fun.
Dancing the Charleston, Annabelle Croft and Johannes Radebe.
This is your night tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, ladies' night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, ladies' night. Oh, yes, it's ladies' night. Oh, night. What's the night?
All your dreams, I'll be here, everywhere. This is your night.
Tonight, everything's gonna be alright. This is your night tonight. It's ladies' night, and the feeling's right. This is
It's ladies' night. It's ladies' night, Annabelle. You deserve Michelle. I bet you couldn't imagine doing that 5 weeks ago.
Maybe not.
What do you think of our opener, Shirley?
Well, I love it when you can give somebody some criticism the week before about delivering with more sparkle and more energy, and that's exactly what you did this evening. It's not easy to keep up with Jojo. I thought you did it beautifully. The programme was going exquisitely. We just had one or two little hiccups, little mistake here and there, so I have to just deduct 1 point for that. But other than that, I was delighted with you guys.
Thank you.
Well done.
Well done.
Well, I really love your dancing because it's as clean as a whistle. And I love anything I can read and I can see. And your legs are always in a good position. They always make great lines. It's all tremendous. And we've asked for more performance. And today we've got a much more smiley performance, which just added to the whole joy of the thing. So it's an improvement. I agree. Your marks would have been sky high if you didn't have those couple of moments there where you were a little, oh, hello, what's going on? But other than that, it was just terrific.
Oh, thank you.
Sadly, there was no swivel in there to speak of. There was double hop. It got out of time 3 times. And for me, it was all too placed and too neat. I want to see the wild and untamed side of this dance. You know, I think it could have gone a lot further with that. But on a positive note, darling, it's probably one of the chicest Charlestons I think I've seen.
Thank you. He's a chic balloon, Moxie.
Well, I must say, as Shirley mentioned, it's really great that you can take on critique, come back like this. This was a banger, really. You gave absolutely everything. Energy was lifted, sass was lifted. We were rocking for you here. We were like, go Annabelle, and then oops, you know, it happened. But it shows that you can. So next week, calm the nerves and get on with it.
Okay, thank you very much. It's not showing stuff. It's going in the right direction. Congratulations. Annabelle.
Quite scary, and you were initially terrified of the Charleston, weren't you?
Well, I was. It's got a lot of technical elements to it. But I mean, it's still a really fun, upbeat kind of dance, but very energised. But yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it out there.
Shirley said she was delighted. I mean, last week then there was the split. I love Jojo. You're just like pushing it.
Nice
You really, what the judges loved is you listened to them and you wanted to show a different side, and it was a smiley performance.
Yeah, I was definitely trying to smile a lot more, and also, you know, I was trying to think. I do have a good sense of humour. I'm a bit cheeky. I try not to take myself too seriously, so I just wanted to bring a bit of that personality out. But it's quite, you know, it's always scary and nerve-wracking, but it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Well done. Thank you. The scores are in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have their scores. Craig Revel Hall, 5. Moxie Mabusi,
7.
Shirley Banks,
7.
and Anton Hoover.
8.
I want them to stay in the competition and dance again next week. All the details you need to vote are on your screen now. Please wait until the end of the show when everyone has danced. We are now heading over to Alan Cole's Picture Slam for the terms and conditions.
Thanks, Claudia. Calls to the short number from a mobile cost 15p. Calls to the long number cost 15p plus your network access charge. And please ask the bill payer's permission. You can vote online for free by visiting bbc.co.uk/strictly, where you will also find terms and privacy notice. You can also scan the QR code on your screen now. Voting won't open until all our couples have danced. Go to our website now to sign in or register for your BBC account to get ready to vote online. Good luck to all the couples tonight.
Thank you, Alan. We love you. Amy, please do the honours.
Dancing next is Nigel and Katya. Now, last week the judges said that Nigel had a bit of a Patrick Swayze vibe going on. Well, after picking up his highest score of the series, he's certainly having the time of his life.
So, last week,
Yes,
that was cool.
I loved it.
It felt like we were just dancing together. And then we got some really good comments.
Powerful, fantastic.
Patrick Swayze vibe.
Nigel!
From the first bit when you did your first move, my face just lit up.
So what are we doing this week?
We are dancing with the foxtrot. It's set in a smoky bar in the 1950s, and it's two really smooth people. Three fundamentals that we need to get right in our foxtrot are frame, beautiful line from shoulder to shoulder, long spine, and get that head in the right position. Using standing leg to drive across the floor to get this seamless movement. Getting our heels and toes in the right places.
Ballroom dancing is no joke. It needs power, technique,
That much.
stamina. The more odd the position feels, the more likely it is to be right. Look up it.
Hi, Barbie.
A foxtrot face seems to be quite eyebrow related. Doing something interesting there. When I go backwards, I tend to do a little bit of we've got a hat, we've got a ballroom frame, we've got heel leads. Let's dance the foxtrot.
Dancing the Fox, Nigel Harvey and Katya Jones.
I want you to be a slave. I want you to work all day. And I want you to be true. I just want love to you. Love to you. Love to you. Treat your girl that I could give you all the
Look what I found. And I spotted your foxtrot face there. I enjoyed it.
It's like panic face.
Was it funny? Oh, no. Anton, how's that foxtrot for you?
Oh, listen, there was so much good stuff going on. The opening was exquisite. I loved it. Brilliant style, incredible. You took massive improvement. I'm rushing because there's so much to say. You were terrific. And again, your marks would be sky high, apart from the fact you kicked her foot and you then went a bit wrong. And then we couldn't get on the right foot. Now, how much of a mistake is that? It's a mistake. Yeah, it happened. It
Carry on.
do happen. But I was going to tell you, the performance as a whole was immeasurably better from you. That was a mistake. I'm going to have to knock a mark off, but so much to like. Keep going like that.
Great.
Yes, the footwork was problematic, and we all know that. We thought that for ourselves, darling. Fingers, my little pet hate. Your fingers were splayed at the back, and then halfway through, I think you remembered the note, and then they were together. But you have wonderful musicality. I just love the jazz element in this. The style of it was absolutely fantastic. So, stumble or not, darling, well done.
Well done.
Wow. It's out there. We saw it. But listen, the opening, guys, the atmosphere that you both created, the timing of that sizzling feeling of the desert. You have so much potential to capture us. You have so much potential to make us.
Fire, get to the corner. Next week on Film 4. I hate to break it to you, mate, but we are grown up and settled down.
We're old and we're free.
You're 35 and you live in Lowell. Spielberg isn't calling. What's going on? We're in a sexual standoff. We don't do dark and moody, we do chip spice.
The brand new series of All Raises on Channel 4. Coming soon.
That's it in the tree.
Following. I saw a lad of my own age murdered.
They have no idea there is this monster in your midst.
When you look at his eyes, it's like there's nothing in there. I didn't do it.
True Crime on Channel 4. Stream the collection free now. Documentaries on horror, sponsored by the new all-electric Ford Explorer.
Oh, sorry, Laura. I was down in fury, signifying nothing. Okay, Sam. Living my best life, thank you, Danielle. How are you doing this morning?
Oh, I've had a cry. Feel a bit better. I just feel emotionally fucked. I just want to go home.
No, get that thought out, because you're so close now. Think about everything you've been through. Physically, you've got this. No bits and bobs have dropped off.
I feel like I'm gonna break.
But you're not, are you? 5 fucking kids, you can do anything.
Just miss my house, miss my kids.
I really, really believe you can do it.
Thanks.
Yeah. Good meeting. I can't believe we're having a company meeting while I'm having a shit, but thanks for coming.
Thanks for the pep talk.
We're like a millionaire CEO, right? Everyone out with your Bergens!
Fuck's sake. With your Bergens.
Oh, and what's going on? There's some serious issues if 13's out here before anyone else. Come on, then. Take Bergen's off to place him down in front of you. Neatly. Fucking into the death rows of this course now. You can see it starting to emulate life in the Special Forces. There are long periods of you lot doing nothing. And then all of a sudden, you have to fucking switch it on. And all the time, you're dealing with different emotions. Because war fighting, as far as we're concerned, is about being uncomfortable and embracing it, loving it, thriving in the dark places. That's what we're doing. When I say go, Bergen's onto one shoulder, and you're going to get in the water. Go! Let's go, let's get in the water.
To further test the recruit's physical resilience,
Swim into that nasty shit! Go!
the DS have devised a brutal 5-kilometer race
Pick up the frog, let's go!
through the Vietnamese jungle.
Everybody wants to be Special Forces! Do you have to do Special Forces shit? Let's go!
Selection's designed to challenge you physically.
Come on, let's go!
As you are more exhausted.
Hold the Bergen in front of you and kick.
Find out who you really are. Will you fight to the end?
Give him some fucking support.
That's it. Or do you just not have what it takes to be one of us?
Put it on your shoulder and bring it to me. Let's go.
I'm happy.
Of course it is. Let's go. Try it up there. No one said fucking stop. Come on, Fatty. Let's go. Now.
Con number 13, catch it up, and you actually swim.
No, I can't swim.
Selection for me was very, very difficult. I was way out of my depth.
Get going on the plane.
I was afraid. I just didn't have what it takes. As I started falling back, it made me angry.
Come on up there then, 13, let's go.
Go, go, belly, 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 go. And there's something inside of me, and I don't know where it comes from, but it just won't let go and will not give up. And that's what we're looking for.
Come on, you can fucking smash this. Let's go, come on.
Struggling at the back is recruit number 13, Zoe.
Fuck off, fuck off.
Don't get angry, get fucking even.
Come on, legs.
Take that pain out of your face. Use the pain.
Of course I'm worried that there are things that are going to make me quit.
That's it. Stay in that swabby shit. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, 13. That's right.
But I don't want to let myself down. I hate failing.
Keep going.
Which way am I going?
This way. People call this hell. This is our home.
I'm determined to give everything a go.
Keep going, 13.
To climb over those walls that I know I'll have. But I'm slightly concerned about face planting as I do so.
15. 10. 5. Stand up. Stand up. You're not finished. Stay in the game. Get your heads up. Stand up. Sort your shit out now, everybody. We finish the task. What happens, number 1? Get ready to go again. Anybody want to go home? Fucking gin and tonic on the beach by 10 o'clock tonight if you want. Anybody? No? Pain is glory. Go! Dig here, dig here. All the way.
After 45 minutes, the recruits are only halfway through the task.
It's impossible to serve in government and not appreciate.
Radio 1 Dance presents.
Initializing sound system. Sound system activated. Initiating sound check. Preparing and initiating base test.
BBC Radio 1.
Preparing and initiating treble test. Treble test complete. Preparing and initiating vocals test. Vocals test complete. Preparing and initiating pan test. Pan test left. Pan test right. Pan test left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Pan test complete. Sound check now complete. All systems are ready.
Radio One Dance presents Mix Mag. Radio Just let me slide. And then I won't pause it. No más escucharlo, mi hizo. Convenience of home, taking no call. Always seeking some, just let me slide. And then I won't pause it. I mean, the call. No más escucharlo, mi hizo. Dicen a Rudy, no son sagas, en Haya, no me dices solo. Dicen a Rudy, en Haya, no so forget, I forget it solo. Dicen a Rudy, no son sagas, en Haya, no me dices solo.
Radio One Dance presents.
Listen, man. The kids.
Shia, Baba Shia.
Yeah.
BBC Radio 1.
Hello, welcome to Radio Unhappy. Katie Middleton here with you. And I've got a happy show for you. Yeah, I am. That's what I do. That's my job. Great tunes all the way from Sabrina Carpenter, Jim Cook and Lato as well. And this is Jack Harlow. And first class, kick these off.
I've been go up the sex in the and I can put you in. Go up the sex in the and I can put you in. I can see the whole city from this balcony. Back in 2019, I was outside freely, but now they got it out for me. I don't care what credit you was in, you can't out for me. Anyway, pineapple juice like it was sweet. I know what they like, so I just keep cheesing. Hard drive full of heat seeking. Trying to come the same day as Jack Reed thinking. You don't need Givenchy, you need Jesus. Why do y'all sleep on me? I need reasons. I got plex in the middle peak season. Shout out to my UPS workers, making sure I receive. You can do it too, believe. I've been go up the sex in the and I can put you in. Are you ready? Yes, I am. They say you're a superstar now, damn. I guess I am. You might be the man, well, that's unless I am. Okay, I'll confess I am. Go ahead and get undressed, I am. Okay, cool. You want sunset? I'm about to slide, okay. I'm about to slide, okay. This lifestyle don't got many downsides. Except for the lack of time, I get brown eyes. Family, wait till they never downsides. I got visions of my mom saying, wait, this house mine. Can't lie, I'm on Angus Cloud 9. I got them on the bandwagon now, about time. I ain't even got no downtime. Every time I speak, she say, yeah, that sounds fine. I've been go up the sex in the and I can put you in. I can put you in. I've been go up the sex in the and I can put you in.
This is BBC Radio 1. Hey. Radio 1. Happy.
I was like that. I'm your dream come true when it's on time for you. Take a cool back when I try to maintain more than 2 hours in advance. I slam the door, I ignore, I say no, right. Got you blocked out, this and that, I finally cut you off. I have to say it's not like a friend with you off my mind. So this is a memories like whatever, you're a waste of time. You say no one makes you act like every say I send the day. I have to say it's not like a feather with you all my life. With you all my life. It feels Yeah, I'm really what I'm like. And it feels so good. I'm pretending to be the one you like. Slam the door out, ignore that. Say no, 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 right. Cause you thought decided to never talk back. I'm so sorry for your loss. With you off my phone. You want me, I'm gone. This week, no doubt where I'm at. I'm love where I'm at. You want me, I'm gone. This week, no doubt where I'm at. I'm love where I'm at. You want me, I'm gone. This week, no doubt where I'm at. I'm love where I'm at.
Feel the world on my shoulders. I can't waste time leave your mind. I must be better to know ya. I take my hands and raise your mind. It's the way that we can ride. It's the way that we can ride. You can mess with another life. It's a breath me up another time. You're up around me and you give me life. And that's why night after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Every hour, every minute, every second, you know night after night I'll be loving you for 7 days a week. Your love when I jump right in. All of me, I'm a foreign. Show you what devotion is. Deeper than the ocean is. Get back, I'll take you slow. Leave you with the afterglow. Show you what devotion is. Deeper than the ocean is. It's the way that we can ride. It's the way that we can ride. We can match you with another life. It's a break me up another time. You're up around me and you give me life. And that's why night after night I'll be loving you right. Every hour, every minute, every second, no night after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Every hour, every minute, every second, take control, take your phone and put it in the camera roll. Let them close at the door. What you ain't going to get you cold. He can really go free. Going to the summer, we ain't getting no sleep. Stepping at the weed, stepping in the street, stepping in the back, look like a bee. Open up, say, come here, baby, let me swallow your pride. What you want, I come at your back. Hit me up and I'ma cha-cha. You make my day feel like weekend. I make him never think about cheating. Got two sticking work in me. Let's be in. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second, no night after night. I'll be loving you like 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I was doing just fine before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay. Hey, tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city and I broke down crying. 4 years, no girls. Now you're looking pretty in a hotel. I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover. And I know you can't afford my tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older.
Look out, what is the day I met you? I forgot just why I left you. I was insane to say. Did I think what I needed to song? I repeat to death in 2 songs. Okay. I know what they call it. Belong to the city in a hotel. Boy, in my past, it all looks pretty in a hotel. And I can't stop. No, I can't stop.
So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover. And I know you can't fight that tattoo. I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. When the morning comes, and we see what we've become. Go light a dinner, flame in the window, fire we begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back. Cause with all that has happened, I think that we both know the way that the story ends. Then only for a minute, I want to change my mind. This just don't feel right to me. I want to raise your spirits. I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. I'm left there with my boys. How many days do you being with someone else was it seating me up in I'll be around our course. We pretended we're okay. Now if we jump together, at least we can swim far away from the wreck we made. Then only for a minute, I want to change my mind. This just don't feel right to me. I want to raise your spirits. I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave.
It's Marshmallow on Bastille and happier. And I couldn't be happier. And it's a good job because this is Radio Unhappy. Before that, I played you a bit of Chainsmokers and Halsey, Jungkook and Lasso, and Sabrina Carpenter as well. Love a bit of Sabrina Carpenter. Great to get her on Radio Unhappy. It's Katie Dizzleton with you, and this is the place for pure joy. Basically, just a playlist full of uplifting, cheerful, jolly songs just for you. And also on Radio Unhappy, we'll actually have a little think about what's made us happy this week. Something that's made me happy is finally finishing a series that I was watching. It's taken me a while to get through. I've enjoyed it, but you know, it just feels like a real achievement when you finish it, when you get to the end. But then you also don't know what to do with yourself because you need a new series. Have a little think about what's made you happy this week. It might be a big thing, might be a little thing. Sam Smith's on the way, AJ Tracy as well. And right now, Switch Disco featuring Ella Henderson and Robert Miles. This is React.
All the time, you ain't even by my side. Yeah, 24/7 fascinated. You got me infatuated. Feel the power in your eyes. What's it you doing? It's pulling me back. Does this is for your potion and my body reacts? Feel the chemicals moving. It's a matter of fact. Every time that you touch me, my body reacts. My body reacts, my body reacts, my body reacts, my body reacts. Nothing good doing is pulling me back. This is for emotion, my body reacts. Feel the chemicals moving, it's a matter of fact. Every time that you touch me, my body reacts. My body reacts, my body reacts, my body reacts, 24/7 on my mind, day and night, all the time. Like my body's hypnotized, yeah. 24/7 dominated by the spell that you created. You take me to paradise. There's something about you, love and magic. Basic on life, basic on life. Head on fire, red eye flashes, brings me back to life. What's it you doing? It's pulling me back. Does this is for your potion? My body reacts. Feel the chemicals moving. It's a matter of fact. Every time that you touch me, my body reacts.
Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. And again, it's the Hyperman set. AJ Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. Said Bubble. Vibes in that. Cruise like a four-wheel drive in that. Same time, everything's live in that. I got AJTs on the mic in that. I said Bubble. Vibes in that. Cruise like a four-wheel drive in that. Same time, everything's live in that. I got AJTs on the mic in that. Watch the sun now. Had a little beef, but it's done now. I just need a drink and a rush out. With my team to the place that's shut down. I'm a ride on the way to the sundown. Painting looking like a touchdown. All my haters getting vexed, I'm up now. I went up, then my girl got bust down. Watch the sun now. Had a little beef, but it's done now. I just need a drink and a rush out. With my team to the place that's shut down. I'm a ride on the way to the sundown. Painting looking like a touchdown. All my haters getting vexed, I'm up now. I went up, then my girl got bust down. It's the Hyperman set. AJ Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. And again, it's the Hyperman set. AJ Tracy live and direct. DJ mash up the deck. The microphone champ is live and direct. Said Bubble. Vibes in that. Cruise like a four-wheel drive in that. Same time, everything's live in that. I got AJTs on the mic in that. I said Bubble. Vibes in that. Cruise like a four-wheel drive in that. Same time, everything's live in that. I got AJTs on the mic in I'm a rock star. I get the love like a pop star. And when I'm in my ends, I'm a block star. Wait, everybody rock for a cop car. And now I know about soul bar. I'm just a block boy sitting in a roll bar. I got my friends and my fam on my shoulder. I've been cold, but my money gon' be colder. Said I'm a rock star. I get the love like a pop star. And when I'm in my ends, I'm a block star. Wait, everybody run for a cop car. And now I know about soul bar. I'm just a block boy sitting in a roll bar. I got my friends and my fam on my shoulder. I've been cold, but my money gon' be colder.
Everybody's looking for somebody to take home. I'm not the exception of a blessing of a body to look for. You want that tonight, come by me. Don't be scared if you lie. I need an offer. I'm just being honest, baby. I just need a partner when the lights come on. Yeah. Sunny on skies and I'm so over the long song. Yeah. So if you want that tonight, come by me and don't be scared if you like it. Everybody's looking for somebody to take home. I'm not the exception, I'm a blessing of a body to love for.
gonna save the blood from a drowning mind. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. So now, 'cause here I come. And I'm marching up to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Break My Soul on Radio Unhappy. Gosh, we're coming out of Beyonce going into Taylor Swift. That is just my dream. My absolute dream. The two artists that definitely make me the happiest. Now, it's not often that I get to play a tune from The Greatest Showman, but here on Radio Unhappy, there are no rules. I hope you enjoyed it. We had some Sam Smith as well, and AJ Tracy. I hope you're feeling all empowered. If you're enjoying this playlist, which of course you are, you'll be thrilled to know we've got loads more episodes on the free BBC Sounds app. Just search Happy and you'll find us there. And if you click the subscribe button, you'll never miss an episode. On the way, Stormzy, Lady Gaga, Ariana Grande as well. And here she is, it's Miss Swift with Lavender Haze.
BBC Radio 1. Radio 1.
I've been under scrutiny, yeah, oh yeah. You handle it beautifully, yeah, oh yeah. All of this is new to me, yeah, oh yeah. I feel that is creeping up my feet. So real. I'm damn never to give a damn what people say. No deal. But that they want for me. I just wanted to say I'm glad it's haze. Oh, they keep asking me, if I'm gonna be your bride. The only kind of girl they see is the one that knows why. I find it dizzying, yeah, oh yeah. Bringing up my history, yeah, oh yeah. But you weren't even listening, yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I feel that Lavender is creeping up my veins. So real. I'm damned if I do give a damn what people say. No deal. And they want for me. I just wanted to say I'm Lavender haze. The Lavender haze. Talking, go viral. I just need this love spiral. Get it off your chest. Get it off my chest. Talking, go viral. I just need this love spiral. Get it off your chest. Get it off my
Nah, my brothers don't die, we just rusty bark. I tell you, got to let me at the shop. Getting freaky in the sheets, we're taking body shots. Then I finish just to top it off. Hey, my brothers don't die, we just rusty bark. I tell you, got to let me at the shop. Getting freaky in the sheets, we're taking body shots. Then I finish with a facial just to top it off. Hey, you ain't got a clue, let's be honest. I had a couple seasons in the forest.
Good morning. It's 2:36. Oh my God. She's got lovely tits, don't you think?
I just did that. Oh, I can't believe, honestly, I feel a bit in shock. I can't believe I've just done that.
I don't want to hear ever again you giving it. What will I sign up for after that? She had a wobble on the first day we started training, but to see her go from that to where she is now, it's inspiring.
That was horrible. I feel sick.
That was unbelievable.
When I saw her walk across for the first time, I saw a little change in her, and I'm like, oh, she'll carry this on now.
Grace, she just amazed everybody today. That's a really good testament to her capability of focus.
How do I stop shaking? I think I could shock myself here and actually bang it out the park and just maybe stop being so self-deprecating.
Strength, conditioning addict, nutrition addict, a personal trainer, and I had this mole on my car. You see that bump there? It started to grow. So this was my skin. It started to go higher and higher and higher. A week after that, it came back as skin cancer.
Oh, hello. Have you come back from the clinic this afternoon?
Oh God! All right, okay. So I just went for Peter. Oh God, my heart's pounding like a beast. Peter's here.
So the scans are not very good.
They're not.
You've got progression in the head,
Yeah.
and you've got progression elsewhere as well, including the bones.
So that was the shittiest appointment of my life. I can't even do this. No, the worst thing about it is Aisha. I'm fine. Yeah, I know, but I just feel so awful. I just feel awful for you. You've given me like the best 4 years of my life. Yeah, but I want to give you 40. So today we are going to find out the results of my CT scan. Obviously you know that in the previous videos we found out about the 5 extra bloody brain tumours. We all got a bit like, well done. So we're going to get some cookies to say thank you. Hello. God, what do you want?
The mean tips between the brain and the beginning of the spinal cord have increased over the last 2 years.
So they're giving me whole brain radiotherapy, which means losing hair, losing function of things, maybe. And that's it. That's all they can do. It is Monday morning and this garment is about to come on. You've got such a pretty face. You're going to be fine. Bloody hell. I literally love it. Side effects really have got real. My blood pressure dropped so much. And waking up is so goddamn hard.
You notice my speech is that it is slurring a bit. It is struggling.
Knackered. I wanted to let you know that Emily has passed away. We've missed her so much in the days, the minutes and the hours seem so long now, but she was Emily Hayward until the end.
1 in 2 of us will get cancer in our lifetime. Help us fight back.
To give 40, 30, 20 or £10 to Stand Up to Cancer, text 40, 30, 20 or 10 to 70404. Or to donate any amount online, go to channel.
I'm not going to give you a penny.
/SU2C.
I want to die cancer.
100% of the money you give will fund life-saving cancer.
Yeah.
That's it, Winifred. Following. I saw a lad of my own age murdered.
They have no idea there is this monster in their midst.
When you look at his eye, it's like there's nothing in there. I didn't do it.
True Crime on Channel 4. Stream the collection free now.
Next week on Film 4, your films at night.
This game is rigged, and it does not reward people who play by the rules.
I got lucky.
Is it a game or a test?
Could be a bit of both.
So what do we have to do?
The first thing the police work requires is a thing. We're going in there.
So, are you in?
Your films at night. Watch live next week on Film 4.
It's only 3 weeks until me and my team attempt our terrifying high wire walk in London.
It's tight.
And we're all feeling the pressure, especially Chris, who is questioning his ability to make it through training after failing the last focus test.
Came here, Austria, knowing I was scared of heights. Of course, I know that. Heights on petrol, it genuinely gives me every symptom you can think of, like my ankles are all fuzzy, my hands like all sweat up, and I think just everything combined is just an awful fear. I didn't realise it was this severe. You're so fearless. I say to myself, why am I not got your mindset?
There's no point worrying about the outcome. Just concentrate on the process.
You think of all the positives, but I think of all the things which are going to go wrong.
I want to make the most of every single second I have on this earth because, you know, my recent experience has changed my perspective on everything.
I know, and I think it's amazing that you can use something so devastating and turn it almost into a positive.
We can do it.
Hopefully, the next challenge we go into, we can really smash it. I know you can.
I totally believe in you. No, I believe in you.
I feel like I can focus when I'm really, really dedicated to completing something. So hopefully I can get really kind of like psyched in.
There are 3 points to success. Practice, practice, and most important is practice.
While the rest of us carry on training, Jade has handpicked some of our team to face a final test of focus.
Right now,
it's the waiting.
It's the waiting that makes me anxious.
Pairing some of the most competitive members of us with those who are still distracted by their fear of heights.
I'm in a world of bother.
You always are in a world of bother.
Today's test has an added layer of competition, designed to help Chris, Grace and Anton forget about their phobia of heights and focus on getting across the wires.
Here, you guys are going to need to block everything else out and focus at the task at hand, which is crossing those roads over 196 feet in the air. A high wire walker needs an extreme level of focus as well as a steeled motivation to advance along the wire no matter what. You'll have 2 ropes to cross, one for your hands and one for your feet, and you'll move laterally. Your goal today is to pull the orange cord in the center. If you pull the orange cord, it's going to be your partner that drops. So we're against each other. You're going to do this in pairs. First up, Vic and Kim. Anton and Grace. And of course, Chris and Charles.
Anton, respectfully.
Oh, you're in a world of bother. Because you're old inside. Charlie, please beat him, please. Yeah.
Are you guys ready for this?
Just take on a speed team in Olympia.
Come on, bring it on. Let's get to it. I put Victoria and Kim together specifically because they're the most competitive. They're going to show the rest how it's done. This is disgusting.
Let's discuss the height. Can I just say you're already getting in my head? Already.
Guys, I've got money on both of you. In 3, 2, 1, go. This is actual pure competition.
Who's gonna get it?
Oh, come on. You can both do it. Victoria and Kimberly did everything that I expected they would do. They came out with game faces on. They listened, and when I said go, they went.
I feel like that was as close as it could possibly be. Yeah. Focus is super important out there. I mean, I didn't look down, I didn't look at the river, I didn't look at the rocks, I didn't think about height. It was just like watching that wide, trying to get along.
After the girls smashed it, will phobia-filled Grace be able to follow suit?
I'm scared of heights. I've got emetophobia, so I'm scared of anything to do with sick, which I feel when I stand up on height.
Hi, Grace.
Hello. I might piss myself.
Grace might be focused when on the 5-foot wire, but Jade thinks she still needs help at extreme heights.
When Anton sets himself a goal, he fights all he can to achieve it. Kind of wanted a little bit of that to rub off on Grace.
I'm very scared. Horror and hell.
Oh, good.
Anton, focus on the task.
Yeah.
You too, Grace.
Oh.
All right, guys, you ready?
Hold on.
Yeah.
On my go. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Nice work.
Go, guys.
Good effort.
Fucking hell.
One in 2 of us will get cancer in our lifetime. Help us fight back. To give 40, 30, 20 or £10 to Stand Up to Cancer, text 40, 30, 20 or 10 to 70404. Or to donate any amount online, go to channel4.com/SU2C. 100% of the money you give will fund life-saving cancer research.
Stand Up to Cancer is back. The fight continues. Humor versus Humor. Featuring a truly heavyweight lineup going toe-to-toe with the Big C. Plus, all-star tag team rounds, incredible high-stakes starts, and a no-holds-barred comedy roast. Stand Up to Cancer on Channel 4, a night of death-defying comedy, Friday the 3rd of November.
As we near the end of Focus Week, that way.
I was going the wrong way, yeah.
Some of us are back at base, focusing on our wire work.
Oh, that was exhausting.
While in the mountains, Jade has pitted the most competitive members of our team against those who are most afraid of heights.
Horror and hell.
Oh, good.
In the hope that focusing on the competition will help them conquer their fears.
Fucking hell.
And whoever impresses Jade the most with their focus will be named his best in class.
You're right.
Channel 4 can eat one.
Hold your score. Stand up straight.
I don't have a cord, Charlie.
I'm anxiety fueled. Like, I feel constantly stressed out. I think I've got a bit grey.
You're doing great, Grace. Keep going. Keep moving.
Keep moving. Keep going. That's it.
Anton is looking good. He's really stable out there.
He's got good with his height, isn't it?
Here, you're thrown in the deep end, and that's what scares me. You're going to put it, Grace.
Hold on.
You're going to put it.
Oh! I can't even look.
Great contact, guys.
I'm very happy Anton won. I mean, we all knew coming into this that I would be last. I looked like a cat being sick on that rope, just convulsing lows.
Great. When I stepped on the wire, almost like the hype went out the window. What's come out of this today, I think, is a really big positive for me.
Never again. Oh my God.
Anton was stoic. He was set. He knew what he had to do.
That get me up. Fucking hell.
Grace, again, I was really impressed with how she got up on the platform.
Oh my God.
As I'm starting to get to know Grace, the screams that she lets out is kind of like, pressure released. Almost like the more she screams, the more she can focus.
Oh, I'm in a flash. Jesus.
After his failure to complete the last focus test, will Chris be able to channel his competitive side and get the confidence he needs to overcome his greatest fear?
Well, I know what I mean. I know the people I'm here for, and I know I'm here to raise as much money as I can for Stand Up to Cancer.
But I think if you put your game face on it, you can do it.
I do think I can do it. I know I can do it. I mean, you can do it. I don't need you to tell me I can do it, Charlie.
I really want to see how Charlie's solid mentality and personality rubs off on Chris to a way that will hopefully make Chris a more confident person.
You have a lot to grab onto it, huh?
Just don't look down, mate.
Chris, how you feeling? Fear causes hesitation. And hesitation will cause all of your worst fears to come true.
All right, you guys, get to position. I need both feet on the wire to start.
Guys, everything okay with the harness? Double strap today, are we? Is that okay?
Everything is great. Trusting your equipment is super important. You need to embrace it, and it becomes part of our world.
Trust the process, baby.
Trust the process. Okay. In 3,
don't nick ground. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
2,
you're nicking ground.
1, go.
It's a bit wobbly, isn't it?
It's fucking wild wobbly, Charlie.
Wobbly.
Chris, shift, baby. Shift it. Mother of God. Sweet mother of God. Charlie, slow down. Slow down for me, baby. Come on, if you want to make this a fucking real battle.
Come on, Liz.
Come on, then. Come on, then. It's full on in there. Oh, no! Oh, no! Fucking hell.
Go on, Chris.
Come on, Chris.
Come on, Chrissy.
You can do it, Chris. Got this, Chris. You've won already.
Charlie, no, stop giving me.
Come on, Chris. Touch the road.
Keep going.
You can do it, Chris.
Keep going.
Try and do it as quick as possible. Fear causes hesitation.
Yep, there it is, Chris.
Up the ante.
Come on, keep going.
Fear causes.
Keep going, Chris.
My arms are in bits. Absolute bits.
Pull it.
Pull it.
Hold it. Ah! Look down, appreciate. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Trust the riggers. That's all it ever was.
Exactly.
Trust the riggers. Yeah. Something today clicked. Something today felt good. Something today was special. Usually I'm quite tense, and I relaxed into it, and I did look down. And I felt good, and it's really kind of put a smile on my face. I actually feel quite chuffed about it, to be honest.
Are you disappointed that you lost her?
Always disappointed when you lose.
Oh, don't be.
There's never a good outcome when you
You know
lose.
he's going to be on you now. You know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, where's Charlie Bortman?
I hope maybe this will be a turn for him. I think he's done pretty well.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
brilliant.
Let me tell you, you'll never live this down.
Well, listen, it's the first one you finished, so it's fucking brilliant, mate.
Even though Charlie fell and Chris could have just said, I won, I'm good, he didn't. He continued on with the challenge. That was really impressive, and I'm really proud of him for that.
Well, this is bang up there, one of the best days of my life. It's just nice to get one over Charlie, to be honest. I think because it was a challenge and it was competition, it allowed me to focus more on the the spirit of what we were involved in. I think that actually helped me.
Amazing, guys. I saw in each and every one of your eyes that focus that I'm looking for.
So I must pick a best in class.
Chris, really good. I could never have guessed how well you would perform. There was no crying, no drama, there was nothing. It was great. But really what I love to see was the evolution of your attitude here compared to that first day when I met you. It's night and day. It's night and day. So congratulations. Look at that smile from Chris. That's what I really, that's what I love.
Oh my God, created a monster.
Yeah. I know, I'm grinning, I can't help it. My jaw's starting to ache. I'll go to sleep tonight knowing I did something today better than I did something yesterday. So I think I'm on the improve. That's given me a big boost in confidence to definitely think that the end goal is achievable.
Next week,
take us back up now.
The team starts to crumble.
There are a lot of unsure people in the team right now.
Unfortunately, today I've got to go up.
The medic said no, absolutely not.
I've slipped off the edge.
Climb from here to up there.
Oh, I can't.
I'm not doing that.
When it hits you that hard, it's pure fear. I'm so lucky to be alive. So lucky.
There's support information online at channel4.com/support.
Join me, Matt Baker, taking my mum and dad on more epic adventures.
The old caravan back on the road.
Yay!
Exploring England's glorious north.
Absolutely gorgeous. This is my country!
Hello, Yorkshire upside down! Unravelling our great British history.
Beautiful, isn't it? Jesus was your great uncle.
Yes, we've gone downhill ever since.
And creating precious memories along the way.
I think that must be your dad letting off steam.
I've really enjoyed it, son.
A new series of Matt Baker travels with Mum and Dad on More 4. Stream or watch live from Monday at 9.
There's a cultural phenomenon happening right about now. Yeah, that's old VW now hits the street.
Carmad Tiny is on the hunt for the best of the bangers. Going head to head with Naomi Schiff to discover which modern classic wins top spots.
There's no way she's idiot.
Brand new bangers man for cars on Channel 4. Stream all episodes now. Watch live Tuesday at 10:15.
Times are changing for our competitive B&B owners.
Biscuits. I know.
Let's hope they're ready for the revamp. Now airing weekdays at 6.
Oh, fancy.
What's this culture?
There's no TV in the room. 4 in a Bed on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 6.
You are now watching an audio described ident.
Colourful cuboid blocks form a vintage Channel 4 logo set in a model railway. Then another 4 draped enclosed in a young woman's bedroom. Moving around the 4 reveals another hidden inside, made up of cardboard boxes being moved by autonomous warehouse vehicles.
Looks like Abby's got her entertainment sorted for the night. But Barry looks like he could do with a laugh. Well, he's in for a treat. Late entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Britain's harshest wilderness. Two teams of ordinary people are taking on the ultimate survival competition. Abandoned, they'll be challenged to find their way back to civilization. And stripped of everything they rely on in the modern world, including their clothes. Come on! Racing across unforgiving terrain.
I'm starting.
Will they be able to find food?
Oh, no chance in hell.
I think that looks safe.
survive the cold of the British night,
Pitch black and I'm absolutely free.
or manage not to get arrested. Working together,
I'm trying to win.
You are such a knob.
the first team to the finish line wins a cash prize, though some won't make it that far.
You're hypothetical.
So who will have what it takes to win
I better hold my boots, Chris.
when naked, alone, and racing to get home?
They're going. I will get this.
This is the most unforgiving environment in Britain. Hundreds of thousands of acres of rugged wilderness.
I'm not seeing a lot that I can forage at the moment.
The weather here can change from freezing cold to blazing hot in just minutes.
All these hills look the same. I know I'm going to go up and down the same one probably about 5 times.
Two teams of strangers have been paired together for their strengths and their weaknesses. For the next 3 days, they will race head-to-head in a bid to conquer this environment.
It's barren. I think now it's starting to kick in. I'm actually going to be doing this.
Their route will take them through unforgiving spiny forests, up to heights of 2,000 feet, where temperatures can drop below 2 degrees. On Team 1, stuntman Anthony,
I think we're here.
has been paired with artist Kimberly.
I'm a dairy farmer and I also do special effect acting. With farming, you're always working. I mean, I used to do the gym quite a bit. I don't need to anymore.
I grew up in Cornwall and I make mussel shell pictures. So I do spend a lot of time on the beach, but I've never been to a nudist beach. Here we go.
And on Team 2, electrician Terry has been paired with personal trainer Luke.
I'm a bit unconventional. I do modelling. I'm also an engineer, as well as a bit of personal training. And I'm happy with how I look and who I am.
My survival skills vary. In my job, I have to sort of think outside the box. But I've never foraged before in my life. I think we'll stand more chance of getting a stone and, trying to get a bird or something like that and having that for dinner.
It's naked versus nature. Stripped of all modern comforts and luxuries, they must learn to endure nature in the bath with nothing.
I'm Anthony.
I'm Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Nice to meet you.
A bit experienced, isn't it?
Wow. Where are we?
Somewhere in Scotland, I'm guessing.
The hardest part of this challenge for me is going to be initially taking my clothes off. But ask me when I'm finished. What was harder, the clothes or the survival? Done this before?
Not sober. How's it going?
Not bad. I'm 15 years older than they are. I don't have anything to prove to anyone else apart from myself. But I am very, very determined to win.
Ready for this?
Yeah, definitely. Gonna be fun.
Yeah.
There will be a safety team monitoring the contestants throughout the challenge in case of emergencies. The man in charge is safety expert Dave Pierce.
Kimberly, Terry, grab a sack. In that sack are some essential survival provisions. A knife, a water bottle, a really basic sleep liner, flint and steel, your map marking the first waypoint.
A hand-drawn map is all they have for guidance as they race for 3 days back to the edge of civilization. On day 1 and 2, the teams will race to checkpoints on the map where they will find life boxes which contain a mystery prize. Then day 3 is a flat-out sprint to the finish line where the fastest team will win $5 grand.
You've got 1 minute. to use your map to orientate yourself and work out your direction of travel.
I think north is going to be that way. I'm hoping to learn really how much I can be pushed and what I can actually stand. So yeah, this is how I'm going to test my limits. I would probably tend to be more of a follower than a leader, but I need to do something for myself. It's going to be a personal challenge for me.
So that's obviously the river that goes down over there. So that looks like we've got to get over the top of it.
Time's up. Being out here is about doing the basics well. If you don't do the basics well, this environment will hurt you. Good luck. Look after yourselves, look after your teammates.
To reach the life box, the teams must first cross a rugged river valley directly behind them.
Come on!
Terry and Luke might need to take another look at their map. While stuntman Anthony wastes no time showing off his skills.
I don't want to be walking in wet boots.
Yeah, take the boots off. That's the way to do it. And all that.
I might hold mine in my hand.
Yeah.
Stay out of it. Let's go off.
Hello, canoe bra.
New breath. Smile, how you go.
Yeah. Keep the lowest sense of gravity.
Yeah.
Lowest it down. Should be right. At least you can grab from the stone then. I wouldn't say I'm a follower. I like to lead at the front.
It's very slippery.
Try not to step on the actual rocks. I'm over a teammate who's not someone who's going to sit back and think, I want someone to get in there, get proper in there. There's someone who's as competitive as me. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
I'm just going to keep low. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hello.
There we go.
High
fives!
Yeah!
Upriver, Luke and Terry have chosen a slightly different strategy to cross.
The other team's not using the bridge.
No. I think that could be. I mean, I was thinking about crossing because it looked like it'd be better to keep their feet dry, but it's not worth risking it.
No.
If you get wet feet at the start, you're going to be hated by the end of it.
Exactly.
They may have avoided getting wet, but the bridge has added 20 minutes to their journey. River crossed, they must now trek across the sprawling moorland to reach the life box. Waiting inside is a hacksaw, a prize for the first team there. And with no hotels around, they'll need it when building a shelter to protect them tonight. Luke and Terry are prioritizing food to keep their energy up.
There's some berries here.
Is there?
We can eat these ones.
But Kim and Ant have failed to find any.
I think it's gone past lunchtime and I'm starting to feel a bit hungry now.
Here we are. Dandelions have actually got more iron than spinach now.
But that's not a dandelion.
This is a dandelion.
Looks like a dandelion.
I've been eating these for the past 2 weeks. Just trying to get myself used to because they grow everywhere.
And how's your stomach?
Absolutely sound. I just eat the petal, just eat petals. I just do that. Eat it. And it's like nothing. I mean, I'm not saying it tastes like gourmet food, but even if I'm wrong, which I know I'm not, that is giving me so much energy.
And Ant is going to need it. They've opted for a winding mountain path, whereas Luke is leading his team off-road, hoping to find a shorter route to the life box.
Path's over there. We've got to get across this gully.
There is a nice little slopey bit here, but I can't see the path up there. What do you reckon?
I've gone over here. This one's a bit easy to get down to, easy to get up to.
Okay.
So let's go down,
up, and over.
Yeah.
Perfect. That path.
You should really get here without getting my feet wet.
Big idea. Under pressure, I'd say probably not the best.
Careful in case they're slippery.
Probably tend to be more of a follower than a leader because I won't want to rock the boat. I'm happy to sort of back off and, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Anyway, almost.
That reading is going really well for both of us, actually.
Careful with some rocks here. Don't want to twist your ankle.
I'd say probably Luke's the strongest one in our coupling. He's got a lot more experience, like years on him, that helps him out immensely. I'm loving it. I didn't even know I had these survival skills.
Walking the path, Ant and Kim have kept a steady pace. But Terry and Luke's more direct route means the teams are now neck and neck as they approach the first checkpoint to claim the handsaw.
I think it's there.
Yeah.
It's like right there.
Right.
Ah, right there.
It's got to be right over there. Look at this. Looks like we're almost on top of it. I'm going to run.
Yeah. Just be careful.
Very fine.
Woo.
Cypher number.
We're going. We're going.
Look at him. Look at him run. I'm not chancing falling over.
I will get this. Oh, there they are. Oh. Go for it. Ah.
I have to win. I'm very, very competitive. But I'm not a sore winner. I'm not. I won't gloat or anything.
Don't close, mate.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas. Follow new and familiar brave Brits
We have no money left in the pot.
as they risk everything restoring abandoned ruins across Europe.
Smile, you can do it.
The future is ahead of us, not behind us.
A new series of Help, We Bought a Village on Channel 4. Stream or watch live weekdays at 5.
Listen carefully and do exactly as I say.
What's called Helen?
Don't open that door.
It's just out there.
Don't look back. Don't let your guard down. Don't ask stupid questions. Don't scream.
Why are you scared of me?
Let's hope there's nothing to the stomach churning coming up then.
Film Fair continues on Film 4. Stream or watch live throughout October.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
In the British wilderness, two teams are preparing to survive a night in the nude.
Bunchy.
But they won't be glamping. They will need to build a shelter from scratch and light a fire to keep warm as temperatures drop.
Oh, that is good.
In Team 1, stuntman Anthony is putting his newly won saw to work.
Good exercise. Don't burn yourself out though. Watch it.
Gentlemen, we have a roof.
He's currently gathering some wood to cover the shelter while I build a fire.
This is not to make our roof look nice. It's really because we don't want really any gaps in our roof. A load of these this way, a load of them that way. We're going to be sitting open here. The fire's here. We can sit under these here next to the fire. Yeah?
In the partner, I'm hoping they're not going to be controlling. If I believe they might be wrong, I think it might cause a little bit of a conflict there. But remember, we've got to make fire yet. We don't want to be like making an amazing shelter.
I know, but we still need to keep ourselves dry and warm under there. We need to keep warm. We need a fire, but we also need shelter.
We need water
because we can't sleep just right next to the fire.
I want to stay warm. That is my main priority. So I want to have fire as close to the shelter as possible. He didn't want the fire there.
didn't want to put my shelter on top of my fire because I won't wake up tomorrow. But once it's done, it's done. I'm always right.
In Team 2, veteran camper Luke is taking charge.
While Terry's going to get the rocks for our fireplace, I've decided this is going to be the best place to set up our shelter.
Without a saw, they're forced to use whatever fallen branches they can find.
When I was younger, I struggled a lot. I was over 20 stone, and I didn't fit in. If I want to actually enjoy life, I needed to lose the weight. But since I lost the weight, I see people really worried about how they look, how they feel in their own skin. And I want to show people that whether you're thin, large, so long as you love who you are, that's all that matters. With this log, I can use that to make a frame, and we'll be able to put a fireplace just over there, so the heat will actually come into us and keep us warm. And if you want to start looking for some long rods, basically just lay it along here to support this a bit better. Right. And let's see if I can get the fire going.
Both teams have been given a flint and steel to help light their fires. Old Hand Luke has instant success using some sheep wool he found in the moorlands.
Oh, we have fire. We do indeed. Nice word. Now we've just got to try and actually keep it going.
But Kim is still trying and hasn't had any success.
Fire was the first thing I wanted to get done. And it's just not going. Wow. Oh, headache.
Almost 2 hours since reaching camp, and Kim's fire is still not lit.
I try and be calm. I think on some occasions I might have, got a bit frustrated with certain things. A few people have met me in the beginning and sort of said, I actually thought you might have been a bitch. But that fire's not lit. I'm not going to be a happy bunny. I just don't know what to do.
Luckily, Ant is here to help.
I'm a sort of person, if someone's morale's down, I'm going to make that person smile.
It's not lit yet.
Because if you see your morale goes down, team spirit goes down, and you might as well give up. But I'm not like that. Can we burn off spark the city off?
Let's see it.
Yeah, that burns. Burns well.
Try it. Careful. Oh, it's going.
Feel a lot better?
This is a lot harder than I thought. About ready to go home.
Tonight, the temperatures could drop by nearly 20 degrees. Both teams built their fires away from their shelters, so they won't be able to stay warm as they sleep.
Oh, fuck! It's so cold. Honestly, I don't know how I'm going to be able to survive all night. I'm going to have to keep going all night. I can't not.
Every time I wake up or you wake up in the middle of the night, come over, grab a few twigs and that. I mean,
Maybe better pile your side and pile my side.
yeah.
I'm gonna try my best and get through the night.
As long as the kids go tonight, I reckon we'll be ready for whatever they throw at us tomorrow.
Exactly.
It may not be a goose down pillow, but at least Luke is being creative with what he has to get some sleep.
Not a boot for a pillow.
Oh, it is really cold.
The fire had gone out.
The temperature's really dropped. Yeah, it's properly cold now.
Pitch black and freezing. Their only option is to hunker down in their shelter until daybreak.
waking up to a view like that. Too bad. Still work. Still. So like what?
It did feel like a long night, and it was a long night, to be honest with you. I think I got about 10 minutes sleep the whole night. Like, I wanted to just quit, but if I could get through last night, then yeah, up for a few challenges again today.
I mean, I don't know what time it was. I got up at one stage and it was roaring, and then the next thing I woke up shivering and it was gone. No hope.
At some point, I don't know what happened. I just wound up. The fire had gone out, and that was it.
At the back of my mind at the moment is always going to be the dread that tonight we're going to go back to being how it was last night, and that was cold.
With the bitter cold of the night behind them, today the teams will face moors, ferns, and forest to reach a life box with a mystery prize inside. Along the way, they can choose to divert for a bonus food parcel, which will add some time to their route, but will guarantee a substantial meal.
Definitely go for food. Yeah, I'll get to the end.
Well, I don't know about you, but I don't actually feel hungry at the moment.
So, you go straight down there, cut across right, go to the end.
Yeah.
After yesterday's defeat, Luke and Terry have decided to bypass the food parcel and head straight for the life box, hoping to secure a win.
So what do you want to go for?
They're going to go for food.
Having eaten nothing but dandelions, Ant and Kim are set on finding food. But in their way, 500 acres of dense forest.
Thank you.
It's all right. We just go this way because we need to get to the river through that.
So through the woods.
We can go through the woods until we see another river like this. Well, on the map, it's a bit bigger than this one, it says. I'm going to Indiana Jones, isn't it? But not like good as him because he uses a big giant machete.
It doesn't sound good. I know they can get quite quickly, these trees. So, yeah, slow and careful.
We go. Stay there, Zach, because we might have to go that way.
Well, we're wanting to go in that direction, don't we?
Let's go.
Feel like we're going the wrong way, but be happy when we get out of the trees. I don't think Anthony knows where he's going, and sometimes he won't. I don't know. Ask me, he'll just make the decision. Can we hear any rivers yet?
No, not yet. Oh, look at these ones.
Previous contestants.
Do we know what direction we're going? So we're kind of here.
Yeah.
So have we just head for that direction?
Straight down, follow the road.
Heading straight for the life box, Luke and Terry will travel overland across the rocky mountaintop.
I mean, we can't go wrong.
Yep. Cool. All right.
Let's go. You all right? Oh yeah, you all right?
Turn my ankle a bit. Oh, we're going to go as slow as we really want to.
For the rest?
No, I'll keep going.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you let us know if it gives you any good.
I will.
Do you want me to take the bag?
I think I'll be all right. I'll be okay.
Which way are you going?
Huh?
I said, which way are you going?
Well, by the profile that way.
Meanwhile, Ant and Kim are still in the forest looking for food.
I don't think Anthony knows where he's going.
Yeah, it should be somewhere around where we are. Could it be near this fallen tree? Just a rock.
They've eaten nothing for 30 hours, and the hunger is starting to kick in.
I do feel like she's just letting me get off on the night. She needs to make decisions as well, and I don't want all the blame on me. I just want to find this food.
You found it yet?
No, I'm not looking away for you.
Oh.
Let's stay together.
It could be over here.
Might be over here.
Oh!
Alright.
Hey, mate!
Oh my goodness, we're eating good tonight.
Oh, let's pluck it. Could have plucked already, you know what I mean? I've never been so happy. Chicken. I just want to sit down, cook this chicken, wham bam, thank you, grand. Happy as Larry. But it's not over yet. We've still got to go to the campsite because we might still get some bounce there.
With a chicken in the bag to fuel them for the race tomorrow,
Right, so where are we going now?
Kim and Ant now have a chance to overtake their competitors and win another prize at the Life Box.
Harry's happy. Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Stand Up to Cancer is back. The fight continues. Stand Up to Cancer on Channel 4, Friday the 3rd of November.
Join me, Matt Baker, taking my mum and dad on more epic adventures. The old caravan back on the road. Yay! Exploring England's glorious north.
Absolutely gorgeous.
This is my country!
Hello, Yorkshire upside down! Unravelling our great British history.
Beautiful, isn't it? Jesus was your great uncle.
Yes, we've gone downhill ever since.
And creating precious memories along the way.
I think that must be your dad letting off steam.
I really enjoyed it, son.
A new series of Matt Baker travels with Mum and Dad on More 4. Watch live from Monday at 9.
Late Entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
Oh my goodness.
Miles from civilization, both teams are racing to reach a life box with a mystery prize inside.
Is this what happens when you starve?
Or you end up with a partner like him.
Kim and Ant took a detour to find a food parcel a route longer, whereas Luke and Terry took the rocky, direct route across the moorland. But an injury to Luke has slowed them down.
You go at your pace, but I'll stay near so I can call out. Quite amazing how quickly you forget that you're actually walking around the countryside with no clothes on at all.
Being naked in public could get the competitors in trouble with the law. So it's important they make sure not to cause any offence to passers-by.
The hardest part of this challenge for me is being naked. I used to have this reoccurring dream. I would be completely naked, standing in the street with a load of people, all looking and laughing at me. I just think maybe to get in. I think maybe if you use some of these, here you go, facing your fears. This is exactly what I'm doing. Hi there. Sorry for our nakedness.
I've got some spare clothes if you want to borrow them.
Would you mind helping us with some directions?
If I can, sure. Yeah.
We've got a map. I think it's a river there.
So you're going upstream here?
Yeah.
You carry on up here, you're coming up to the next, there's a tributary coming here. How far? Probably not more than a couple of miles. Well, I like the sound of that.
As long as we're on the right path.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
I would love to give you a hug, but it'd be a bit rude, but you're an absolute gentleman.
Thank
Thank
you. So one of my main fears was just, being completely naked in front of somebody. There's nothing like living your dreams. Maybe I'm starting to overcome my fear a little bit. I'm not sure if I'll go home and go straight to a nudist beach. I'm not sure. I think that we're going in the right direction.
Should we hit between that tree line?
Both teams are closing in on the life box.
Take this ridge line. Right?
Yep.
And with limping Luke unable to lead, the other team are catching up.
Right, now just be careful. There's a wall this way, so if you follow this path, got it?
Yep.
Okay, if you head like those trees there.
When we want to go down here instead of going up. I'm trying to find a way down which is safe for us to go down. But I'm not sure just yet. Take it easy down there, especially with your ankle.
I will.
So we literally want to go along here.
Actually, no, where we want to go is there.
Yeah, we want to go there. Wicked. One of us is going for a swim.
They found the box, but it's down a 50-foot cliff across a fast-flowing river of bone-chilling water. As head honcho Luke is out of action, it's up to Terry to take the plunge.
Given that Luke has hurt his ankle, I'm taking one for the team. Not looking forward to a cold swim, but I'm paranoid about the other team. Hopefully the rewards will be worth it. Right, see you on the other side.
Yep.
I'm starting to prick it now.
Come on, Terry!
Oh, come on.
What's in there?
Stuff I don't want to get wet.
Properly cold now. And behind sack number 1, they're nuts.
Oh, wicked.
You know, you deserve them. You earned them on that one. Right, what's this? Ooh. Looks like we're doing some plucking. We've got some bird for dinner.
Perfect.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Arriving second, Kim and Ant have lost out on more supplies.
Oh, well.
Hey,
2 days without food and only minimal sleep is taking its toll on the teams.
I think there's 100 pushing in now and starting to be a bit more receptacle to cold.
Ant and Kim are keen to set up their camp quickly.
Have you finished for the night?
Yeah, you can take it. I would do something instead of
What are you doing?
Okay, we just both carry on doing stuff so we get things done.
I'm just asking what you're doing though.
I'm trying to.
I'd rather get it right than
Right,
just run into a
do you want to start then? Because you said about street.
No, I'm asking you how you're doing
I'm
it.
going to do it
that's all.
from here, and we're going to go across here. So then here, we're going to put loads of conifers and stuff there, so going across to the top here. So this is where we're going to be sleeping. That's where we're going to make fire.
Right, okay. Yeah. I'm glad you've decided that. I will get right on with your orders, sir. You do need to work as part of the team, especially when it comes to building shelter, making fire. This is why we had a lot of issues last night.
I mean, in the space of getting 2 rocks, I built a shelter, got loads of firewood, and brought 3 of her rocks to her. I'm hungry. Not good. Not at all.
After a disastrous night with their fire, Luke and Terry aren't taking any chances with tonight's preparations.
Once we get this going, we can both jump on the shelter making.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just concentrate on that.
Okay.
A chance for protege Terry to show Luke his skills.
I am in a relationship that I've been in for 25 years, and you can kind of sometimes lose yourself and become kind of just a couple. I need to do something for myself. And so this is kind of like my way of just saying that I can do this and I can survive. I think at the moment with Luke, we're at a stage where there's not one of us are a leader. But we had a really disastrous night last night. I might need to step in to lead our team.
Hit it again. Brilliant. Well, yeah, you're doing a damn good job, mate. You can always put some around the side here as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to shut up because you know what you're doing. I don't need to tell you. You've already sorted it out.
I think as long as we keep the fire going tonight, learn by our mistakes that we made last night, we should be good.
But it looks like Terry won't step up to every challenge.
I think it's probably about time you did the honours and sort your bird out.
Right. Oh, Mr. Pigeon.
On today's route, both teams have secured the raw ingredients for dinner, but there's work to do before they can eat.
Right. We go first.
Luke has been camping since he was a boy. And after 5 minutes, his pigeon is ready.
Sorry, Bert, but you're going to be at dinner tonight.
But for Hans and Kim, an entire chicken is a world away from what they bring home from the supermarket.
When was the last time anybody done this unless they've got their own farm? I don't even know if I'm doing it right. Have you ever done this?
No, ever.
Are you quite squeamish of this?
I mean, right, what do you think? Just straight there? Down?
Come on, first. You put your hand up there.
You can't fit your hand up there.
Well, you can make an incision, make it bigger.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, cut from here.
There's loads of stuff come out.
Oh, my God. Next time, can you like give us one already cooked? KFC or something. That would be nice.
Oh wow, you did that quick.
What's that phrase? Not my first rodeo. I'll tell you, we should have some nice feet.
Right.
Before the final leg, both teams still have to survive another freezing night in the wilderness. All they can do now is hope they've done enough in camp to make it to morning.
I think last night we made a few errors with the camp.
After last night's sleep, we are going to try and get as much firewood as we can, make a big pile here, and just try and get the rest down, really.
Still scared to go to bed tonight.
Yeah, me too.
I think before it gets really dark, we go for a last haul of firewood so that we don't run out.
Late entertainment on 4, sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
I hate to break it to you, mate, but we are grown ups. Settle down.
We're wanting my fruit. You're 35 and you live in Hull. Spielberg isn't calling. What's going on with you two? We're in a sexual standoff. We don't do dark and moody, we do chip spice.
The brand new series of All Roses on Channel 4. Coming soon.
Why are you scared of me?
It's just out there. Let's take the reason to the stomach turn coming up then.
Film 4 continues on Film 4. Stream or watch live throughout October.
Late entertainment on 4, proudly sponsored by William Hill Vegas.
It's the final day of the challenge. 2 naked teams have survived 2 long days and nights in the wilderness. Today they race to the finish to win $5,000.
Go straight down the river and through the mountain.
Yeah. I think we go up and over because then we know if we carry on going in a straight line, we're there. I think we're rock and roll.
Yeah,
let's go, mate.
With routes planned, the race is on.
We thought that part straight up. Yeah.
But today, both teammates must reach the finish line together to win the prize.
Could be.
Don't worry, I'm alright.
But you'll have to keep the pace up.
Yeah, mate, you keep wandering off.
I'm not wandering on where. If you look where your feet are,
fucking fell over.
look at the feet where the feet are. You can see where people have gone.
With a mountain ahead of them, the teams have different ideas about how to tackle it. Kim and Ant are sticking to the low ground, going around it. And despite Luke's injury, Terry and Luke are taking it head on, going over the top.
I'm kind of heading for that V. Yeah. Imagine a butt cheek. We're going to go over the right butt cheek on that trail. We'll go straight up and over there.
Sounds good.
Okay, going that way.
Sure that's them?
Yeah.
They're going to burn a hell of a lot of energy doing that.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Fingers crossed as you get over this brow. You can use the downhill to our advantage. Oh, come on, I can taste it. I didn't realise how competitive I was until I actually did this race. And now I realise I've just been kidding myself all these years. I'm really competitive. How's the ankle holding up?
I'm going slow, I apologise.
No worries. You're doing good, Luke.
Cheers, mate.
And this should be the last uphill.
That will be nice.
So, I was expecting over this drop to be able to see the finish line.
Yeah, me too.
But it's not.
Obvious, isn't it?
No. We've got two options. We can take that brow and have a look down, or we can take this valley down here.
I reckon it's down there, and that looks easier. So my boat's that way.
Hey, you're not going to get any argument from me. I'm sure.
Slightly disheartening.
Yeah.
Can we have a bit of water, please?
Yeah, just a bugger.
It's a race against time. But Kim and Ant are spending their time squabbling about what to do next.
We need to go that way.
I think we're here now.
But listen.
Listen. That.
Okay.
That.
Listen to me.
Okay. I'm just.
Can we just, be careful? If we have to follow this fence all the way around, I think it's going in the wrong direction. If we head that direction...
Let me tell you what I'm not. Right?
Okay, we're wasting time.
No.
Can we agree to go that way?
Can I just say this, please, yeah?
Okay.
Right, I've just let you talk for 5 minutes. Let me talk. Right, see that going up there and curves down. That there goes up and curves down. So we are here now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to head towards that mountain there. Oh, that way. There.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
The man has to be right all the time. He's always got to stop being. Start telling me his idea, his plan. We're meant to be in this together. Teamwork. We're meant to be doing it together, helping yourselves over fences.
Are you heading that way?
I'm heading to the lowest.
We're heading that hill round, right hand side of it.
So you want to go to the highest point
Yeah,
and
that's
then
not
down?
high. That's nothing. That's pretty much
I'm heading to the right.
Right, we'll go this way, but it's a race. Yeah, I'm trying to win.
I'm fucking heading to the right of the
Yeah,
fucking
but we're walking back to where we go.
What do you want me to do?
Where I'm staying.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You're right. I'm wrong. What a fucking day.
I'm paranoid I can hear it now. I'm convinced this will be it. Yeah, me too.
They have endured 3 days in the wilderness with no clothes or possessions. Now, the final stretch is all that stands between them, £5,000, and the road back to civilization.
You want to wait for me?
I'm taking a little tiny step.
The teams are neck and neck as they close in on the finish line.
Don't stop. I'm taking.
Oh, you are such a fucking knob. Really are.
But it's no time to split up. To win the prize, they must arrive as a team.
Still not see it already.
It's really having to see something right now.
Yeah. Come on, Kim. 5 minutes, Kim. Come on.
Said that 20 minutes ago. Can we be together?
Huh?
Can
Yeah,
we
but
be together?
I'll fucking do this. I'm going the same speed as you. All I want to do is try and get there. I mean, we said push last day. Just push it out. Smash, we can rest when we finish. Yeah. Yeah, eat. Eat here. Ah. Okay, win.
Finish line in sight. And decides it's time to bring his team back together.
Come on, come on. So keep going, keep going, keep going. Come on. Widen your pace, there's less energy. Come on. You can do it, you can do it. Come on.
Oh, gosh.
You can, come on. You can do it. I hate hill running. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll strap up them blisters myself.
I can't do it.
You can. You can. Hurry up. Come on. Oh, fuck's sake.
They're here.
They're here.
Ant and Kim are second to the finish line.
Oh. Sweet, look, Fox is here. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah!
We've done it.
After 3 days of endurance in the wilderness, Terry and Luke go home with £5,000.
I can't believe it. There was a moment when we used to say, are we absolutely positive we've gone the right way? Just, yeah, happy. Pissed off, didn't we? But, you know, when somebody do some.
It would have been nice to win a bit of money. But it's been essential. Never do it again. Never.
Did something I never thought I'd do in my lifetime. I knew I could push myself quite a bit, but that was pushing myself. I nearly lost my head. But hey, at least I've done it now. I'll say I'll try it once.
The biggest fear for me coming into this was actually taking my clothes off and being naked. You know, I did it. I faced my fears, or lived my dream, should I say.
I think this experience has taught me a lot about myself, and it's kind of given me the confidence now to say, well, this is me. Still can't quite believe it. It's given me a few new skills that I hadn't had before. I've got a new friend, I think. It's given me a real good zest for life, and I want to come back here, maybe with a few more clothes on, and maybe with a bit more food.
Hello, mate. Well, for a little chat. How are you doing? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I'm doing alright. It was a strange year, wasn't it? Feels like things are getting better now. I'll be lying if say I didn't have a few rough days where I just didn't feel like myself. And this feeling of, don't know when this is gonna end, but you just get through it, don't you? You just get through it. And things do change. I mean, look where we are. It finally feels like things are getting better now. Where we are, it finally feels like things are getting better now.
Irish producer Embers delivering beautiful electronic with Left You a Voice Note, plus Tom Ashbrook too, a tune I've enjoyed playing on the Chill Show called Not 32. Now you can always grab today's tracklist on BBC Sounds or take it with you wherever you are on the app. And I'll leave you for now with producer Catching Flies. This is Halo.
Oh shit.
Welcome, Connor Coates here, and I have got a stack of dance music goodness coming your way from Kenya Korea's Patrick Topping. And let's begin with Sigma and Plum of Faith.
Down every now, living in the same town, trying to find something new. Broken picture frame, I've been frozen in, trying to find a better view. This ain't me, this ain't cool, this ain't what I signed up to. This ain't right, still good, no good. It's cutting on my skin. Every word that you say sounds just like him. And it goes like this. We get your color, don't need to kiss me. We'll talk for hours and lie on the bed. When you walk right when everything changes. You and I go back to strangers. It's something that I hate. How everyone's disposable. Every time I take somebody new, I feel vulnerable. That they will never change. And it will just stay like this. Never ending day and breaking. And it goes like this. We get your color, don't need to kiss me. We'll talk for hours and lie on the bed. And you won't when everything changes. You and I will go back to strangers. Always when it was me and you. But every time I meet somebody new, it's like deja vu. I'm only spoke for months. What did you ever mean? Did you ever mean? And how can I say that this is love when it goes like this? Look at your color, don't need to kiss me. We'll talk for hours and lie on the backseat. When you won't work when everything changes. You and I will go back to strangers. Back to strangers. Radio One Dance.
I've got grey hair on my handset. Oh my god. That's because I was shaving my head round there, right? And on the floor was the remote control, the TV stand, and the soundbar and everything. And there's hair on it.
recently announced that him and his partner are expecting their first.
I'm selling the TV stand, the remote control, the soundbar, and the soundbar remote control. 65 quid.
Some Ewan McVicker with Great Thing, cross between the Leeds lads, and Control the Party, and a classic anthems mix just around the corner. Let's get you ready for it now with this classic from Super Mode.
I think I'll go to Eastleigh today. That's a lovely cup of tea. Oh my God. It was a shame about that yesterday. I mean, I found 2 rings right that I thought I liked, you know, and I'll go for it. And he wouldn't accept 250, 150. That's 400 quid. He wanted 275 and 355. 600 and so pound. Never mind. I'm getting mine out of pawnbrokers.
Relax your mind, moving on. Let the figure on. It's the groove. We all hit what you want. As long as you're around, it's the groove. We're moving on, keeping strong. Let the figure on. It's the groove. We all hit what you want. As long as you're around, it's the groove.
Radio 1 Dance.
Tequila. Yeah.
Show that word to suck up. starts to talk.
Radio 1
Such a stay still, so I fly to be honest with you. Broken inside, always in and always out. Heading to the water, trying what we can find the force courses. Now I'm just to break my heart. Sometimes it feels hard, it's like a movie, playing on the stars, straight to be honest. Now I'm sitting alone and trying to listen to the stars that make my living softer. Radio 1 Dance. I just wanna feel your sweat on my body, your touch when I'm grabbing. Feel your sweat on my body, your touch. Wake up thinking about you and all the things that we could do. I pick myself up, hoping we could get in touch. I just wanna feel your sweat on my body, your touch when I'm grabbing. Feel your sweat. Wake up thinking about you and all the things that we could do. I pick myself up, hoping we could get in touch. You make me feel
Big industrial sound of beat line in that one, all about it. From Cats and Dogs and Nala, releasing on Solomon's Dynamic label. It's called Me, Me, Me. Connor Coates here with you and Really Want Dance, and it is that time where we take you back with 6 classic anthems back to back. Daft Punk on the way. Let's begin with Riton and Kalos. Rinse and repeat.
Time to make the club go up, time to shut the club down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Time to make the club go up, time to shut the club down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. And it just goes on. Time to make the club go up, time to shut the club down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Got the joint lit way up. It's time to get down. So loud that my ears pop. We can't turn back now. What is the turn down? To the club we go. So what the song comes up, and it just goes on. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Time to make the club go up. Time to shut the club down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Time to make the club go up, time to shut the club down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Time to make the club go up, time to shut the club down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. Then we rinse and repeat. Time to make the club go up, time to shut the club down. This is not how I woke up, but it's how I look now. If you leave with me, we'll be on till morn. Then we rinse and repeat, and it just goes on. 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 And it just goes on.
BBC Radio
1 Dance.
I saw you in the club, with your boys were looking rough. You're making contact with me. I'm living in a dream. This isn't make believe. I want you to know that I wanna let go. My body shows you're everything I need. But you stay right from dawn till night. Live on fantasy. But you stay right, don't tell me live on fantasy. So you left me in, and our love will shine. I'll always be yours, and you'll always be
Anthem, the wrap up our classic anthems mix from Alex Cadillo with I'm in Love, I Wanna Do It. And we bring you back up to date now with brand new Don Dolla. Love this, it's called Sailing Up.
Some people say for diamond, some people say for pride. Breaking backs for a place in the city, and don't keep them satisfied. I don't see your bed on the bottom. All I want, no clothes and diamonds, no constant night. I need this more than another. All I need is more to the all I need is for you all I need is for you say no, that's for me. Say no, that's for me.
Radio 1 dance. Yeah. I need to turn all the lights off in the club right now. To the dance floor.
Although down to this, I'll be going crazy thinking about you. You might save my life. If you save my life. Although down to this, I'll be going crazy thinking about you. You might save my life.
Yeah. I need you to turn all the lights off in the club right now. To the dance floor.
If you save my life, although down to this, I'll be going crazy thinking about you. You might save my life. If you save my life, although down to this, I'll be going crazy thinking about you. You might save my life. If you save my life, although down to this, I'll be going crazy thinking about you. You might save my life. If you save my life, although down to this, I'll be going crazy thinking about you. You might save my life.
Yeah. I need you to turn all the lights off in the club right now. To the dance floor.
Radio 1 Dance.
bang with the party all the time here on Radio 1 Dance. Don't forget, if you're loving all these tunes, you can take us with you wherever you go. We are here whenever you need us, 24/7, 365, just bringing you incredible dance music. And you know where to find us, over in the Radio 1 Dance stream on BBC Sounds. Jason Status Headaches, already coming up with Liquor and Cigarettes. And let's take you way back now with DJ Sean and The Launch.
Welcome to the Heartbreak Hotel. Check your problems in, drop your feelings off, and enjoy your stay.
Liquor, cigarettes, still on my breath. 20 missed calls, 150 texts. She said, I know that you've been out with them other chicks. I keep your car up and I'm on my way to see my ex. Liquor, cigarettes, it got me in a mess. But right now I'm up and I think I feel my best. Trying leads to arguing, from arguing to sex. I like to party, I hardly think that is disrespect. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, okay. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, I think that I made it clear that we said, look straight into our eyes.
Nope.
Liquor, cigarettes, still on my breath. 20 missed calls, 150 texts. She said, I know that you've been out with them other chicks. I keep your car up and I'm on my way to see my ex. Liquor and cigarettes, it got me in a mess. But right now I'm up and I think I feel my best. Shy leads to arguing, from arguing to sex. I like to party, I hardly think that it's disrespect. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, okay. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, I think that I made it clear. And then we said, look straight into our eyes.
Radio 1.
A million lights in the sky. Look up, don't know what you might find. A moment that's frozen in time. Surrounded by flickering lights. I got just one thing on my mind. Could this be always what it's like? I'm holding this feeling. I need to believe in these high hopes. These high hopes. Don't wanna be broken. I'm not letting go. These high hopes. These high hopes. I don't wanna ever come down, swimming in the while silhouette shadows they glow. I got just one thing you should know. I want this to melt into gold. I'm holding this feeling. I need to believe in these high hopes. These high hopes. Don't wanna be broken. I'm not letting go. These high hopes. High hopes. These high hopes. These
Charlotte Healing and Goddard with High Hopes. Before that, Jason Status, Headaches and Arties, Liquor and Cigarettes. And let's get this on now from FCL. It's You.
I feel the heat. I feel the heat. Heat. I feel the heat. You see the road I wanna follow. It takes a turn, it's hard to follow. I want your touch, I want your body. I feel the heat. Ooh, heat. I feel the heat. Heat. I feel the heat. Ooh, you see the road I wanna follow. It takes a turn, it's hard to follow. I want your touch, I want your body. I feel the heat. Ooh, it's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. It's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. 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 You see the road I wanna follow. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. It's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. It's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. It's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. It's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. It's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. It's you. It's you I want tonight. The heat is on. I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Oh, feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Oh, I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Oh, feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Oh, I want you here tonight. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Oh, feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. Feel the heat. I feel the heat. Feel the heat. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. I want you here tonight. 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 I feel the heat. 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 Feel the heat.
Still to come on Radio 1. At 10. Radio 1 Anthems. At 7 o'clock. Radio 1 Breakfast.
But right now,
It's early breakfast.
BBC
Radio.
Yeah.
Early breakfast.
Let's live it up.
Right, here we go then. The last early Friday of me and you in October. My name is Chelsea Ward and I'm going to be here until 7 o'clock. And because it's my last show, I want us to have some fun today. On the show, we've been doing something called Hometown Hellos, which is basically a way for you to get a shout out on Radio 1. All you need to do is send a voice note on 03700 100 100 and just say hello, how you would do, where you're from. And last week, I was on a mission. I like to set myself a little challenge. I was on a mission to get someone from Newcastle. And our Nigel, he proper stepped up to Mark, didn't he?
I'll read. This is Nigel, the trucker from the tune. We say, oh yeah, it's alive.
And because it's my last show on Early Friday Breakfast, I know you're going to proper show up for today. So the challenge today is I want someone from Liverpool. I want a scout on the show saying hello to me, how you would do in Liverpool. But this is not just for the scouts. This is for anyone. So if you're from, I don't know, Bristol, if you're from Derby, if you're from Donny, if you're from Chester, wherever you're from, get in touch. 03700 100 100 is the number to do that. Just send me a nice little WhatsApp and just say hello to me. It's nice and simple. It's easy to do. We're going to be chatting some really odd things today on the show. I'm really excited to share what we've got just after 6 o'clock. And I've got a little story about a couple of people I met on the train last week. Let's kick things off, shall we? Nice and proper. Olivia Rodrigo, probably one of my favourite tracks at the moment. And I'm going to sing it really loud. It's Getting Back on Radio 1.
BBC.
Radio
1. I met a guy in the summer and I left him in the spring. He argued with me about everything. He had an ego and a temper and a wandering eye. He said he's 6'2" and I'm a dude. Nice try. It was so much fun and he had such weird friends. And he would take us out to parties and the night would never end. Another song, another club, another bar, another dance. And when he said something
Just the way he kisses, the way he made me laugh. I put my little heart out, but as I'm hitting send, I picture all the faces of their disappointed friends. Because everyone knew that I was missing a screw. Said I was the only girl, but that just wasn't the truth. And when I told them I was hurting, they told me I was tripping. But I had my honest daughter, maybe I could fix it. He has called. I wanna make him mine. I wanna break his heart. And be the one to stitch it up. Wanna kiss his face with an uppercut. I wanna leave him alone. Just to tell her her son sucks. So I wanna keep calm. I wanna take him watch. I wanna break his heart. Stitch it right back up. I wanna kiss his face with an uppercut. I wanna meet his mom and tell her his son sucks. Yeah, I wanna get it right. I just wanna make him feel better. I wanna get it right. 'Cause then I can't really make him better. I got him good. I got him really good. BBC Radio
1. Rising on my crib,
Zero Snapchat, zero Instagram, oh, same. Got the vibe like style, running like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV, that will not mean nothing to me. Don't need a shout out, maybe I need a few. Like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's nothing. Chop my banana, one side and now there's no stopping. Go shopping, yeah. Shh. If I go low, I go. Right now, go. If Danny Mujanko, I saw something in my book. But if you are from the Janko, I come from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Them up. Oh, yeah, yeah. Tell her. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Mama, Sheba, come back on. Take me the side of the paragon. Start of the Alago. Cause you know some my people, they can lag on. Oh, go long, my power. As I hate it, no loss, look with my yammer. Love you, my Picasso. Cause you know, say I go from Taco. That's why I'm a Jago. Start of the dance, I'm the Dano. Call it a Lago. I go show you some outside the Lago. Cause I be city boy. As I said, for the street, they give me job. I'm fucking me boy. Put them as a Jesus and I'm not religious. Oh, yeah, no. If I go low, I go. Right now, go. If Danny Mujanko, I saw a champagne in my book. But it's the young from the Janko. Got girls from uptown. That's the life of a city boy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Them up. Oh, yeah, yeah. Tell her. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Good morning to Lisa in Worksop, who says, "Hey up, duck." That's how they say it in Worksop. Trev from Bristol. All right, my lover. Hope you're doing okay. Then I've this one from Cradis, who's in North Wales, who says, "All right, what's a caring? What's a caring with you?"
1, 2, 3. I can touch it to the bone. I touch it to the universe. With another tone zone. That's the only time I can reverse. But when there's no dimensions, there's only one I'm missing. If you feel alone, and you don't have to feel that no more. I just wanna take you like that, take you like that. So if you're ready, and if you're happy, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. You always grab me, champagne and fatty. I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. Cause you know I like it, girl. 3D, you know I like it, girl. 3D. Body to body to body to body to body. You and me, baby, you know that we got it. So don't go getting me started. Cause you know I get hot-hearted. Baby, oh baby, you're making me crazy. Rain, 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 you get me. You got me blinded with emotion. You got me drinking that potion. I just wanna make you like that, make you like that. So if you're ready, if you're left, if you're left, I wanna see it in motion, in motion. You always grab me, make it fatty. Hey, I wanna see it in motion, in 3D. Cause you know I like it, girl. You know I like it, 3D. You know I like it, girl. Cause you know I like it, girl. I like it, 3D. You know I like it, girl. 3D. I'm on my junk cook. Take a chick off one look, and when they get took, they don't never get untook. When I seen that body, you would think it was the way I told my boys, come look. I used to take girls up to Stony Brook and steal their hearts like some crook. True story. Now when I hold somebody's hand, it's a new story. All my ABGs get killed for me. I had one girl, 2 for me. 2 girls, 2 for me. 3 girls, damn. 4 girls, okay, now you. Hey, I'm losing. I done put these for good use. I done put my city on my back, and the world know my name on the truth.
So if you're ready, and if you let me, I wanna see it in motion, in gravy. You won't regret me. Make it better, make it better. I wanna see it in motion, in gravy. I like it, girl. Crazy, I like it, girl. I like it, girl.
I got you on camera. You my babe, just like Tampa. Speaking of bucks, I got those, and that's for, well, not those, and that's for. Do you really wanna know? I thought so. I'll fly you from Korea to Kentucky, and you ain't gotta guarantee me nothing. I just wanna see if I get lucky. I just wanna meet you in the physical and see if you would touch me.
Good morning. Yes, we are in the middle of Hometown Hellos, which is where you get in touch on 03700 100 100 and just basically say to me hello, how you would do, where you are from. And I read out a text a minute ago from Cradis, who's from North Wales, who said, what's occurring? And that got me thinking, what excuse can I have to play this clip? Well, you've given me one, haven't you? Oh! What's occurring? Probably my favourite ever TV character, Nessa from Gavin Estates. So one more time, Nessa. Oh! What's occurring? Now, Connors, I'm very happy you've got in touch today. However, if you could have done that for me and sent it in like Nessa just did then, I would have been much happier. So if you send in text in, I appreciate it. But I want voice notes in today. Josh, what you got for me?
It's Josh the young farmer from mighty Cumbria, and this is how I'd say hello. How's it gone?
See how much passion was in Josh's voice then? That's the passion I want this morning. Farmer John has been in touch. Farmer John now was on last week. And he's been in touch again, and I'm a little bit worried about what he's going to say because I think I've got a little bit of an idea.
Morning, Babbers. Farmer John here, tuning in with the cows on the farm in the Forest of Dean. So, when are you coming down to milk some of these cows?
Yeah, well, about milking those cows, Farmer John, I'm not quite sure yet when that's going to happen. As you know, this is my last early Friday breakfast show, so I might have missed the window. If someone can get me down to go and milk Farmer John's cows, then I'll be more than happy to do it. And I've got this one from Jody. Try and work out where Jody's from.
All right, youth, it's Jody from Upway.
Upweight. Now, I'm not actually entirely sure where Upweight is. So, Jody, can you please get in touch and let me know? Because to me, you sound like you're from like Derby or something like that. If that's wrong and I've insulted you there, I am very, very sorry. And the request I made today for today's show was someone from Liverpool. I wanted a scout on the show, and that hasn't happened yet. And I'm looking across from me, and producer Ollie is sweating because I can see the nerves on him. He knows it's the last show together with me and him, and he knows that he's going to be in right trouble if we don't have a scouser on the show.
BBC Radio 1. I said all you see, such trouble I can figure out. I've been next to you all night, I still don't know what you're about. You keep talking, but not much coming up to you. Can't you tell that I want you? I said I will want myself, but it's really after you do hell, just know me better. So sure of yourself, so we don't regret it. I see you eyeing me down, but you'll never know much past my name or how I'm running this going around, and I'm still half your age. And you looking at me like I'm some sweet. Obvious that you want me, but I said I will want myself. Please believe me. After you do hell, just know me better. So sure of yourself, so we don't regret it. For real, just and I can tell if you love and hate me. Never met someone like that. Got me so crazy. Did you know you got that effect? I said, let me check you. I will want myself, but please believe me.
It's Sean and Molly in for great this week. This morning is the final of the quiz with Street Orders, or however you say it.
Yes, we've got Caleb Spain taking on his mate Ryan.
Listen from 7:15.
Welcome to the Hard Rock Hotel.
Get your dancing shoes on.
Problem 10. Drop your feelings off.
Turn the volume up because this one's a banger.
Liquor, cigarettes, still on my breath. 20 missed calls, 150 texts. She said, I know that you've been out with them other chicks. I keep your car up and I'm on my way to see my ex. Liquor, cigarettes, they got me in a mess. But right now I'm up and I think I feel my best. Shouting leads to arguing, from arguing to sex. I like to party, I hardly think that is disrespect. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, okay. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, I think that I made it clear. Then we said, look straight into her eyes. I said, you're about to have the best night of your life. Switch. I said, you're about to have the best night of your life. Wait. Nope. Liquor and cigarettes, they got me in the mess. But right now I'm up and I think I feel my best. Shouting leads to arguing, from arguing to sex. I like to party, I hardly think that is disrespect. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, okay. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, I think that I made it clear. Then we said, look straight into her eyes. I said, you're about to have the best night of your life. Liquor, cigarettes, still on my breath. 20 missed calls, 150 texts. She said, I know that you've been out with them other chicks. I keep your car up and I'm on my way to see my ex. Liquor and cigarettes, they got me in a mess. But right now I'm up and I think I feel my best. Shouting leads to arguing, from arguing to sex. I like to party, I hardly think that is disrespect. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, okay. She said, yeah, I said, yeah, I think that I made it clear. Then we said, look straight into her eyes. I said, you're about to have the best night of your life. Look straight into her eyes. I said, you're about to have the best night of your life. Liquor and cigarettes, still on my breath. Liquor and cigarettes, still on my breath. Liquor and cigarettes, still on my breath.
BBC Radio 1. So yes, we are doing hometown hellos. You're getting in touch and you let me know how you say hello, where you are from. We've had some more voice notes in. Nick, what you got for me, love?
I'm alright, it's Nick from Birmingham, home with the Peaky Blinders. How you doing, am I right, sir?
My favourite thing about Brummies is that they say, I'm yow. I'm yow. I'm yow doing, bruv. I'm yow doing. Matt, what you got for me?
Morning, Matt the Fishman here. Well, originally I'm from Yorkshire, I read. But then I know I live in Fleetwood, just outside Blackpool, and I like cavemen. All you get is
Was that just a grunt then? Is that what they do there? They just grunt you, Joe, make me choke here. But the one thing I wanted, which I didn't obviously get, was someone from Liverpool. So thank you very much, Matt, for getting in touch. And thank you very much, Nick, as well, for getting in touch. But yeah, Scouts was what I wanted. And guess what?
morning. What's happening? I'm from Liverpool.
Morning. What's happening? I'm from Liverpool. I love it. Thank you very much for getting in touch on Hometown Hellos. Let's get some Ariana Grande on for you now. This is Positions.
Heaven sent you to me. I'm just so
open up, don't be history. Boy, I'm trying to meet your mama on Sunday. So make a lot of love on Monday. Don't need no one else, babe. 'Cause I'll be switching in positions for you. Getting in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom. I wouldn't need a lip fix when you're going through. I wanna love you tonight, nothing I wouldn't do. But I won't do. Switching for you, perfect. Just so that's a big truth. But I get tired of running. Now I'm running with you. So boy, I'm trying to meet your mama on Sunday. The make love on Monday. Don't need no one else, babe. 'Cause I'll be switching up positions for you. Kitchen in the bedroom. I don't need a lip fix when you're going through. I wanna love you tonight, nothing I wouldn't do. But I won't do. Switching for you. Getting in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom. I don't need a lip fix when you're going through. I wanna love you tonight, nothing I wouldn't do. But I won't do. Switching for you. You should go through. You say you're kinda want to. 'Cause you count on me and I'm down to. Yeah, I'm down to. Switching manifestations for you should go through. So you're kinda want to. 'Cause you count on me and I'm down to. Switching manifestations for you. Switching in the bedroom. Switching for you, getting in the kitchen and I'm in the bedroom. I don't need a little play, I'm coming through. I wanna love you tonight, nothing I wouldn't do. I won't do. Switching for you,
This is BBC Radio 1.
Running into him every other week, getting closer every time you both speak. Take that spiritual connection, hoping that he just don't wanna creep. Thinking about him on the daily, waiting for the day that he will leave. Your friends tell you be careful, but what is life when you're just careful? Looking at him like he's a god figure. Maybe you just need a father figure. Now it's all on the left, he said, she said. You knew that with issues before you got there. But he's older, you just don't understand. He should be responsible for an older man. And now you're feeling it firsthand. At one point you wanted him to be your man, your man. Your man, your man. Pick yourself up, girl, it's not deep. Worth more than this, you just can't see. You just need love and affection. He's playing on your insecurity. Big and strong, but he's really weak, though. Take control of your mind and roll. Time to go where the lessons are. Lift yourself, lift your blessings up. So what's it gonna be? Are you gonna go around or are you gonna leave? Heading in the wrong direction. Is this the girl that you wanna be? Looking at him like he's a god figure. Baby, you just need a father figure. And now you're feeling it firsthand. At one point you wanted him to be your man, your man. Your man, your man. You're just gonna lay there. You don't have to stay there. You deserve better. It's romantic. But he said he loved you and also loves her too. So disrespect to yourself. It's romantic. They all know you, it's romantic. He's just gonna use you and throw you when he's through. You're not what he wants.
romantic.
Nuclear Soul playing on Radio 1. Now, coming up on the show, we've got that huge live lounge set from Doja Cat, which I have had on repeat. It was just absolutely fantastic, blew my mind. And then Best New Pop with my Beth, she's going to be popping in and giving us her Best New Pop song for today. I'm a bit of a chatty patty, I like to think, and the reason I'm saying this is because last week after the show, I got the train home back to Sheffield, which was slightly delayed because of flooding issues in Yorkshire and a few other places. However, it worked out quite well for me because I ended up sitting on the train with two girls. I've written the names down because I'm awful with names, Millie and Jess, they were called, and I basically forced them to speak to me without them wanting to, because I do just talk to anyone and everyone. And we found out we're all about the same age, we're all 26, and we've all got similar interests. They were both off to a wedding, and we're like best mates now. We've got a group chat called Train Gals. I think I'm definitely going to be chief bridesmaid at both of their weddings. I'm not sure if they know that yet, but we are now friends. I'm quite needy, so I'm expecting that from both of them. But we're going to watch a film. We're all going to like break off and watch different films together. And I suggested that we all watch the same film and press play at the same time, to which both of them replied to me, "No, you are a little bit too needy for our liking." And then they kind of went silent on me. So, Millie and Jess, if you're listening this morning, I do still want to be a bestie. Please invite me to your weddings when you get married, and I don't mind being chief bridesmaid. Tyler up next with Water.
BBC Radio 1. Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water. On my lips, I could keep my cool with the night I'm lying. I'ma be in a dangerous mood, can you match my time? Telling me that you're ready for it, what you're hiding. Talk is cheap to show me that you understand I like it. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. If I give you my time, can you snatch my soul from me? I don't wanna wait. Don't take it, take me where I ain't been before. Can you blow my mind? Set off my whole body, whole body. Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water. Hopefully, I can last all night and be too excited. I'm fancy. You ain't gotta go away, you can stay inside. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body. If I give you my time, can you snatch my soul from me? I don't wanna wait. Don't take it, take me where I ain't been before. Can you blow my mind? Set up my whole body, whole body. Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water. BBC. If somebody understands, darling, I don't understand you. You stay awake at night, waiting for somebody right. Baby, all your karma is you. Like I would never hate you, but only if you want to. So much time, like who knew? Music we got into, songs we fell in love to. Boy, it feels so hard to. If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had if we ever broke up. If we ever broke up, I'd call your dad and tell him all the things you said if we ever broke up. Boy, don't get emotional, cause it's not personal. It's just the way it goes. If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had if we ever broke up. You're living in Wonderland. If you think I'll understand all the you put me through. If girls in white dresses and big window weddings is something you want to be true, then back up your drama. This selfish dilemma is something that you can undo. Like I would never hate you, but only if you want to. So much time, like who knew? If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had if we ever broke up. If we ever broke up, I'd call your dad and tell him all the things you said if we ever broke up. Boy, don't get emotional, cause it's not personal. It's just the way it goes. If we ever broke up, I'd never be sad. Think about everything that we had if we ever broke up. BBC Radio. I'm ready to sound. With my blues. Got going blues. Don't mind the bruises. Come fix me up. Don't pat me down.
That'll be all right.
Well, we'll shine it in the dark on BBC Radio. How hard is that tune? Bars that loud on the track. Just need to turn it my car full volume. A proper get some. Good morning to where are you? Where's your name? I can't see it. Number ending 883 from Scotland. Good morning to you. And good morning to Carl from Manchester as well. Doja Cat fans, stand by. Oh, she's on her way, baby. She's coming after this.
I'm getting away. Your habits, your baggage just walked away. To your maggots, I'm being mattress, goddamn okay. So attractive, how did that happen? And you're kissing my neck, I'm like, ah. Got your hands up on my chest, I'm like, ah. Sweet till there's nothing wrong, oh my god, oh my god. You could really tear me apart, but I love you like that. Everything you do just turns me on. I love you like that. Body on my mind like all night long. Since I called in the morning, babe, want you more than yesterday. You should judge yourself now. I don't care. Listen, I love you like that. Everything you do just turns me on. I love you like that. Body on my mind like all night long. Since I called in the morning, babe, want you more than yesterday. You should judge yourself now. I don't care. 'Cause I'm wide awake. I don't need coffee, I know you want me, that's the champagne. Sipping my soul, you need to know you and me the same. So attractive, like that happen. And you're kissing my neck, I'm like, ah. Put your hands up on my chest, I'm like, ah. Sweet till there's nothing left, oh my god, oh my god. You could really tear me apart, but I love you like that. Everything you do just turns me on. I love you like that. Body on my mind like all night long. Since I called in the morning, babe, want you more than yesterday. Judge yourself now, I don't care. Listen, I love you like that. Everything you do just turns me on. I love you like that. Body on my mind like all night long. Since I called in the morning, babe, want you more than yesterday. Judge yourself now, I don't care. 'Cause do something, do nothing.
Loud will be like that on Radio 1.
Radio 1, live lounge mode.
I am so excited. I feel like a kid at Christmas. Live Lounge Month, yes, yesterday it ended with Doja Cat. What an incredible way, can I just say, to end what has been an incredible Live Lounge Month. It was a Live Lounge special from LA. If you've not had a chance to see it yet, you can go and watch it on iPlayer. You need to watch it on iPlayer is what I want to say, really. Melvin was over there with Doja Cat. And it's not very often I get jealous of people, but the envy in my body when I saw Melvin's face with Doja Cat on my screen was just like no other. But it's not an issue because you kind of don't feel like you're missing out that much because you can watch it all and it's like you're already there. So yeah, you can watch the full live lounge on iPlayer and on YouTube. She performed 3 songs she thought she'd treat you: Paint the Town Red, Agora Hills, and Red Room, which is the Haters Coyote cover. And it was just absolutely incredible. We're going to play Agora Hills now, which is probably the most popular song for Doja Cat at the moment, but she is the hottest, I would argue, artist in the world right now. So this is Doja Cat, Agora Hills, on the most incredible live band set, live from LA. Listen to this. Doja Cat fans, you're going to love it.
I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna brag about it. I wanna tighten up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. Yeah. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. Yeah. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. You can watch. Dirty? No, you hang up. You hang up. Something different about you. Love it when you in a smack too. Baby, let me break on your tattoos. That's true that I like PDA. Take it to a city plate. In the bathroom, who that man with the big strong hands on her? In the club with the pastry, that's your front seat, chilling with the window down. I'll be 10 toes down on the dash, getting fast food. Hope you can handle them. Keep your names in the streets. Get used to my fans looking at you with their hair down, with them birds in my mean you don't get. With the bad tooth, boys be mad, but I don't. The incels, girls hate too. The pigtail, I love you. I want a big tail, boy, don't trip. I'll split a big bill, moving around the world. They don't have to understand. Rub it in their face, put a rock on her hand. Baby, can you call me back? I miss you. It's so lonely in my mansion. And I want the colors, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna brag about it. Tighten up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. Yeah. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. Yeah. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. You can watch. Love is pain, but I need this. Yeah, I'm too good when the kicks in. Like Fortnite, I'ma need your skin. Don't give a for the bin. Boy, you're the one, you're the only man. Me and you, I mean, damn. Holy cow, you're the holy trend. Hold me down when I'm. Be myself, already, it's yours, never be with you, I ain't holding back when I need my space, you give that. When you broke my heart, you skip, drive with a long walk on the beach. Look at when he Hong Kong on the street, when they see everything right in the Jeep. We are holding, we are energy, baby, we can just slide on our enemies. They all wanna know how you get to me, they don't feel how they feel, they feel cause it's like the love same energy, sad. Baby, you remember me? Yeah. You just kept so hard. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna brag about it. Tighten up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. Yeah. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you up. I wanna show you. Yeah. Show you up, show you. I can't watch.
how, I don't even know what to say. How incredible was that? I felt like I was in heaven then listening to that. That must have been the most incredible thing to watch live. But you can. Hey, that's the good thing. You can watch it. You can just download the BBC Sounds app as well if you want. It's free and you can watch it on iPlayer. You just need to search Live Lounge and you can find all 16 performances from across that week, including that huge one from Doja Cat. I mean, we had Olivia Rodrigo in the Live Lounge, Leanne was in the Live Lounge, Troye Sivan, Usher. We've absolutely blown your mind this year with Live Lounge. And if you want to listen back to any of the episodes, you can. Just head over to BBC Sounds or, like I said, iPlayer and just search for Live Lounge. My mum is a massive fan of Doja Cat and I haven't yet treated her to watching this set. I'm going to do it when I get home today because she loves her. She's fantastic. And the set was incredible. She was on fleek, eyebrows on fleek, nails were, the set was incredible. She even made Melvin look absolutely incredible as well, just for being there, being in her presence was fantastic. So yeah, Doja Cat, Live Lounge, probably my favourite of the year so far. And Jonas Brothers now, Sucker For You, playing on Radio 1, BBC.
Better than birds of a feather, you and me. What change the weather? Yeah, I'm getting heat in December when you found me. I've been dancing on top of cars and stumbling out of bars. Follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine and the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. And baby, you know it's obvious. I'm a sucker for you. Say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Anyone taking over to find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you, about you. Make my typical me, make my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. Yeah. Don't complicate it, 'cause I know you and you know everything about me. I can't remember all of the nights I don't remember when you're around me. I've been dancing on couple cars and stumbling out of bars. Thinking up for the medicine, the pain, the tattoo inside my brain. Baby, you know it's obvious. I'm a sucker for you. I'm a sucker for you. Anyone's taking over to find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you. Sucker for you. Cars and stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're a medicine, your pain.
Life. From all those things listening to me. I'm pregnant. Did you just really I'm pregnant? I don't really like you to that song. I don't think I should be. Tell anyone about me.
Let it burn like fire. You yearn for a change and I'm hoping that you learn to never stay. You think about
When you're all alone, when they want you to tell me where do you think about us? Do you think about us? How does that feel? How does that feel? How does that feel? How does that feel? How does that Bruce and Luce in Sheffield, going to so travelling up to Manchester, should I say? You can tell it further over the can't you? This one, it's really done with this morning. Jason on holiday. It's going to be Mauritius. Now, I'm really glad you got in touch with that one. This flight's around the me today. After the show, obviously, can I just say, I'd rather be getting up to an aeroplane and go to Mauritius than back to Radio Sheffield today. But good morning to everyone. If you want to get in touch, 100 is the number to get shout out. I've got Princess. This time of the show that you probably know to forward for my best Poppers record. This is just a little bit of a teaser of what's about to this record that I've just dropped today. Hello. Good morning. Bringing you my podcast record for this week's record. It's beauty. You know, it's perfect if you've got a handle. Well, this and I play the Monster Mash, no shade on the Monster Mash or anything. This is just a lot better. It comes from New Rules and it's all about that empty, hopeless feeling that you get in your heart after the end of a relationship. But don't worry, the actual song is super. With this and absolutely gorgeous. It's Ghost Town.
Got my attention, running with obsession. Make me feel like I just started into heaven. Repeat out my shit, you do my head in. It's the way you move your body is a weapon. Every time you are there, I can figure out even what's on the mind. Disappearing overnight. Upside down, my heart to when you're not around, I'm running out of ways to tell everything I need you now. Right down, you got no way out, my heart down when you're not around, I'm running out of ways to tell everything I need you now. An empty bottle, oh, that's all I ever left in my life. Every stay, call me up and come over tonight. You out there, what's that money?
So, well, 6:30. Tracks being the ones that I'm today. Good morning, hello, Breakfast Crew. Chelsea Board are with you until 7 o'clock. If you want to get in touch, you know you can. 03 700 100 100 is the number to do that. We have Bethany Poplar on just after 6:30. And we've got the usual bangers on the show. You know what we do here. Jungle, Wolf, Alice, and nothing but thieves all on the way as well. It is my last show on Early Friday Breakfast. If you want to get your shout out, and you want it from an older voice, and you want it on the 27th of October 2023, today is your day to do that. So get in touch if you will. 03 700 100 100. Nice and simple. Tom the Truckers do it. Good morning to you, Lord. Thank you very much. Said he's enjoying this month. Well, I've enjoyed being here as well. And Sophie, who thought she'd a little bit more. Sophie's from Mauritius and she listens every day. So if I wasn't signing up, I might be a little bit sadder now. I wish I was in Mauritius with you, Sophie. I really do, but I'm not. I'm playing tracks. I'm playing bangers. Back to back. BBC. Stop. is everyone going crazy? To it's young-ish delivery driver, should I say? Oh God, the world, he's soggy white guy man. He doesn't actually call himself a soggy white guy man. It's just a soggy journey he's got. Nick as well from Portaferry. Good morning to you. And look, is that where they make them pork pies? Is that what told it is?
You won't be lonely, I won't let you. You won't be lonely, I won't forget you. I won't forget you. Stay with me, spend the time. I'll never let you go. Even when the dance is done, alone. I'm gonna find you. Never say goodbye. Even when the lights are on, you'll be right by your side. You won't be lonely. I won't let you.
Jack Shows, DFT, Neil Wilson, will get you on Radio 1. What happened then? I was so excited talking about that's what I'm saying. You hear me, Jim? And I've got something I want to say, and I hope all my family and friends are listening. I feel like I am constantly surrounded by people who give me really, really terrible advice. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So my Uncle Adam, who thinks he's full of wonderful ideas and suggestions, when I was living with him, told me that I should be in plain tuna sandwiches on brown bread with no butter. I was great, and I thought, do you know what? Yeah, we'll give that a go. I'll give that a go. Which I did, and I lost weight. And then it hit me once I started smelling tuna whilst I was on work placement that I wasn't actually losing weight because I was eating healthy food and it was good. It was because I was starving myself. So that was really bad advice from my Uncle Adam. The other one, if you probably then it'll not let you down. You've got a bit of a connection with it all now. So my last five cars I've named. And all of them have been written off. So naming cars doesn't actually work. That's really bad advice I've had. So I'm going to stop naming my cars now. But what I want from you today is like the worst advice. What if someone says to you that it doesn't work? Yourself, I don't know, dipping your face in ice or something, where it's actually just disgraceful and it's not pleasant. Really bad advice you've had. Whether it's if you wear, do you know what actually? I'm sure there was like an episode on the Only Ways Essex where Joey Essex said if you wear shoes that are size too small for you, your shoes will never crease. Joey, you just hurting your feet. That's all you do. Bad advice like that. That's advice that you've received that is really like awful. Is what I want from you. So get in touch at 700 100 100 is the number to do that. Really bad advice that you've received that has made your life a little bit messy.
To the dark, into the light, baby, I go. First one with the rest, I'll follow. I'll pay the price, I'll sacrifice. That's all. I put that on my love, on my love. I put that on my love. I put that on my love. On my love, on my love. I put that on my love. I still need you in my heart. That's all my love. That's all my love. To the dark. Weather is right out. That's right.
Now, lads, and on my love on Radio 1, I've been asking for your bad advice. And I've had a voice note in.
Mate of mine said when you go out and drink pints of lager, don't drink pints of lager, drink half a lager. They'll last longer. No, you drink twice as many.
I'm joking, that's very funny. My girlfriend's brother once said to her waitress, she said to him, "How much a cookie pizza into 8 slices?" And he said to her, no, quarter into 6, because I'll probably not finish it. Which is just hilarious, it's really bad advice. I'm going to text her as well from the ending in. It's obviously coming up. From number 462, who says, if anyone takes advice from Joey and thinks about wearing a size smaller trainer, they probably deserve a small stall feature, I think. And yeah, I just want you to get in touch with the Adapted Advice line, please. 03700 100 100 is the number to do that if you want to get in touch. WhatsApp voice notes, text messages, anything you've got. I just want you to tell this. I'm going to play a track.
BBC Radio 1.
I did please make it to forever. Probably ain't getting back together. But that don't mean that I can't be better. Good, but we still good. Who look at me like this? Usually my exes turn to enemies. But this is different. Cause we done got closer now that you ain't with me. I'm better than you had. Ain't no way we gon' forget that. Your family, love me like a family. You know where you stand with me. So when they ask, tell us right one, right time. Can't say it's right. But you always been a real one, even though we ain't together. It was real love, and maybe it's still love. I hate to bring you make it to forever. Probably ain't getting back together. But that don't mean that I can't wish you better. Yeah, good, but we still good.
All the steps you made for me to be honest. All the steps that you just been on me lately. so forgotten. But we're happier apart till I can. Don't come with me, I promise, but don't do drama. It didn't work, but I hope you find another. I wish you peace, I wish you good sex and good sleep. Find a girl of your dreams, cause I sleep well at night, no one has anything to be. Wrong time, all the things come to an end. So let's just learn the lesson and find loving again.
I hate to really make it forever. Probably ain't getting back together. But that don't mean that I can't wish you better. Good, but we still good. No matter who you with, I want to see you happy. Yeah, it didn't work out, but that's we enjoyed it.
Good morning.
You was with me for disaster, holding me down from the start. Why you broke, I was ashy. I hate we didn't tie the knot. That's how life go. You always would say that I might blow. Got rich and I paid for your life, bro. I know the person you is. That's why I still want to be friends. If you want to open up a new salon, I still help pay for the wig. And I help with the lease. You know I ain't never been cheap. Relationships don't always last, but let's not turn it to beef. I come through from time to time and have you grabbing them sheets. That's if you want to. I'm just playing, girl. Stop smacking your teeth. 21. I ain't agreed to make it to forever. No, Holly ain't getting back together. It don't mean that I can't wish better. Good, but we still good. I realize that I can't be a lover. Let's just keep it honest with each other. I'll be happy for you and you for together. We still good.
Radio 1 Breakfast. It's Jordan and Molly in for great this week. This morning is the final of the quiz with Lost Food Orders, or however you say it. Yes, we've got Caleb Spain taking on his mate Ryan. Listen from 7:15.
BBC Radio.
So much better with everything. Nice and cold in my chin, there's no compare. I told you. Ooh, I told you. I came first, but you were ahead the unfold years. People try to find this thing you've always been. I told you. Ooh, I told you. That's how I said you all to like you said, that's something if I'm already up there with me up there. That's how I said you all to like you said, that's something if I'm already up there with me up there. You want to go. You want to go. And I said, hey, you never lose yourself. I'm so proud of all that you are. I'm so proud of all that you are.
Try it again. Adore You on Radio 1. So what I've been doing this morning is I've been asking for your bad advice, and I actually couldn't breathe earlier because I was laughing that much. Thank you very much for getting in touch. I've had a couple of voice notes in, and I want to play them out for you so you can laugh with me in equal measure. This is the first one we've had in.
I once asked advice from my friend because I was going through a bit of a tough time, and his response was, "Mate, where there's geese, there's goose."
I don't even know what that means. Where there's goose, there's goose. What does that even mean? Oh, this is funny. I've had a text in from James in Cornwall who says his advice was try again for a boy at Lappin. James is now 33 and he's got 4 girls. This is hilarious. I love this. Thank you so much for getting in touch. Greg the Trucker. All my friends, after knowing my then fiance, said yes, she's the one for you. Marry her, you'll have a happy life, etc., etc. And now he's happily separated. So he says, cheers for the advice, guys. Brilliant. I've had another voice note, and listen to this one.
When I was younger, we was all told, eat your veggies, eat your food, you'll be big and strong. Now look at me, fat and hungry.
Me and you both, mate, fat and hungry. If I could put anything in my bio, that would be it. I'm fat and I'm hungry. I'm sure you are beautiful and wonderful. Thank you very much for getting in touch and sending that voice note in. And I've had this last text in from Ian, who says, my friend David at the gym told me to get my gym shorts shortened. Should I read this text before? As he said, short shorts were far more flattering. So he paid money to get his short shorts shortened. And he looks like one of the 118 guys now, which is absolutely not flattering for you at all, is it? Thank you so much for getting in touch on the text messages today. It's been a great deal of fun, hasn't it? We've loved it.
Radio 1. No, it's a bad idea. How can I help myself? Been inside for most of this year, and I thought a few drinks they might help. It's been a while, my dear, dealing with the cards life dealt. I'm still holding back these tears. All my friends are somewhere else. I pictured this year a little bit different. When it hit February, up in the bar, it hit me so hard. Or how can it be this heavy? Every song reminds me you're gone, and I feel the lump on in my throat. My eyes closed, 'cause everywhere I look, I still see you. Time is moving so slow, and I don't know what else that I can do. So I'll keep dancing with my So I'll keep dancing with my delusion is here again, and I think you'll come home soon. But what brings me right back in? Then it's only me that's in this room. I guess I could just pretend the colors are more than blue, but I lost more than my friend. I can't help but missing you. I pictured this month a little bit different. No one is ever ready. When it unfolds, you get in a hole. Or how can it be this heavy? Everything changes, nothing's the same, except the truth is now you're gone. Life just goes on. So I'm dancing with my eyes closed. 'Cause everywhere I look, I still see you. Time is moving so slow, and I don't know what else that I can do. So I'll keep dancing with my So I'll keep dancing with my Oh, I keep dancing with my. They're shutting the bar, they're cleaning the floor, and everyone is already home. But I'm on my own, still dancing with my eyes closed. 'Cause everywhere I look, I still see you. Time is moving so slow,
doing Eyes Closed playing on BBC Radio 1. Now, stay with us because in the next sort of like 10-15 minutes or so, we're going to go to Newsbeat and then we're going to have the hottest tracks that are out right now playing for you on BBC Radio 1. But obviously before all of that, we need to head over to Callum Leslie. Let's get the latest update from Newsbeat.
Radio 1 Newsbeat. We're finding out more about Zuma this morning. He's 11 months old and an XL bully.
And he's a dead playful dog. He loves people and loves other dogs. He loves to play.
Tom's one of his owners who's paying for professional training ahead of a planned ban on the breed. It's after some attacks by dogs like him. Casey is Tom's partner.
People are a bit more wary about him now. They don't want their dogs to come close to him. They don't want their children close to him. They even don't want themselves close to him.
But it says the BBC's found 3,500 other breeds already banned are still with their owners in England and Wales, with a handful in Scotland too. Newsbeat's Polly Bayfield.
In those cases, it's okay under strict rules. The dogs can be allowed to stay after they're assessed. It can mean things like being on leave all the time at the house and wearing a muzzle too. It's what Tom and Casey are hoping happens with XL bullies as well.
Thanks, Polly. A man suspected of murdering 18 people in shootings in America is still on the run. Police in the state of Maine are hunting for him after attacks in a bowling alley and restaurant on Wednesday night. Back here, a Conservative politician's been arrested on suspicion of rape. MP Crispin Blunt says he's confident he won't be charged. He's been suspended from his party. Elsewhere, have you ever felt like Harriet?
Kind of stupid, to be honest, because everyone's always like, it's so easy to notice a scam and things like that. And normally it is, but she did it very well.
That's after she was tricked out of 150 quid for a Harry Styles ticket. 5 banks have told Newsbeat. 2.5 times more people reported it this summer compared to last. New laws from next year will mean all banks will have to refund you if that happens. And more than a decade after the first one, the horror game Alan Wake 2's out today, and they will be scared. That's the message from writer Sam Lake. He's telling Newsbeat, even though it took so long, it'll be worth the wait.
It has a lot of originality to it, and it is a very unique experience in many different ways.
On to football, let's start with the Europa League. Europe first, Brighton boss Roberto De Zerbi. Come on, they're not long left.
I think we played a great game. We could score more goals.
That's despite a first win in European football, beating Ajax 2-0. Liverpool thrashed Toulouse 5-1. Not such a great night for West Ham, losing 2-1 to Olympiacos. And for Rangers' new boss, Philippe Clement, he says he's going to have to be better than a 0-0 draw against Sparta Prague.
I'm a winner. I want to win always, so I want the team to have the same mentality, and I saw it also after the game.
In the Conference League, a 4-1 win over AZ Alkmaar for Aston Villa, but Aberdeen gave up goal lead to lose 3-2 to PAOK Salonika. And in the cricket, a team who knows exactly what losing feels like right now, England look like they're heading out the World Cup after losing to Sri Lanka. Coach Matthew Mott says,
we need to get better. We've got obviously a T20 World Cup is our next thing on the agenda, so we've got to make sure we do our best preparation for that and we put in a lot better performance.
It's not quite mathematically impossible just yet. Later on this morning, Pakistan plays Africa. This is Newsbeat with Callum Leslie at 6:33. Radio 1's
Best New Pop.
Right, here we go then. Best New Pop, half an hour of the hottest tracks that I've dropped last night, today, whatever it is, the best tracks that are out right now for you. Some of your favourite artists, Venab is on. We've got Masterpiece and George as well, and Lauren Mabry, all on the way for your Best New Pop.
Ready?
Best New Pop.
Let's keep it with Dove Cameron, who's been releasing music since she was 15 years old. This one is fantastic. This one's called Lethal Woman.
I keep it casual. I'm practical. Vertical. Would you turn down that? I'm not too crazy. Walks I can say. Flows I can make. Just I can. Under the table. Can't sell my face. She's doing for one. She's over. all this way just to feel it. Hallelujah, because I ended up thinking. Told them I'm coming to get you, because they recognize this woman. By the way, what's her name? I could say, feels like an angel, swept like an under the table. Can't tell my face. I should have said, oh, now she's a lethal woman.
The Cameron Lethal Woman on Radio 1. Up next, we've got one of my favourite artists at the moment, Venby. This is her new track, Mona Lisa. Venby is going to be doing her biggest UK tour, coming very soon after the release of her mixtape. And Venby's one of those people where you look at her and you think, mate, I just want to be your mate, to be honest with you. You are proper cool, and if you want to go down to the pub for a couple, I'd be more than happy to do it, because I really like her. She's got great energy, really unique and quite a unique sounding person. She makes her own music, she does the vocals on top as well. So yeah, this one is the new one from Venby. It's called Mona Lisa. And it's a little bit different in terms of lyric-wise. It's quite raw, I'd say, but also it's giving the dance as well.
Does she wake up in the morning and just hate herself? Does she battle in the mirror with her mental health? Does she try and change her body for somebody else, like I've done myself? Does she know me well? Does she sit there feeling naked in a crowded room? Does she find the confidence with a drink or two? If she did, I swear down, I see her point of view. Oh, if I had a smile like Mona Lisa, a pretty face with unusual features, would you start and say nice to meet you? Oh, if I had a smile like Mona Lisa, a pretty face, yeah, so familiar, would you start and say nice to meet you? Oh, pain in your eyes, pain just like mine. Someone who's scared to say their goodbyes. I wish you were here, I could speak my mind. And I would tell you my fears, I go on my tears. Those 500 years, we catch up on beers. Cause it's still there's only right here. It's still there's only right here. If I had a smile like Mona Lisa, a pretty face with unusual features, would you start say nice to meet you? Oh, if I had a smile like Mona Lisa, a pretty face, yeah, so familiar, would you start say nice to meet you? Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Mona Lisa. It was nice to meet you.
New one from Venby, Mona Lisa playing on Radio 1. That just sounds so good, doesn't it? That was the first one that I added to my playlist this morning when I was listening through to all the tracks. Next one for you now is Beebe Doobie and Laufey, A Night to Remember. Now, Beebe Doobie is one of my favourite artists. Also, their name is absolutely fantastic. This track, though, A Night to Remember, has been described as sweet and sultry. So listen to this one. It's called A Night to Remember. You listen to Best New Pop on Radio 1.
as you walk through the door. Something in your eye remind me of somebody I used to. You touch my back. I take your something from your felt shockingly familiar, and I swore I'd seen you before. Oh, I swore I'd seen you before. You asked me to stay. Now you're thinking of what could have been, but you've become someone I've seen before. I swore I'd seen you before. Underneath the sheets, you enchanted me and whispered sweet nothings in my ear. I shivered beneath you, all wrapped up in numbers. It was enchanted light
New one from Beaver Doobie and Laufey there, playing A Night to Remember on Radio 1. And a text in from Rich the Trucker, who makes a good point actually. Yeah, that does sound like it could be a bit of a James Bond theme tune, doesn't it? Now, I haven't got the sort of like gentlest hits in the world, I must admit, but that one made me feel like I was about to like break into a salsa or something. You can see why she called it sexy and sultry, because I was feeling a vibe there. Next track is Masterpiece and Georgia, I Might Be Fake. This one is quite an interesting one. This is sort of been described as a letter to himself about imposter syndrome. Says like, as an artist, you feel like you're always trying to invent yourself and also trying to find a balance between being yourself and trying to be like someone else as well. This one has been absolutely supported by Clara Amfo. The track was premiered on Radio 1 with her as well. This is a really, I'm going to say delicious song because it is really sentimental and it's a really powerful track. This is I Might Be Fake, Masterpiece and Georgia on Radio 1.
I'm just a poor white Louisiana friend. Head full of dreams, Even the grace sometimes get it wrong too. I might be fake, but I'll always love you. I'm just a poor but no easy friend. Hands full of dreams, pockets made of pretend. Even the grace sometimes get it wrong too. I might be fake, but I'll always love you. I'm just a poor boy, no easy friend. Hands full of dreams, pockets made of pretend. Even the grace sometimes get it wrong too. I might be fake, but I'll always love you. I'm just a poor boy, no easy friend. Hands full of dreams, pockets made of pretend. Even the grace sometimes get it wrong too. I might be fake, but I'll always love you.
Masterpiece, Georgia, I Might Be Fake on Radio 1. Should we go to the next track? Yes, we shall. Lauren Mabry, this one. It's called Shame. This was a hottest record on Future Sounds. Jack Saunders is a massive fan. Lauren is the lead singer of Churches, and this is her second solo track.
Wash your mouth, speak only when spoken to. Pure devotion, make sure that it doesn't bruise. What a shame, shame, it's a shame, it's a shame, game in the den of a lion. What a shame, shame, it's the name's never gonna change, but I'll swear that I'm trying. I feel how poetic, romanticize all the pain. How pathetic, drinking gasoline and calling me flame. Baby, I'm a hypocrite, I'll take you to the grave. Oh, what a shame. Tell me sweet things, just enough to make me bad. I'll learn to like it, or at least that's what you said. What a shame, shame, it's a shame, it's a shame, that I'm lying. What a same, if the name's never gonna change, but I swear that I'm trying. I feel how poetic, romanticize all the pain. How pathetic, drinking gasoline and calling me flame. Baby, I'm a hypocrite, I'll take you to the grave. Oh, what a shame. How embarrassing to get this far and never really change. I know you offer to eat, but it's the taste that keeps me tame. We both know I'm a hypocrite, I'll take you to the grave. It's a shame. I feel how poetic, romanticize all the shame. How pathetic, drinking gasoline and calling me flame. Baby, I'm a hypocrite.
New one from Lauren Mabry, Shane playing on BBC Radio 1. She obviously is the lead singer of Churches. The next track I'm really excited to play with you. It's a new song from Jess Glynn. It's Jess Glynn now, like you have never really heard of before. It's got a bit of a drum and bass vibe to it. Jess Glynn obviously been away for quite some time. Really nice to have her back because she's really uplifting, she's really poppy, she's really great. And this song describes exactly that. Just with a little bit of like a twist on it, should we say. Enjoy this one. Friend of mine, Jess Glynn.
One word, one vibe, took a wrong turn on the wrong night. I hope you're And I hate to be the one to say that it's no longer to take the risks. Can't take back what I did yesterday. Gotta use my back mind to stay over my hands up. I was wrong. I was wrong. So love in that face and losing my part and put it all away. Holding my hands up. I was wrong. Darling, even after all this time, will you still be a friend of mine? We said some things and we crossed the line. We crossed the line. Will you still be a friend of mine? Oh, friend of mine. Friend of mine. No. Even after all this time, will you still be a friend of mine?
Sounds anyone from Jess Glendon on Radio 1, and we are coming to the last song of Best New Pop, which means it's my last one on Early Breakfast with you guys. It's been an absolute delight. This next track is from Zach Bryan. It's called I Remember Everything. It's got a really nice sort of vibe to it. It's quite country. Well, it is country, should I say. But it sounds really, really good. So this one dropped recently. It's got Casey Musgraves on as well. This song has been teased since June, so I'm pretty sure fans are very excited that it's finally out. It's a long wait, that isn't it, from June to now, to wait for a track. But it's worth it because this one is a beautiful song. I Remember Everything, Zach Bryan and Casey Musgraves.
Whiskey's gonna ease my mind. Beach town, dress on the drying line. Do I remind you of your daddy in his 84? Labrador hanging out the passenger door. The sand from your hair is blowing in my eyes. Blaming on the beach, grown men don't cry. Do you remember that beat down basement couch? I sing you my love songs and you tell me about how your mama ran off in Ponderay. I remember everything. A cold shoulder, clothes behind you, begging me to stay till the sun rose. Strange words come on out of a grown man's mouth and his mind broke. Pictures and past the time, you only smile like that when you're drinking. I wish I didn't, but I do. Remember every moment on the nights with
you. You're drinking everything to ease your mind. But when the hell are you going to ease mine? You're like concrete feet in the summer heat. And birds like cows whose souls meet. You know you'll never be the man that you always swore. But I'll remember you singing that easy word. A cold shoulder, closing time. You were begging me to stay till the sun rose. Strange words come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mouth froze.
Whoa.
I wish I didn't, but I do. Remember every moment on the nights with you.
cold shoulder, closing time. You begging me to stay till Strange words come out of a grown man's mouth when it's wrong. Pictures you pass in time, you only smile like that when you're drinking. I wish I didn't, but I do. Remember every moment on the nights. Rock the whiskey will ease my mind. Each down rest on Brian Hart.
Is that Brian Casey Musgraves? I Remember Everything on BBC Radio 1. And that is it for my early breakfast in. Thank you so much to the early breakfast crew. You are wonderful. It's been a great time. Jordan and Molly are up next, and Chrissy Cameron is taking over the early breakfast slot next week. So give them a hello. Before Jordan and Molly, though, it's time for your latest update with Karen Leslie.
Radio 1 Newsbeat.
Tom is on Newsbeat this morning talking about his dog Zuma.
He's a good boy. I'd be really sad if he was ever taken away or anything like that. It would be awful, really.
He's an 11-month-old XL bully, and Tom's worried about a plan to ban the breed after attacks by others. His partner Casey says they're having Zuma professionally trained, but says she's noticed people changing how they are with him.
If he's ever off the lead, they'll start walking the opposite direction.
Says the BBC's found 3,500 dogs of other breeds already banned who are still with their owners in England and Wales, a handful in Scotland too. That, Newsbeat's Polly Bayfield, is what Tom and Casey are hoping for.
Right, and it's where dogs are assessed and can be allowed to stay, but under strict rules. It's things like always being on a lead out the house and having to wear a muzzle.
Thanks, Polly. In the Middle East, America's military says it's hit 2 places in Syria with airstrikes. It says in self-defense after attacks on US bases in the country and nearby Iraq. Officials say it's not to do with what's happening in Israel and Gaza. Back here, TikToker Mizzy has been banned from social media and could be facing jail. It's after the 19-year-old kept posting videos of others without asking if it was okay. He'd been ordered not to do that after appearing in court over his pranks earlier this year. Think about the last time you were desperate for a gig ticket. Harriet's story might sound familiar.
I came across one girl who messaged me. She was like a young girl around my age. On her Facebook profile, she had loads of like concert videos, including Harry Styles like previously. It came across really genuine.
But she was scammed out of £150 trying to see him. It's as 5 banks have told Newsbeat they've seen more of that this summer compared to last. New laws coming next year will mean banks have to give you refunds when it happens. And Stormzy, Shruti Gatwa and model and activist Mano Bergdorf are all on it. This year's power list of influential black people in the UK, Vogue editor Edward Enninful's been named top of it. In football, lots of Europa League action to go over. It turned out to be a very good night for one club.
The first winning European competition for Brighton.
Manager Roberto De Zerbi after his side beat Ajax 2-0. And from one happy boss to another, Liverpool thrashed Toulouse 5-1. Here's your good club.
We have to make massive steps. We have to grow. We have to get more stable. We have to do a lot of things, but a lot of signs are really promising.
Not such a great night for West Ham, losing 2-1 to Olympiacos. Rangers goals at Sparta Prague. New boss Philippe Clement feeling hopeful.
We need to build on that next couple of weeks, months. It's impossible to create a story together in 10 days.
In the Conference League, a 4-1 win over AZ Alkmaar for Aston Villa, but Aberdeen lost a 2-goal lead to go down 3-2 against PAOK, and we need to do better. It's the message to England cricket fans after a nightmare World Cup defence from coach Matthew Motts.
We've got some serious self-searching to do, and quite rightly, we didn't perform anywhere near our level.
Pakistan playing South Africa later. This is Newsbeat at time, 7 o'clock.
Still to come on Radio 1. Matt and Jamie.
At 10.
Radio 1 Anthems. But right now.
Radio 1 Breakfast.
Right, I'm going. It's been 11 hours and 30 minutes.
We remembered the first clip there, George.
We just about remembered it, and to cover ourselves today,
I'll see you later, right?
we are going to play all the Friday clips.
Every single one. We've asked producer Chris for every